The Virtual Breakaway Pod. The Virtual Breakaway Podcast with your hosts Nick and Junior and producer Vince, bringing you elite fantasy hockey information to help you win your fantasy leagues and win at life.
We're live.
We're live, baby. We're live.
We're hoping we're live.
What
What do you mean? You didn't test it?
Well, I'm sure we tested it, guys. I mean,
Listen,
we're good at this, no? Aren't we professionals?
Yeah, isn't that why we
Don't
didn't?
we have jerseys?
We have jerseys. Shout out to Sportira hooking us up with some jerseys with our logo on it. This is their Cosmo kit. If you're interested, Sportira.com. It's one of their stock items. Thank you very
Absolutely.
much.
my God, we're getting somewhere with these jerseys, this uniform and everything.
Yes, sir.
Slowly, we're getting into the professionalism of the podcast, which we are not anywhere close to that yet. But thank you, everybody, for coming and joining us. Today is a very, very fun day. This is my favorite time of the year. So I've mentioned that in previous podcasts. Anything you want to add?
Listen, it's gonna be exciting. I feel with all the drama around this, usually there's a lot of smoke around the draft, and then nothing really happens.
Yeah.
I feel this one. Has a different feeling. So it's gonna be exciting. Like after the first pick, which we know who it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be exciting, and even all the
Imagine if we don't.
Oh my God! And even all the movements that's been going on right before the draft, right? So
Yes.
some signings, some people moving up, moving down. It's going to be interesting to see where everything fits, and if there is more movement to come during the draft.
Yeah,
Very true.
and the beauty of all this is the major networks are never going to give you a fantasy aspect of it, right?
As
So
far as we know,
this is where we come in and be like, give an opinion that you don't see on TV so you can watch it simultaneously. I mean, doesn't get better than that. All your eggs in one basket here.
yeah, and I'm sure that in future episodes we might rehash some of the stuff that we miss or things like that. But I mean, I wanted to start off this episode with something.
Let me talk to you.
And the reason I wanted to start it off with this is because this is a very special day. So this is where it all starts. So I prepared something to read because it's my first time live. So
we don't have a prompter yet. What's it called?
we don't have a telephone. So this is where it all starts. This is where franchises can alter their course in history and shape the next decade. So this is not only the realization of the dreams of these kids, because let's be honest, these are kids, right? Like, so, and I'll move into something different a little bit after, but this is the beginning of their careers. This is the beginning of their livelihood. And once wrong step by a franchise, like this is big for franchises as well, because it could throw them in the dark ages of their franchise. It could take years to recover if they miss on these top picks, or vice versa, if they find a gem in this draft and all of a sudden they're possibly looking at championships in the future. So that's why the draft is so cool. It's so many stories coming together. All these people that tried their hardest. This is 1%. The people that are getting drafted today is the 1% out there of people playing hockey. And you're making it if you're being drafted. And some of these kids, unfortunately, this is going to be the highlight of their careers. They get drafted, they never make it, and that's the end of that.
They never make it into the NHL, but some of them could branch out to Europe or other places.
They can still make it professionally, just not.
The point though is that this is how it all starts. It's this moment right here that it all starts.
And in fairness, if you want to switch it to a fantasy perspective, what you said applies to fantasy dynasty leagues as well. You can't mess up a first round pick in fantasy hockey, right?
Right.
It's your future is dependent on this, whether it's just using it as an asset to get bigger pieces or to rebuild completely. Like we have different scenarios here where both you and I are in both leagues are competing to win. No, competing to win, and Vince is rebuilding. So we're drafting
in both leagues.
In both leagues.
In
so
all leagues.
He's drafting to set himself up for a big future, for those players to play a future in his team, whereas we might be drafting to possibly turn them around into assets that can help us now.
Yeah.
So no matter what, this is a big day for everybody.
So that's it. That's all I had from Let Me Talk to You. I do want to say one other thing because one of our clips went viral. And
by viral, we mean 2,000 views.
2,000 views. It's still something. And I'm just going to mention that, guys, whoever gets drafted, even if it's not the person that you're rooting for, even if it's not what you hoped a specific team, let's say the Montreal Canadiens, Vince, will draft, at the end of the day, cheer for the kid that gets drafted because it's not their fault. This is the biggest moment of their careers to date. Let's celebrate the people that actually made it, and let's celebrate the kids that are actually getting drafted here. So
100%.
Let's not be too negative and start throwing things across the room. I'm looking at you, listener Umbi.
We have a viewing party, ladies and gentlemen.
We do have a viewing party today.
One guest,
maybe two guests coming after with Junior's wife.
And a half if Junior's children show. All right, so
if you don't mind.
Okay.
Based off the comments we had in some of the YouTube video comments. And additionally, let me talk to you if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
But there's a big difference between a first pairing defenseman and a number one defenseman.
Let me talk to you.
I want to give you your due course.
No, because it's very important because a lot of one-dimensional offensive players, because they get a lot of ice time and maybe might play on a first pairing, people consider them a number one defenseman. But a number one true defenseman is an all-around defenseman, like a headman.
Plays all situations.
All situations. Puts up point. You need points, he's on the ice. You need to defend a goal, he's on the ice.
Yeah.
He could be physical. He's skilled. He's got the whole package. There's not many of those in the league.
Correct.
Well,
actually,
we were trying to.
We were trying to get 32. There's not even 32.
We're lucky to get to 10.
When we get to the second pick, I did some research. I'm just writing it down now. But I did some research earlier, and I'll tell you why Levshunov is the right pick, or Buyem instead of Demidov.
Yeah, but
We'll get to it.
So this is my thing with these, defenseman class in over here. No one's comparing them to a Makar, a Hedman, a like the number
we
one.
don't know.
No, but the comparisons haven't been there, Nick. From the D-men that have been there,
I don't know about that.
they're just saying it's a very strong defenseman class, but none of them have been compared to any of those big. Mind you, it takes time. Makar was drafted high.
When was Fox drafted?
Yeah, but Fox got his way out of Calgary to go to New York.
Doesn't matter. When was he drafted?
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Right? Like, you don't know how these guys are going to develop, and development plays a big role. And that's why in fantasy, especially, like you're saying, Leshunov is not a headman. You don't know that.
No, I'm not saying Lefternon is not a headman. I'm saying too many people are taking the high ceilings of these defensemen, but are not doing the same thing for the forwards that are there, and are not taking the high ceilings of the forwards, and are just taking the low ceilings of the forward. So you understand where?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There could be a forward from this draft that ends up being a 50 goal scorer. There
Yeah.
could be. We already talked about Cole Eiserman. We spoke. You don't know. Is Lindstrom, if he stays healthy, he could potentially become something huge.
Well, to your point, Ekblad was a first overall pick. He didn't turn out to be that number one defenseman.
Guys, injuries play a role.
Exactly,
Everything
right?
plays a role.
Right? So,
Everything.
like-
development.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of defensemen that have been drafted top 5. A lot of forwards that have been drafted top 5 that haven't panned out to be a top.
Actually,
where they were drafted,
so
right?
so because you even spoke about that,
I know you did your research.
I
Nick.
did my
You go.
research. And just to give you an example, in round one, 69% of the draftees of round one become NHLers, meaning they've played more than 200 games in the NHL. That's the limit to become an NHLer,
Yeah.
let's say. Only
Collective
18,
pension.
only 18.9% of them turn into stars in round one. And out of those rounds, if you want to go hit for defensemen, drafted between 1990 to 2016, this is courtesy of Hockey Prospecting, by the way. In round one, 66.7% of defensemen drafted in round one become NHLers. Only 14% become stars. So that's
It's not.
one out of every 10.
It's not easy to play in the NHL.
One out of every 10 defensemen, not out of one out of every 10 picks, right?
Exactly.
So it just goes to show you that it's a huge disparity. And even though they get drafted here, they might not turn into that huge thing. So, I mean, Celebrini looks like he's it, right?
Yeah, listen, and even for the viewers, just to know, there might be a little bit of we might be on a delay
Yeah.
because obviously we're streaming.
Yeah.
So, but we're literally watching. We have a TV in front of us. We're watching the draft in front of us.
And our phones are off.
Our phones are off, so we're not on Twitter and we're not on no early.
So you can see our
candidates.
live reactions.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how that goes. So what else do you guys want to add before the
Well,
draft is starting?
Look, we have about 3 minutes.
Let's
but
take a selfie so we could tell people we're live.
hey, that's my fakest smile you've ever seen in my life. Okay, so since we've done the let me talk to you, I just wanted to go through maybe some of the trades that occurred. Do we have time?
Yeah, we have time.
We have about 3 minutes. 3 minutes till 7. By the time,
So let's make it a
That
lightning
becomes-
round. That's actually a lightning round. That doesn't last 3 minutes per topic.
all right, go.
All right. So do we have the soundbite?
Man, what's the lightning round? That's
I
something.
guarantee there's like half the listeners that are cringe right now that are cringing when they hear that.
Guaranteed. People are watching us
Guaranteed.
right now and saying,
Okay.
why
Go,
are we watching
Nick.
these guys? Okay, so Allmark was traded to Ottawa. That's a huge trade.
Oh my God.
We're talking about a number one goalie. You're supposed to be
sorry.
off your phone, please.
No, my wife's watching us on the big screen.
That's amazing.
Congrats. Thank you, listener Rooks. Allmark to Ottawa, first pick. Sorry, for a first, Castellic and Corpusalo. That was the trade. What do you guys think?
Listen, they upgraded from Allmark to Corpusalo. I think, they dumped Corpusalo also, right? They didn't keep Corpusalo's contract.
No retention either.
No retention. So I mean, Boston knew they had they were.
There was no retention on the Corpusalo. I was pretty sure I saw 30,
actually, I think you're right.
15% or
31,
30%.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry.
Yeah,
But
so-
so I feel like Boston knew they had to get rid of Almark, and they knew it was very limited what they could do. I think for Ottawa, this is a plus. But
If they could re-sign him.
yes,
I'm sorry, if you're giving up a first round pick for 1 year before he becomes UFA, I don't give up first round picks for 1 year rentals.
no, but I'm pretty sure they're going to resign because they got rid of the Corpusalo.
Hasn't happened yet.
No, I know, but also they have to. He's Allmark right now is number one.
He is the number
He's
one.
not a 1A. There's no 1B in Ottawa. It's him. So even that, how is he going to end up?
Well, there's Forsberg. I always liked Forsberg as a 1B or as a backup.
I like Forsberg
But
as a 1B.
personally,
more of a backup.
Look, when a team is in dire need of a goalie and then they go get the goalie they think is it, rarely is the transition like seamless. Like rarely does it work out perfectly. I really fear for the I don't think it's going to go that smoothly, guys. I like Allmark a lot. I just think Ottawa has big problems of the back end, and now they, and I think they might trade. I don't know what that was for, but
That was the bell. Isn't that our bell? Where's our bell?
oh yes, it's lightning round. All right, sorry. All right, let's move on.
Lightning round.
This wait.
He's cutting you off with the music.
I'm just worried. I'm just worried that they have bigger problems than goaltending, and they should have maybe fixed that
Is
first
this the bell?
Look,
There we go.
instead of getting a rental, like you said.
just to finish it off, it's going to be Allmark on a brand new team. I think the expectations have to be a little bit tempered for his first year. He's playing with a new defense in front of him. You have to learn that defense, right?
learn the
It's-
system.
Learn
Ottawa,
the system.
Ottawa has a new coach.
It's a whole different story than what he was comfortable with in Boston for so many years. Not saying that it's not possible, just saying.
Okay, Nick, they're almost going live. So let me know what else you want to talk about.
Mangiapane went for a second round pick. He's a one-time 35 goal scorer. He went for a second rounder.
He's, for me in Washington, he's the third best winger. Take Ovechkin out of the question. Who's in front of him? Oh, she's old.
I think Ryan Leonard.
If he plays, but
Mangiapane, if he plays,
Ryan
yeah,
Lander hasn't
Ryan
played.
Leonard.
Or
You're
else
right.
you have what's his name, Sonny Milano.
Sonny
So
Milano.
I mean, with Dubois and Mangiapane, they upgraded their team, in my opinion.
Pacioretty, is he still there or
Yes, he's still signed. If I'm not
he's
mistaken.
still signed? Yeah, we'd
So-
have to double check that.
So I think it's an upgrade for Washington. I think Washington is trying to do a quick retool, which is not gonna. I don't think it's gonna work. But listen, we'll see.
Hey, if you're a Washington Capital fan, if you want to know where Vince lives, I'll let you know. It's not a problem. Next.
Guys, forgive me. I'm just posting that we're live, so
Okay.
I'll let you guys do
Okay,
the
as
rest.
long as you're not checking what the first pick is.
No.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows who the first pick is.
So Wallman was traded along with a second from Detroit to San Jose for future considerations. Guys, I didn't think Wallman was a bad player.
No, I think his contract was bad.
I mean, okay, that's fair. But I had him in my fantasy league last year because I was desperate because Hamilton got injured, so I had to pick somebody up off the waiver wire. Wallman was there, and he did okay for me. I mean, nothing great, but 3.4 million, 3.45 million, something like that.
I think this move is to conjure a future move for Detroit. So I think they were making cap space over here, either to sign Kane or either to upgrade on goalie. So I think this is more of a wait and see move.
Okay, that's fair. Moving along, there was a few signings. So Middlestad got 3 times 5.75. Pretty good deal in my books for Colorado.
Good deal. Now he'll have to see if he's up to that first round pick that he was, right? With the players surrounding him. So he's not in a bad situation. So it's to me, it's a very nice contract.
Junior, you had told me Chinnikov 2 times 2.1.
Yeah.
maybe?
Not bad. I think it's fair depth value for a fantasy team to
And
have.
with the coach change, with the coach change in Columbus.
Do we have a new coach yet? Is it
not
McClellan?
yet? Not yet, but
No.
he was on the coach's blacklist. If I wasn't mistaken.
They're talking about McLennan, and there was one other guy they were saying that might have a chance. I can't remember who the other one was.
Who's the other contracts, Nick? Who might be able to fill in 2 more?
Okay, so Hronik 8 times 7.25.
Ooh.
I like it. The cap's gone up, so
I like-
7.7.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah, the
Beautiful
sphere is
setting.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Sphere is gorgeous. 7.25, when the cap has gone up, it's kind of like signing a guy for 6 million, 6.5 million maybe for, if it was last year, for 8 years.
From an NHL perspective, for what he brings, I like it. From the Vancouver Canucks standpoint, from a fantasy perspective, I don't think he produces enough.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, they're considering him the number 2, right? He's a top pairing in Vancouver.
Yeah,
He was playing
he's paired with Quinn Hughes. And Quinn Hughes was very happy to have him back.
Yeah, so I think Quinn had a role to play
Listen,
there.
I think they're trying to protect their elite defenseman in Quinn Hughes, and they saw that there was chemistry between those two guys. Obviously, we all know in Canada you always have to overpay a bit, and they did.
True.
Fantasy-wise, I agree with Junior. I don't think, for his salary, I don't think he'll put up the points you want for a defenseman who's at 7.75. But for the team itself, for a hockey move, it's a good move protecting your number 1D.
So Najalkovic had 2 times 2.5 to be backing up, or maybe 1A, 1B with
Jerry.
Jerry.
He's, I don't know. It's do you guys ever believe he got a number 1, an opportunity to be a number 1?
With Detroit.
Not
Detroit
even.
signed him off that crazy year he had with
Yeah.
Carolina.
Yeah, and then right after that,
But he
year-
didn't perform, so they moved
yeah,
on.
But it's 1 year. But right after that, they signed who? So didn't they?
Yeah, and now they're going after Gibson.
Yeah, exactly.
See, when you try to patch your goaltending,
Yeah.
what happens?
So I feel
That's why it would be nice to have an Askarov.
Now, settle down, Nick. Settle down. This
else?
is not a Canadians podcast.
Who else?
I
do we
didn't
have
say it
there?
was the Canadians that were trading for him. Although Rutger McGorry might be available. So just so you guys know, rumors with the Saros extension, 8 times 7.74. Word on the street is that Askarov might be available, but Nashville's asking for a top 5 pick.
There's no way. There's no way they get that.
They're asking
I
for it.
understand they're asking for it, but there's no way they're getting a top 5 pick for Askarov. Not because he's not worth it. It's just teams know they're in a I'm going to use the word dumb situation, because if you knew you were going to sign Saros before announcing you signed Saros, well, try to offload Askarov.
You're right. So you're talking a little bit more about the politics of the trade
I
negotiation,
think Saros'
right?
contract is phenomenal.
I think Saros' contract is
fantasy
very good.
purpose, I think it's a phenomenal.
Although it might
contract.
hurt on the later years.
Yeah, but goalies is not as bad as players.
True.
So
True.
Guys, there's some breaking news here. I think Celebrini
Junior
might
still-
be going first.
Junior still has his clothes on.
For those of you that saw our Instagram post where Junior said he's going to go streaking if we hit
What?
1,500 views.
that was in our chat, Nick. It wasn't.
that
That was in our chat. Why would I put that?
Did I repost that by accident? I apologize.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, just to finish off. So Askarov potentially on the move. McGroarty in Winnipeg potentially on the move. Guys, we spoke about the Russian factor, right? And we kind of spoke about the Russian factor being a reason why people pass on some of these players. What about the American factor? Because these American NCAA kids do have an opportunity to say, no, I'm not going to sign with you and become RFAs.
As soon as they play 4 years in NCAA, then they automatically become RFAs. Is that what?
I think that, yes.
The NHL team has to sign them
the
before
NHL
their
has to-
fourth year of
Or
college.
else they're
They're free. I
They're
think.
free.
They're
they're
free.
free. You see, so that's
Not,
also
not RFA, UFA.
But the
That's what
NHL teams have zero control.
of course. But that's what happened with Calgary and Adam Fox.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we've seen it with
And then
Calgary,
Carolina
with
as well.
Blake Wheeler.
Who
Because
did-
he wasn't he traded to Carolina and then he never signed with Carolina. And then he went to
Yes,
the Rangers.
correct.
So
all of that is
he
correct.
snubbed 2 teams before
Yeah.
he even played a sniff of the NHL.
So yeah, and I feel especially that the NCAA is getting more and more popular. I feel some. The only thing is the player loses out because by the time they are free agents, they haven't gotten paid and they're 24 years old,
yeah.
right? Usually,
Or look at Adam Fox.
yeah.
Yeah.
He was
20. I think when he came into the league, he was about 24. So
yeah.
So listen, the draft is about to start. They're doing a lot of chit chat. Batman still hasn't taken the stage.
That's fine. We still have
So
things
of
we could
course.
talk about here, right?
100%.
So although we're talking about a Russian factor and players sliding a bit because of the Russian factor, what do you guys think about the American factor? Do you guys think is something that will have NHL teams kind of start shying away from these American players, or are they going to start saying, no, it doesn't matter because they're American, so they're in our backyard?
I think that the biggest difference is that what the Russian factor is, it's very hard to scout them. And when they're under contract over there, it's very hard to scout them, get in touch with them. Like Demidov came here because of his agent holds a specific combine for just the Russian players that are under his agency. So
And he still had to get, I think, permission from Scott.
Yeah,
Petersburg.
exactly.
You have to keep in mind two things, though, when it comes to the Russian factor. One, COVID played a big part because no one was allowed to travel, so no one was able to see them live at the time. So that was a huge scare. Secondly, the war. The war that's going on now, like a lot of people have ex-Russia and don't even want to know anything. So that's
There was
two big
rumors of that,
factors right
yeah.
now. But prior to that, like most people have said, these players always ended up coming to North America.
Guys, look at Michkov. Michkov's coming next year, and everybody thought he was going to come in 3 years. So it depends situation. So yeah,
To your point, though, for the American factor, it's going to become a market thing. The big markets won't be scared.
Right.
The smaller markets or the less popular markets might think twice.
All right. Let's start our... because we-
Boo! Gary Bettman's on stage.
Gary Bettman is on stage right now. So he's starting to talk about the sphere, and the future of hockey starts now. So let's move into our team preview. So we know that San Jose is on the clock.
yes.
Do we have an...
Oh yes, of course we do. We do have sound bites for this. Ooh, where did I put it?
We need to start naming the sound
No,
bites.
we don't have it. We don't have on the clock. We have it when they pick the player.
Yeah.
Oh, the pick is in.
The pick is
The
in.
pick is
Then
in,
we have
okay.
a sound bite for that.
It's a... Yeah, okay.
Don't worry about what it is.
All right. So, Junior, do you want to start?
Sure. I mean, they're going to take Celebrini number one. That's for sure, right?
Why spoil the surprise?
I mean, that would be definitely a surprise. Last year, they went with Will Smith, also a center from the U.S. National Development Team at 4th overall. They've got Quentin Musty on their prospects, Sakir Makmadulin, Philip Bystedt. So they got, and Thomas Bartolo. So let's say you put Celebrini, Smith, Bystedt, and Bartolo. That's 4 centers right there. I think Celebrini jumps automatically to number one, simply for the fact that he's the most all-around. He's the most seasoned player all around, offensively and defensively, of the 4. Will Smith is good, but he's more offensive than I'd say the two-way. But Celebrini brings a full package. So I think he automatically goes to C1.
Yeah, like can we agree that Celebrini is going to be the player they build their team around?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not building, San Jose is not building their team off of Will Smith or off any other players that you named. It's Celebrini is the middle of that build, and then they're going to be building around him.
And if they can, so what I heard on 32 Thoughts, the podcast, was they moved up in the draft with that trade with Buffalo. And,
heard that too.
and the target is Cole Eiserman.
100%.
Because
Why not?
they would play together in BU.
So you would have Smith and Musty and Cole Eiserman and Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah.
And I think, Eiserman's going to make it to them.
Very possible that he's available there. Yes, I agree.
But like San Jose is in the first stage of their rebuilding, right? They need a lot of things going on. I like what they've done so far, where they've signed third and fourth line players, but that have character, so that they can help these young guys understand what it is to play in the NHL.
Also, to your point, they let go of Zadina today.
No, did they?
Yeah,
I
they're
missed
not going to
that.
sign him. He's going to be UFA. So now we're talking about the fact that Zadina is gone. You brought in some actual players. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting year in San Jose.
Listen, it's
They're still going to be bottom feeders, but
obviously they're going to take their whole 5 minutes because God forbid they don't.
Is it safe to say they're the team furthest away from finishing their rebuild?
Well, yeah,
they just started.
They're just starting.
They just started,
the
right?
rebuild.
It's like
I mean, Chicago went bare bone. So Chicago's going to take time, even though they got Bedard. That really helps the rebuild, but that's going to take time.
Yeah.
San Jose is going to take time.
Montreal.
Montreal is going to take time. There's for all the Montreal fans out there that are saying make the playoffs this year. I'm sorry, we're not there, and I think Kent Hughes has already said it. He said this year is important for the draft, and next year is important for the draft and free agency. That means that we're away. We're 2 years away from even thinking about
But
competing.
what you have to, the Habs fans have to think about is they still expect to see progression. So they don't expect to be bottom
I
five
agree
next
with that.
year.
I agree.
The administration wants them to at least try to fight for a playoff spot. but it's not the end of the world if they don't make the playoffs.
Right. It's going to be fun.
Have they made the pick yet?
I can't tell because we have this thing where Mac has a bar on the bottom, and it's kind of in the way of the pick is in area. So I don't know.
No, we'll see when the pick is in. It's going to show on the sphere.
But it usually says it on the bottom if the pick is in or not.
It says pick. I'm assuming is in underneath.
So these are technical difficulties that
The what?
difficulties that we're
How
having
now,
here.
brown cow?
How now, brown cow. Okay.
Really cool, by the way. The setup in this sphere is
The
fantastic.
sphere looks amazing.
Amazing. And in case the listeners don't know, this is the last time all the teams are going to be present.
Yeah, but has that been confirmed yet? I heard that it's.
I heard it
rumors
on
that
the
they're
radio
going.
today that it's pretty much done next
Oh, is
year.
it pretty
Yeah,
much
next
done?
year's they're calling it virtual. Oh, the pick is in. They're making their way to the stage. Greer. I mean, can we agree? It's Macklin here, Macklin Celebrini,
Oh, I mean, for sure. The point here is not that whether it's
who both you and I had a number one. On our fantasy ranking, on our fantasy ranking.
Okay, all right.
Relax,
In
boys.
our mock draft, he also went number one.
Guys, this might be our only correct pick of our mock draft.
That is very true. That is very, very true.
So, in case you weren't following, Macklin Celebrini was number one on our mock draft.
Correct. The other thing that I would say here is that Mike Greer has a lot of work to do in front of him. I think that defense, they're far, far away. They're not even close to. So here they're going to get their number one center, their franchise center. We know that pretty much already. They have a couple of good wingers, like you mentioned before. So like Will Smith is their number two center. So already.
Oh, look who's coming to do the pick.
Oh, it's
Jumbo Joe.
Jumbo Joe going to make the pick for San Jose. Hopefully he doesn't botch it the way Carey Price did last year.
Well, he's got an easier name to pronounce. He's still rocking that beard. Huh?
That's an amazing beard. Is he dyeing it? For sure he's dyeing it.
He
right?
was the first overall pick in 1997.
He's dyeing it for sure.
Wild.
Yeah. All right. So we know that it's going to be Celebrini.
Yes, sir. There it is.
There he is. There he is. He's
From
getting
Boston
up.
University.
Great pick. Obviously, you couldn't go wrong here.
Okay, so we spoke about it a little bit already. He automatically goes to number one on their prospect depth chart.
That's true.
Will Smith, easily number two. But now I think they have two tier one prospects. Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini are both tier one prospects.
Yeah,
And if you look at Scott Wheeler's rankings, he'd agree. And he has Musty, Mukmadulin, and Bysted as a second tier.
So I don't know if you saw, but I think it was Pronman. He had listed. He had asked the scouts that he knows, and anonymously they said whether or not Celebrini, and comparing him to the previous year's Bedard and previous years before that number one overall picks, right?
Okay,
So-
Nick.
Yes, we're good. Much better. So he ended up saying that Celebrini is not as good as Bedard, but that he is right behind or right on top of Leo Carlson.
Who
in
said that?
skill. The scouts that Pronman was asking.
And Bob McKenzie, on the other hand, based off the scouts he spoke to and the GMs, they said he's not a Connor Bedard, but he might be a better all-around player than Connor Bedard is.
Right. I mean, if you're talking fantasy wise, he's the number one center. Is he going to go number one in fantasy?
Oh, that's to be debated, right, Vince?
Listen, it all depends who gets drafted where right now, right? So we're like this is where the draft starts. On the next selection, Chicago, this is where the draft starts to see exactly where everybody's going.
Oh, where's the pick is in?
Oh shoot, it's
The producer's sleeping at the wheel here.
sorry, it's because you said the toolbar was bothering you, so I had to find a way to
It's my
minimize
fault.
it.
I agree. It's my fault. It's my fault.
Nick,
I'll
say
take
that
the
out
blame
loud
on
for so Tamara can hear it from home. It's your fault.
It's my fault. It's my fault. Yes, my wife would agree with that 100% of the time.
Okay, so we got obviously Macklin Celebrini, Chicago. What are you guys feeling after reading what we've been reading on Twitter and all the news and from the scouts right now?
Well, it's very interesting because there's some people that are putting all their eggs in the Leshunov basket.
Yeah.
And there's some people putting all of their eggs in the Demidov basket. There's no other person.
No, it's either one or the other. From what I've been reading all day, Leshunov has the upper hand right now as the number 2 pick, which bodes well for the Habs. We're hoping.
We're not a Habs-centric podcast.
Oh no,
We don't care about
I'm a Habs fan.
You're just,
not-
you're
we're
just
not a
wearing a
big fan
Habs
yet.
cap. You're both wearing a Habs cap, but it's not a Habs-centric podcast.
It's not a Habs-centric podcast.
But then that's the thing with Chicago, like we were saying, it's not a team that just has one need, right? They still have a lot of needs. They have needs on wing. They have needs in center. They have needs on defense. Goalies, I think they've settled that
they're okay
need
there.
with Comesso and is it Harbol or Gajan?
The Czech goalie, no?
Gajan, yeah.
a Slovak.
So I feel they've touched on that. So yeah, this pick will be very interesting to see if what they were saying is just all smoke or not.
Well, okay, so on 32 Thoughts, the podcast, Elliot Friedman was saying how the people he spoke to think Demidov is going.
Yes.
And the people he spoke to is the scouts of Sportsnet, like Sal, Constantino, and so on. And then Jeff Marek was saying how the people he spoke to while he's been in Vegas seem convinced that it's Lev Shunov. So who the hell knows?
Right, exactly.
But from like a team standpoint, I did some research and I went back to 2014 up until 2021, but I don't even think that counts. I wanted to see how many defensemen drafted in the first round are legitimate number 1 defensemen, not first pairing defensemen, legitimate number 1 defensemen. In 2014, there was no defensemen in the first round that were legitimate number 1s. Ekblad was drafted first overall. Injuries played a part, I'm sure, but he never seemed on that point, except for the first couple of years. Then in 2015, it was Hanifin, Provorov, Werenski. Maybe Werenski. Maybe. No clear-cut number 1. In 2016, Juleson, Joel Levy was picked 5th overall.
That's right.
That's a big flop. Sergachev, McAvoy, and Chirkwood. I think McAvoy is, if he's not there, he's going to be there. I think McAvoy is a number 1D. Do you guys agree?
McAvoy, I think, is the number 1 defenseman. In
And
this league,
Sergachev,
yes.
once he's given that role, we'll see how it pans out, but he's close, right? But that's only 2 in a round. Despite. Then 2017 was the exception, right? There was Heiskanen, Makar, and Heiskanen was picked, and Makar were both picked, if I'm not mistaken, before Pedersen. An elite center like Elias Pedersen, they went with Makar or Heiskanen before. This is how teams build this is how they build their team.
Well, it's also need, right? Colorado had McKinnon. They're not going to go after Pedersen.
Big question
But
for
look how hard it is to come by.
Yes.
If I keep going, the next year was Dahlin, Hughes, and Bouchard.
That's right.
None of them are number 1 defensemen, to me.
Ooh,
Well,
Hughes and Bouchard are number 1.
Bouchard might not kill a penalty or be on the ice to defend the lead. I'm talking number 1 legitimate defenseman, like a Victor Hedman is the guy that comes to my mind.
You're wrong.
If Bouchard can develop into that, maybe, but he's not the number 1 defenseman.
You put up 90 points, you are number 1 defenseman.
Only Makar has that. I could only give that to Makar.
Quinn Hughes did it
and
this year.
maybe Quinn Hughes, but Makar has done it consistently. Quinn Hughes is getting there.
Yeah, but Quinn Hughes is also the first year he does it. Bouchard is the first breakout here.
He's not there yet. I can't label him a number 1 if he's not a number 1 now.
I don't know.
The next year was, I can't even read my right. Oh, Bowen Byram at number 4. Not a number 1 defenseman.
You don't think Dahlin is a number 1 defenseman?
Yeah, even Dahlin.
I don't think.
He had an off season last year, but there's no
he
way.
plays every
but when you
single
guys
situation,
when
right?
you guys say he had an off season, it's always just offensive. You don't think of Dahlin as a number 1 defenseman.
I do. I would take him on
I do.
Montreal in a freaking heartbeat.
But you guys,
do.
it doesn't. Me too. I would take him.
No,
it doesn't
okay,
mean
let's
he's a
not-
number 1
let's not
defenseman.
talk about Montreal.
your standards of number 1 defenseman, I think, are way too high.
No, because that's what it is. And that's the misconception here, is that we think an offensive defenseman is a number 1 defenseman. That's BS.
Paul Coffey.
Okay, what
was
about
he a
Seider?
No, wait. But
Yeah,
Paul
if you can
Coffey-
change a game on your own, then yes, you're number 1
But
defenseman.
when you-
Makar could do that. Quinn Hughes has shown that possibly
92
could
points.
do that.
Of course, Quinn Hughes can do it.
I'm just going to move away here.
But he did it 1 year, maybe 2. He's not done it consistently enough to know for sure. Oh, I could say, Makar has McKinnon and Rantanen and Jesus on his team.
Well, no, Jesus is
Well,
on
okay,
the owner's team.
Bouchard has Jesus on his team. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
it's
Like,
the way the cookie crumbles.
I'm just saying, it's
Coffee had
this-
Gretzky,
th-
Curry. Who else you
despite,
want to...
despite that, I'm naming 2 players out of 32 that are number 1 defensemen in the first round.
Junior, I'm going to make it very loud. I disagree with you here. Thank you.
I'm just saying it's very hard to come about a number 1 defenseman,
Oh.
and the only
That
way
part
to
I agree.
the only way to get them is in the top 5. Chicago has to go Lefschunov here.
Let's see. I mean,
But how are you tagging Lashunov as a number 1 defenseman? He hasn't played a game in the NHL.
You have to bank on it. He's the most a sure thing to be an NHL defenseman.
NHL defenseman, not number 1 NHL defenseman.
He's supposed to be a number 1 defenseman.
Second overall, you want a number 1 NHL defenseman.
He's supposed to be a number 1 defenseman.
He's supposed to. Quinn Hughes put 90 points, but you're not putting him as a number 1 defenseman.
hey guys, can I
He
come join you on
didn't do
that
it
side?
consistently enough.
Can I come join you on that side?
Connor Bedard making the pick.
Oh, Bedard. Well, I mean, look, if it's Demidov, at least he wants to meet the guy.
Yeah, at least. I like the suit. Yeah, no socks. Nice.
Yeah, yeah. So, guys, that was a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, whatever. Junior's stupid.
That's not how we do things on this podcast, right?
And I wouldn't even take Lefschunov. I would have taken Buyam because I like him better. But
Guys, the draft just started.
so
The
our mock
just-
draft is wrong. And
Our mock
in
draft
the garbage.
is already ruined. Pick number 2 is in the garbage, and there goes the. You know what? Just throw away the papers. Just throw them away. They're done. Leshunov goes to. Who was it that got it right? So Pronman got it right.
Yeah.
Pronman had said all along that it's going to be Leshunov. So who else from the big guns, the big insiders, got it
Oof,
right?
now you're asking for a lot.
No, I thought you knew. Okay, I'm sorry.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, me?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
instead
what
of being on Twitter.
So Nick, since
No,
you
try
had the
to-
second overall pick in our mock draft, they went with Leshunov. What do you think?
Okay,
You
so
changed your pick because all along you were telling us you thought it was Lefschunov
Yeah,
until
If
mock
I'm
draft.
building a team, I'm taking. I already have my franchise center. I'm taking my potential number 1 defenseman.
Okay.
Because he's right-handed. He could play on his left side, Korchinski, and all of a sudden you have your first pairing for the next 10 years. This is a great pick. I'm not saying it because Demidov wouldn't have been a great pick, but this is the way I would like to build a team.
Listen, if Demidov,
Real NHL, by the way, not
but that's,
fantasy.
so
here.
real NHL. If Demidov is not in this draft and is in next year's draft, does he go first overall?
Oh, is it Hagens?
I'm not enough of a scout to tell you whether Hagens is better than.
But
than
I do think it's
I
less.
think that's-
It's less deep on defense, so there's a good chance he is top 2.
From according to hockey prospecting, both of them have 99% chance of being
course.
stars. So
Listen, they couldn't go wrong with
Exactly,
They
I was
couldn't
gonna
go
say
wrong
that.
with this pick. It was they had needs in defense and they have needs up front. I personally would have gone with the need up front where you can have a McDavid Draisaitl type thing, like we were talking in the past podcast. But you can't go wrong here. And I'm gonna mention this, Nick. I know it's not a Habs, blah 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 blah, but this is good news for the Habs.
okay, so I wanted to. Yes, it is. You're right. You're right. But if they decide to go that way, right? At the end of the day, we kind of had a little bit of a preview of how we wanted to go forward with these picks and how we're going to be announcing things. He's a big boy, by
Garbage.
the way. Eh? He's a big boy.
Yeah.
So, what's the fantasy value of Levshinov year 1?
If he plays year 1, he's gonna get PP1.
I mean, if you
Or
take him
Korchinski.
if you take him at number 2, then you have to give him that.
If they pick him second overall,
Korchinski is your number 1 power play guy. He doesn't mean he's a number 1 defenseman. He's a number 1 power play guy.
wow,
Usually. He's offensive.
But if you pick this guy second overall, it's
because he's a two-way guy. He could cover for Korchinski. He could do both ways.
So he's gonna get the minutes.
He'll get minutes.
They'll make them battle it out. If Levshunov wins that battle in the training camp, then it's his.
And Seth Jones is still in the mix, right? With Chicago.
Correct.
So they
For
might
now.
for now, and we have to remember Chicago is not going to be a very good team next year.
No.
They'll have Taylor Hall back from injury, if I'm not mistaken, who missed the whole season. So it'll change.
They have
the aspect.
Mikheyev.
But this could take, guys. This pick could take as long. Look, how long did it take Evan Bouchard before he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
So defensemen are
Take longer.
Yeah, defensemen is a different breed from forwards. So
I think that if he gets 30 points
it's
it'd be a good
successful-
year.
Yep,
It'd be a
30
good
points,
year.
82 games.
as a
Do
rookie.
you guys
as a rookie.
fear? I guess you're on different pages, so maybe you can explain. Do you fear Korshinsky's value drops now because of this pick?
Personally, I don't. I still think Korchinski is going to be your number 1 power play guy. And maybe Lezhunov is going to start practicing on power play too. Even 5 years down the line, I still think Korchinski is going to be the number one power play guy.
I think this is a good move for Korchinski. It's not going to make him develop too quickly, or
Not too much pressure?
Not too much pressure. They're not going to throw him to the wolves too fast.
Well, it's to your point of the Batman and Robin up front, where you're saying Bedard and Demidov. Maybe they're doing that with Krasinski and
They build from the back.
from the
Listen,
back.
we've all heard that saying, right? You build from the back forward. So we'll see. I don't. Like I said, they could have gone either way, and it was a good pick for Chicago.
So look how nicely he fits into the prospect depth chart, okay? So obviously you have Connor Bedard, who's already in the NHL. You have Korchinski, that's already in the NHL. Frank Nazar is a forward, speedy forward,
first round,
right? Lucas Reichel, former first rounder.
former first rounder
Oliver Moore,
for first round.
Sam Rinzel, Drew Camesso, Soderblom, Alex Vlasic. Like it starts kind of dropping off, right? Leshunov comes in here, and he's automatically top three. in this.
But they also have Alex Vlasic, right? Who this year came out not as an offensive defenseman, but as
Right.
as let's say a number 4 defenseman. So
As a number 4, I think that fits his role.
so they're building properly from the back. I'm just afraid that they don't have anything up front, And we talked.
Well,
about,
I mean, we just mentioned Nazar, Reichel, Oliver
but
Moore.
we'll see what they do this year, right? To their rookies. I feel you don't want to kill your Bedard years when he's on a young contract Like look at McDavid.
I know, but on a rebuilding
Yeah,
team,
but they
you have that
stripped it
choice.
down to the bone.
Yeah.
Like they
No, I
chose
know.
to do that.
Oh.
Oh, Anaheim's on the clock. Okay, so quickly, defenseman or forward here?
Ziv Buyam is what everybody's saying, and
I
that's
think
what
it's-
Vegas' odds are. So.
I think it's defenseman. If it's not Buyam, it's Silyev, but I think they're going to go with Buyam.
Wow, they did that quickly. I didn't even mention. By the way, Celebrini, how many points first year?
I'd go with 50 or under.
Agreed.
I think
Under 50.
I think 45 is exactly what he gets. So book it.
So here, like I said, the Ducks can go either way. I think they're going to go defenseman, and it's either Buyam has skyrocketed off after the combine.
Well,
He's skyrocketed up. So
It's his crush.
yeah.
Right?
Man, guys, you add Buyam to Zellweger. Who did they take?
No,
one
they're the captain is coming. to make the pick.
Mintyukov, Zellweger.
So okay, let's preview. So Leo Carlson was their first pick last year. That's a center, right?
Oh, there he is.
No, that's not Ziv Buyam, guys.
Who is that?
Beckett Seneke.
Beckett Seneke.
Beckett Seneke.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
First
there was
surprise.
there was a couple of people that actually mentioned that Beckett Seneke was going to be the pick here, and I think that's absolute crazy sauce. By
Guys,
the way.
this just the sirens are going now. Everybody's calling 4 and 5.
Absolutely.
You got Buyam, Demidov still available.
Oh man, Montreal.
Montreal, it fell in your lap, man. It fell, and
no
Lindstrom.
matter who we draft, we're going to cheer.
Buyam, Lindstrom, and
Yeah.
Demidov are
Those are the next
available
three picks.
in the next
Yeah.
3 picks.
Guys,
Okay,
so
so go, Nick.
let's
Go.
call a spade a spade here.
Beckett Seneke off the board. Wild. We had him at 11. No,
We did have him. I had him at 11.
11.
I had him at 11 on my fantasy
No,
rankings.
what do we have him on our mock draft?
Well, let's go back and check.
I think he slid in the teens, guys.
It's right here. It's right here. Beckett Seneke went 11th in our mock draft. So
Nope, he went 14 to San Jose.
14th. Sorry, I can't count. 14th.
Okay, so what?
Sorry, guys, this rattles me. I'm rattled.
So how about we look into it? How about we look into this pick?
We had a whole plan, Junior. We had a plan to make this
Oh
podcast
my God,
great.
I'm shocked.
So Nick,
This is the first shock of absolute first shock.
yeah. So what do we think of this pick?
I think it's a reach. I love the kid. He has the potential, if you develop him properly, to become an absolute stud. So don't get me wrong, I could eat crow for this, but I think at number 3, it's a little bit rich for my liking. There was other players that kind of fit the floor being higher than this kid, but look, his mom is crying. Like, this is a great moment, guys. I love this. I love this thing.
But did you see? He was shocked when his name was
Yeah.
announced.
Yeah.
So that's how shocked
But
he was.
By the way,
with it.
Verbeek
our
is
mock-
very, very private. Verbeek is one of those GMs that doesn't let anything slip. And look, Seneke, we said it. Skill out of the wazoo, right?
6'2", 6'3".
Offensively skilled. The only thing we questioned, and maybe we kind of all agreed on that, is how much of that skill can translate to the NHL, because he was making junior kids look silly. But is he going to make NHLers look silly?
Okay, but so let's talk about fit here.
But he's got that size and that to become a power forward too if he could develop that, like you said.
Leo Carlson is your franchise player, your franchise center, I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? McTavish is your number 2 center.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have those 2 guys off the bat. You just got Cutter Gauthier to play on the left side of one of those 2 guys.
Zegras?
You have Zegras potentially. We don't know what's going on with Zegras, but yeah, if he stays in Anaheim, he's going to potentially be
Right
there.
now he's there, so you gotta.
You
Right.
have he's older, but Vatrano, who had a very good season last year.
Yeah, probably not going to be there when they become relevant. But,
No, but for next
but
year.
for
let's
next
say,
year, yeah.
You know,
I'm just looking here.
Troy
Pass-
Terry, guys.
Troy Terry.
Troy Terry, that's right. That's on the right side. So this kid could come in on the right side and instantly play with one of those 2 centers and have a great winger on the other side.
As I really like what they're building. I really like what Anaheim is doing.
So this means they're really comfortable with the defensemen they have. They're really comfortable
They
with
traded-
Zellweger and Michikov and
They traded
And
Drysdale.
Luneau.
Lacombe.
Lacombe and Luneau.
Yeah.
Minchukov, Zellweger, you mentioned
so
already.
I feel this solidifies
The
that.
Stalin Nets.
Yeah, this solidifies that they're comfortable in defense and now are trying to strengthen their top 6. Like you said with
Yeah.
Zegras, it's a
So it comes down to, guys, it comes down to
Wow, I can't believe they just showed the replay of the family reaction. They
You
were
see Seneke?
shocked, man. They were
you see
shocked.
Seneke, he's like, oh my God, what just happened?
Absolutely. This is amazing. This is amazing.
It's guys, these are the moments that the draft is made for. Number 4 right now
As
is
Umbi, if you see Umbi cheering next door, it's because he showed me a tweet before of the projected top 5 by someone, not like and he's like, this is what it's going to be. And so far, he's nailed the first 3 picks.
one thing is I never want to know. I hate knowing beforehand.
That's why I didn't say anything. He showed me, but it wasn't an official
No, of course
projection.
not,
It was
of
just
course. But this is great. This is absolutely great for Seneke. I think it's a good move, but again, a lot of people can't trade down, right? In the top 5, it's very rare that somebody trades away their
It
picks.
was Frank Saravalli, by the way.
So can we agree with this that it's a high risk with a potential of being disastrous pick right now at number 3?
Possibly.
For what they skipped on Bouillon and Demidov and
Lindstrom.
Lidstrom. Yeah. Yeah.
Look,
I can understand Lidstrom there for injury purposes, but
we've
Sanders?
spoken about
yeah, it's Sanders.
we've spoken about oftentimes about whether you're drafting for need or you're drafting for best player available, right? The best player available strategy actually comes down to, it doesn't matter what position he's in, I'm going to draft him even if I have 10 guys in that position. So for me, Anaheim right now drafted for need. I think though that this player could become a top 6 player. And if he turns into a Solani,
Oh no, Nick. Does this remind you a bit of the Slavkovsky move? Not to talk about Montreal, but
Well, he was still scheduled to go 1 or 2,
okay, so,
right?
okay.
yeah,
But-
this is a bit more shocking. And the pick is in for Columbus, ladies and gentlemen.
That didn't take long.
Guys,
That didn't, I
what
think
does
they're,
Columbus need quickly?
it's got to be Lindstrom.
It's got to be Lindstrom.
I agree with you. They need a center. The center position, unfortunately, right now has Fantilli as your franchise center and has Boone Jenner as your number 2.
And Fantilli's what 6'2",
That's a great question.
6'1"?
I
Let's
don't
see.
know.
Sorry, I can't check on.
1 second, I'm on it. Fantilli is 6'2",
6'2".
195 pounds.
A
so
1'2", 6'2", 6'3" centerman. That's
I think Lindstrom is absolutely the pick
this
here,
has to be Lindstrom. Come on.
unless they're planning on getting rid of Werenski or
Rick
something.
Nash to make the pick. We'd like to congratulate the Florida Panthers on this first Stanley Cup. No,
Actually, I don't think anybody's done that, but we have it on mute, so we wouldn't hear it anyways. Proud to select from Medicine.
there we go.
yeah,
Yeah.
Caden Lindstrom.
oh, we got this one right.
Yeah, we're 2 for 4.
2 for 4.
Yes.
50%, guys, 50%. Good. Yeah, that's
So do we have Demidov at 5?
Yes,
We do
Demidov
have
is there.
Demidov at 5, and he is the Vegas favorite to go
Okay,
to
let's
the
talk.
Habs.
Let's stop first. Let's just talk about Lindstrom first, okay? Before we get our panties. all
Imagine
twirled
they
up.
take Bouillon over
Okay,
Demidov.
dude,
There'll be
punch-
riots over here.
Punch him in the face. Okay, so Lindstrom, we spoke about him already. What does he do for Columbus?
Well, he solidifies their number 2 center. You basically just got yourself a great 1-2 punch down the middle, and he has time to grow with Boone Jenner still being there and kind of helping out on that center position, right? So personally, I don't think that I'm not sure if he's going to play this year, but he has the talent to be a 40-point guy in his first year.
He needs to fill up. He's too small to play, especially with all the injuries. I wouldn't put him in the NHL right away.
Well, he reminds me of Quentin Byfield. Took him a while to
Yeah,
get
but
stocked
they
up.
give him time in the,
Yeah, of course,
the
but
juniors and then in the
but
AHL.
That's the problem. Does Columbus have time with the signing of Gaudreau with these players? Do they have time?
Well, what else seems to be retooling? I think he's going to get rid of the guys he doesn't want, the contracts he doesn't want. He's made it clear that he's switching things up. But
Yeah.
like you said, if Gaudreau's going to stay, how long is he going to want to stay without winning?
Man, this is a great player to select for them. I think he's a perfect fit, and he's best player available.
Can I do a let me talk to you now?
Sure.
Let's go.
Okay, God.
Jesus.
Vince is talking to God. Oh, dear.
We haven't
Just because you think... sorry, go ahead.
we haven't spoken in a while. But oh God, please don't make this next pick be a defenseman. If you want to see hell in Montreal, do not. Oh God, don't make them overthink this, and just don't make them take a defenseman, or all hell is gonna break loose at Montreal.
So, if his best player available...
Wait, but just to touch on Columbus, I think this officially means Ken Johnson's a winger, right?
I think so. I don't think he's cutting
if
it as a
he's part
center
of
in the
the team.
NHL.
Yeah.
He's not cutting it as a center right now, which is fine. He goes on the wing. He doesn't have.
But
as
when
many,
he was drafted, most scouts said he's better off as a winger in the NHL than a center. But
so
all
we
right.
didn't really go over this too much. But on defense, Columbus already had David Juracek. They already have Denton Matichuk. They already have Fantilli, which we did mention.
Wawrinski on defense.
Gavin Brindley, Tarasov, Dumais. So they have some positions where even if Lindstrom doesn't end up being a center, which I think he will be a center, because there's a possibility that he's a left wing as well.
Yeah.
I think that they have the pieces here, and they drafted him to be a center, right? So I like Columbus. I like where they're heading, and I think they actually have a general manager now that
As
is going to do some great
Fantilli,
stuff.
Lindstrom, Ken Johnson, Gaudreau, Kirill Marchenko,
Laney, or whatever they get back for Laney.
David Juracek.
No, I was just
Matichuk,
saying, like
Werenski.
offensively, like they're building something nice, even on the back end. Like they're starting to build something nice. They're not as polished as Anaheim. I think Anaheim is more polished than Columbus, but they're building something really good in Columbus.
Do you guys want to preview Montreal a little bit?
I said my prayer.
It's Beckett Seneke.
You guys know who I think they should be getting. They should be getting Demidov.
Look, I'm on cloud 9 here because whether it's Demidov or Bouillon, I'm ecstatic.
What
But
if it's Ginla?
I really hope it's Demidov. I think
What if it's a Ginla?
I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked.
Yeah,
to
you know
me,
what?
that's a reach. Given that
Yes.
Demidov is there, it's a reach. I love Teja Gilna.
He could end up being the best player from this draft. You never know. But as the information that we have right now, I agree with you that it would be a reach. Right? So
You add Demidov to the top 6 with Kirby Doc,
I think we should open the window a bit.
Knicks.
It's getting heated in here.
It's getting heated because it's the Habs.
Oh, Dave Amber's got a
Dave Amber's
Fanatics
got a-
Habs jersey.
Yeah. He doesn't even know how to hold it straight.
Yeah.
Is he drunk?
Stop it, Junior. Oh, come on, man.
Well,
I can't. You guys talk. I
they're
can't.
taking too much time. I think they're waiting for like someone to blow them out of the water with a trade, but they can't.
I might walk out, guys. If it's William, I might just walk out.
Listen, it's
I'm just telling you.
no. We said from the beginning of this podcast, we literally said from the beginning of this podcast that if at any point in time a player gets picked that you don't like, you're not going to make that player feel bad live on YouTube.
No.
No, it's not the
That's
player's
why
fault. He'll be upset with management.
I'm gonna get up and just gonna walk away.
All right. Well, look, Kent Hughes is currently looking at his phone. I think he's getting some text messages right now saying,
Okay, so-
hey, is number 5 available? We kind of want Demidov really badly.
So what? Big Montreal fans, what do we think Montreal needs right now?
I think they need a right winger.
They need an offensively.
We can all agree on this.
An offensive star. But look, absolutely. But it all depends on them. At the end of the day, if they went to the interviews and they didn't like what they heard, if they think that they have more control over a player like Boehm and think that they have a trade available for like Matheson and Boehm's the replacement, like in our mock draft, we kind of alluded to that. They're really focusing on Demidov right now, and it's really distracting. And he's up. Here we
They're
go.
making a pick.
But that's the thing. The thing is, people have to understand. We don't know what happens in the background.
We don't know what happens in the interviews.
No, but also players. We don't know players. Like you work in your workplace. There's some drama going on. We don't know about it. So it's the same thing as a hockey team. Hockey players. There's drama going around. So they know exactly what goes around. So hopefully they're making this pick.
Guys, this has to be Demidov. Come on, it's got to be Demidov.
Okay, so let's see. Kent Hughes is on the mic. He is congratulating Florida Panthers for winning the Stanley Cup.
Okay.
Actually, the closed captioning was
Because he's speaking French.
he's speaking French, so the closed captioning just lost themselves here.
Is he speaking Russian also?
Can you imagine he makes the pick in Russian? No, we don't know. Here to make our 2024 first selection, I'm pleased to invite to our stage our number one fan,
Make it be a
the
number
one and only Celine
Celine
Dion.
Dion.
Well, she's in Vegas, right? So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. So, and don't cheer. Don't cheer. I don't
He
wanna
already
know
did
what
his
happened.
happy dance, guys.
I know he did his happy dance, so I wonder what it is. But okay, perfect. You're not watching anything. Celine Dion is a little bit far from the stage, ladies and gentlemen, so it's taking her some time to get
Okay,
there
so
in heels.
realistically, if Demidov is the pick, where does he fall? Where does he fall in Montreal's?
I think he
depth
replaces.
chart.
I think he surpasses Cole Caulfield.
and Slavkovsky.
Slafkovsky's on the left, though.
Yeah, no, but I know, but I'm just saying, prospect wise, he's your best prospect.
guy-
He's absolutely your best prospect.
If you put Doc and Demidov on the line, you keep Slavkovsky with Suzuki and Caulfield.
Come on, Celine, you can do it.
Wow.
Sing it to us. Sing it. Demidov. Come on, use that high
All right, let's
pitch.
see what this is. So, good evening, everybody. I am Celine Dion.
Jesus,
I would like to yell and scream and
Okay.
make this pick. And I'm excited to. Oh my God, on that TV, they already know what it is. I don't know what it is. I'm not even a hockey,
Hockey mom.
We're reading the prompter, guys.
Come on.
Okay, no, she's speaking French. Okay, so that's why we don't have it all
the
here.
fifth pick overall.
Hang with us. This is an important selection here for the franchise.
In the 2024 NHL Draft, the Montreal Canadiens are
Take your time for the love of God.
proud to.
Alrighty.
I don't have to start a fire anywhere.
Finally, some
Guys,
talent.
Ivan Demidov.
Guys, mark this,
Wow.
write this down. He'll be the first Russian in 5 years not to come to North America.
Get out.
Punch him in the face, Nick. Punch him in the face.
Guys.
Oh my
guys,
God, this is amazing.
Let's call a spade here. I was hoping for the worst. I was expecting the worst. I was expecting the worst. This is absolutely the pick that Montreal needed to make.
Yeah.
This is the star player that they were looking for. 99% in star probability. He fits. I think he supplants the top line players right away.
Yeah, for sure.
He's better than anybody we currently have. And I'll put Slavkovsky as second on our depth chart to him as prospects go.
Yeah.
Demidov is absolutely a superstar here and couldn't be happier with this pick.
Look, this takes nothing away from Slavkovsky because they're two very different players, right?
But this is when you know the rebuild is moving forward. They're not stuck on one position, right? They were drafting D-man. Now they finally went out on a limb. Last year they didn't want to go out on the limb with Mitchkov, and they went with Reinbacher. So now it's it's a good move.
It seems like they had a plan.
Yes,
And Mishkov was available. They didn't move away from their plan. Their plan was let's solidify our D. Next year we'll worry about the offense.
And by the way, he was polite and acknowledged Celine Dion, unlike Taylor Swift.
So
That's for all you Swifties out there.
guys, when it comes to Demidov, I mean, we know game-breaking skill right off the bat, right? So this is the kind of guy that you put on a team and you want to score points and you want to make sure. But if you compare him to Mitchkov, which I did read some stuff on the Athletic
Yeah.
comparison to Mitchkov, they say that Mitchkov is maybe a little bit higher in the offensive category, but Demidov is better all around.
Yes.
So this is the kind of player that the Habs brass really likes. They like a player that could do a little bit of everything and play lots of minutes. you're talking about a guy that will eventually have a $10 million contract in the NHL.
Do you remember my favorite trait of his? His wrist mechanics.
It's a family podcast.
Demidov is the type of player that produces at elite speed. So at top speed, he creates offense, kind of a la McDavid, not McDavid, but the same style. And it's his wrist mechanics that allow him to do all of that, and along with his speed. So not a lot of people can create offense and within speed. So
I heard one comparison of who he could turn up to be, and it made a lot of sense because he's not only a goal scorer.
Hey, but that's what I was gonna say. Michkov is known as a goal scorer, whereas he's known more of a playmaker, but could also put the puck behind the net.
So
And he works hard.
Panarin. I heard Panarin is the
Wow.
type of player you're getting here.
Okay, so
I would love that.
so not to make this, like Nick says, a generic podcast. Utah is next on the clock.
Utah is next on the clock. Do we really want to switch to Utah here? Okay, hold on.
But okay, so Utah basically it's the Arizona Coyotes. What are we looking at over here? When we did our mock draft, I picked a defenseman for them, which I believe was Sam Dickinson. But now that Bouillon is available, I picked Bouillon over Sam Dickinson if they're going defenseman.
I think they need to go defenseman here. So let me just knock off some Logan Cooley is their top prospect, right?
Yes. Well, yeah.
He has played less than 100 games in the NHL. Logan Cooley is their top prospect. Dylan Guenther, he showed this year, to my surprise, that he could bury it, right? Dmitry Simashev was last year's first round pick.
No, not first.
First
not
round.
first overall. First round. Yes,
First round
sorry.
pick.
So their first round pick was Simashev.
He was a
he
surprise.
was a top 10 pick.
That's right. So then you have Connor Geeky, Daniel Butt. They have a goaltender in Herbal. Lamoureuse there. So they have some players.
Then we can go with the players. They have Clayton Keller, who's still young, not a prospect, but still young.
Yeah.
But in the deep, like their number one defenseman was Jersey and JJ Moser this year.
Right, because Simashev wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
He's still.
But even Sibashev is more known as a defensive defenseman than putting up points. So
So if you could pair him with a Bouillon here.
yeah, like right now you have to. I technically, like speaking intelligently, you got to go with D-man here.
Prior to getting to Vegas, the talk was that Utah wanted to make a splash. So a lot of talk was, they might trade the pick. But considering what fell to them because of the Seneke pick, I wonder if they make the pick this time. Oh, you see,
Utah, the pick is in. So Bill Armstrong is leaving.
Yeah, it's got to be Bouillon, unless they really go like after TJ Gilda because it's a name and they want. But
I don't think they're going forward here. I think it's either Sam Dickinson or Bouillon.
Sam Dickinson would be interesting. I still think Bouillon is maybe the better
100%
prospect.
Yeah.
But Sam Dickinson absolutely is a leader. He's playing for London. What a great. Who did we have mocked, by the way?
Sam Dickinson to Utah
We had Sam Dickinson. Okay, perfect.
because we had Bouillon
Because you
going to
picked
Montreal.
Bouillon to Montreal because Bouillon was my pick, but you had him.
Guys, we got the second best player in the draft
Ah,
at number
man.
5.
Okay,
Anyways,
good.
sorry.
Yes.
So we're 2 for 5 on our mock draft.
2 for 5. Well, this one.
Probably 2 for 6.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's very possible. I think Bouillon goes here.
Yeah, I think so. I think this, especially the way other teams were speaking about Bouillon, it's the way to go. If they're going defenseman, I mean,
That's the owner, eh? That's the new owner.
yeah.
And most of their defensemen are not even signed. So there's a good chance whoever they pick is going to play in the NHL next year.
Did you see that Arizona, the whole logo and every history is all owned by the NHL now? This is a brand new franchise.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing that they bought was the players, the contracts.
And from what I understood is the old Arizona Coyotes owner had until
Morello.
2026 or 2027 to solidify a new arena, or else he would lose because right now he has
It's over.
It's
Oh,
over.
it's over now. It's
He
over.
lost it.
Oh,
He
lost it.
He lost the bid and he backed out. He
And
gave
they
everything
drafted-
back.
Oh, Tisha Gilna. I told you.
I told you. Tell me.
I just told you. I wouldn't be surprised if they go Tisha Gilna because they wanted to make a splash. They'll get a name. And that's what they did.
Wow.
What is going on?
Well, look, hey, it's Tijigila.
And you know what? Maybe that's why Calgary was calling Montreal because maybe they knew.
Maybe they knew. Maybe they wanted to go on top of.
Wow, guys, people have to call for Zeev Buyam now. He's falling to the Senators.
Stop tapping the.
Come on! He can't go to the Senators. I'm going to cry.
Hey, Dad is there.
man.
Dad is very happy that he's not going to a Canadian team, so he can make more money.
I can't believe Buyam is going to the
Gilna.
Senators. Oh, my goodness.
But this is TJ Gilna. This is surprising. Okay, so
God, I love the draft.
Yeah,
the
so-
draft is so fun.
so let's go
But
here.
this
so
has
much
been
fun.
one of the most unpredictable drafts we've had in a
100%.
while.
So TJ Gilna goes here. What are we thinking about this? A good
top
pick.
6 right away.
Yeah,
Well, not right away. I mean this year, but I mean he's a top.
he's a top 6
player
forward. Yeah.
on this team.
Is he a guy like Gunter where he can put the puck in the net? Because when like Logan Cooley, it's nice to be top prospect, but we know he's not a goal scorer. He's more of a
Well, he's
playmaker.
average height, but he wins battles.
Yeah,
and
he's,
my understanding is that around the net he buries them. So I love Tijiginla.
Absolutely love this pick. I
love
I love this pick.
I would have, as a building block, maybe I would have preferred Buyam for Utah, but I'm not going to say no to this.
So you know how we were saying teams build from the back? Like Chicago is building from the back. It seems like Utah is like, oh, we'll just go forward.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but like new ownership, I think their idea is let's put on a show,
Yeah.
let's make some noise. And Tija Gilna being Jerome's son, it all makes sense. I mean, we would be scared to mock that, right?
Yeah.
But the possibility was always there.
Well, don't forget, Simashev was their first pick last year. So if Simashev, they went D last year, they went forward this year. It's not bad to have a balance.
They had
They
two
went-
picks,
they went
Simashev
2D
and Daniel
Lamoureux.
Butt.
No?
No, Daniel
Butt.
Butt,
Daniel
the
Butt.
12th overall.
12th
Yeah.
overall. Yeah.
And then they picked a goalie in the second round.
Wow. Okay. So Teja Gilna. So Utah is there. Listen,
Ottawa.
I like this pick. Ottawa is up next. What are our feelings about Ottawa?
If they're trading Chikrin, they have to take Buyam.
Do you think they're gonna go with the next Zdeno Chara?
Silyev. Oh,
That'd be pretty cool, actually. I like
Oh.
that thought. I like that
Maybe
thought.
it's like the last pick. We all agreed they were going D-man, and they did. No,
well, look,
obviously
I
Utah didn't go
mocked
D-man.
them to go off the board and take Constellenius.
Yes.
I don't now with all the players available. I don't see that happening.
I mean, if you look at their top prospects in Ottawa, you're going to see names like Ridley Gregg, who's more of a winger. You're going to see Matt Sogard, right? Goalie. They have a very young team.
I think with Ottawa, it's not looking at the prospects, but looking at their depth chart because they're in the phase. They should be in the phase of not rebuilding and starting to compete. So you're looking at the Brady Kachucks, the Stutzels, these guys-
Batherson,
Mike
Sanderson.
Batterson, Jake Sanderson in the back. Shabbat also is age-wise is not that far off.
So from everything you guys are telling me, though, maybe it is a forward.
But which forwards left?
Constellenius.
Yeah,
Constantinius, maybe. That's who we mocked, right?
but they do need a centerman, right?
I still think it's Buyam.
But they do need a centerman because Josh Norris is
Yeah, but they
in
have
and out.
Pinto.
Yeah, but Pinto more.
He
of a-
showed that he could be a number 2 center, I think.
Still has to be signed though.
Yeah.
Oh, one cool story about Iginla, by the way, is that I was listening to, I think it was Pierre Maguire, and he was asked, don't you think that it's a lot of pressure if he ended up going to a Canadian market? Well, now he's not, so it's obviously a moot point. But at the end of the day, though, it's a benefit to have had a father that already played in the NHL to kind of show you the ropes, teach you what kind of pressure it is, teach you what media is like. And now all of a sudden he goes to Utah where he has no pressure, right? It's a brand new
Exactly,
franchise.
Brand new franchise. They're listen.
So he could concentrate just on him and building his career. That's great. Anyways,
I like that. Listen,
sorry, I took away from Ottawa there. I do apologize, Ottawa fans.
I'm a little shocked they didn't go defense, but I like the pick. I like the pick for Teja Gilna, and like Ottawa now. I mean, I don't know what to think anymore after these picks. I
So
would think,
Stützle is the number 1 center.
yeah.
Okay, Norris has had a lot of injury history.
Past 2 years, he.
Okay, Pinto.
I don't think he's a number 2. I think he could be a number 2 winger or a number 3
Really, a winger, not even a center.
or a number 3
A
center.
number 3 center. Okay. So you're thinking center is the way to go here.
No, I with the defensemen left. I mean, you guys, we're talking about Buyam, Dickinson, Parek. There's still big defensemen. Like
Yeah.
we're saying, the defensemen are scarce, and we're saying this is supposed to be a draft of defensemen, There's one defenseman that's been drafted in the top 6.
And guys, on the right side, they don't have much. It's Jake Sanderson, left D.
Yeah.
But Bouillon has played right D this year.
Yeah, but he's a lefty. It's
But-
tough. Not every team likes that, right?
Oh, even
Especially
here,
in the
even
NHL.
here, we have a new owner. First owner.
that's
of the
right.
draft, Montrealer.
Yes, that's right.
Like they either go right D or they go center.
And by the way, do you guys remember that they made a trade literally on Game 7? Like
Yes.
an hour before Game 7, they announced it. So I'm surprised they're laughing at each other right now. And not at each other's throats because Bettman hates that. You know what?
Bettman
I
also
like
didn't
Perek.
tell them about the investigations on their players before he bought the team.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shot there. I like Perek here. I think he's
Okay, guess. Perek?
I'll go Perek just because
William.
Jake Sanderson could be on the left.
I'm
Correct
going,
on the right.
I'm going Bouillon.
Bouillon is a really good pick here. Oh,
Oh.
Calgary Hitman of the WHL.
Carter
Yaremchuk.
Yakimchuk. Wow, Nick's crush. Nick's excited. Wow.
Going on.
Wow.
Guys,
wow.
where's my
wow.
Ottawa hat? Where's my
Wow.
Ottawa hat?
I'm
I
just
love
glad,
this kid.
guys. Bouillon's not
He's
a
right.
senator. That's
He's-
the best.
He's-
That's the best.
He's a right-handed defenseman, by the way. He is a right-handed defenseman, and he is skillful. I still think Bouillon is a better, and Perek has higher upside. But this guy could hit. This guy plays very well. He has a great shot. Defensively, he's not there yet, so that's why a lot of people had mocked him lower, right? Maybe in the
And he's
11,
really
12.
good activating off the rush.
So what's all this, like, not to go back to Bouillon, but what's all this smoke? How much smoke was there about Bouillon possibly going third, and now we're at the 8th pick?
Well, people fall in love, right? These GMs, they fall in love with certain players, and they pick based on what they think 5 years from now or 10 years from now, who's going to be the better player. And who knows? Sam Dickinson, still available. Bouillon, still
Perek.
available.
Silyev.
Perek, still available. Silyev, still available.
So right now, okay, so Ottawa,
There's a lot of great defensemen still
Yeah,
available.
but there's a big opportunity to trade up for teams here.
100%, especially teams that are looking for. Oh man, I'm shocked that some of these defensemen are still there.
Okay,
It'll be okay. It's going to be all right.
Okay, so
Okay, can we just go back to because we're giving point predictions? Lindstrom at his peak.
at his peak, or if he plays, in the
No, he
first
won't play. He think we all agreed he
Okay.
wouldn't play. Like at his peak, what's his like? Okay, let's say his floor. What's his floor?
a point, his floor.
His floor.
70-point forward.
Like
Yeah,
what
that's
you
what
for
I
sure
think.
he's gonna get in the NHL when he's established.
I think 70 points is minimum.
Yeah, I think 7. And I think he could easily be a point per game player and have a few seasons that's higher than that.
Demidov.
Demidov
you
could
could-
go 80 points as a minimum in his prime.
I'm telling you, I think Demidov could be a 100-point player if he's surrounded by the same players.
Okay, all right. Tisha Gilna.
So Tijagila and Lindstrom, I had kind of similar. The only reason Lindstrom is higher in my books, he plays center, whereas Tijagila is more of a winger. Although this year I think he is going to play center.
I feel Tijagilna will be
70-point
a
player.
constant 40-goal scorer and have some seasons of 50 goals.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
I think that's high praise. I think he's going to be a 70-point player at his peak. 70, 75.
So next pick is Seattle. What do we know about Seattle? We know some of their young players had an off year last year. Bernier's had an off year. Offensively, I think they need help. Defensively, I think they need help. Goaltending, I think they need help.
So who's their offensive defenseman?
Vince Dunn.
Vince Dunn.
And Riker Evans, not Ryder. I don't know.
Ryder Evans.
I don't know what we said last
Riker
week.
Evans. So Riker Evans is their prospect that's supposed to be an offensive defenseman, and they have Vince Dunn.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay, now let's go up front.
So then-
who do they have up front?
This fell perfectly for them.
Well, they have the choice of whatever defenseman they want right now.
That's what I'm saying.
if they're going D-man.
Up front, they've got Jared McCann. They have Shane Wright. They got
Shane Wright.
Matty Berniers.
Shane Wright. Actually,
Shane Wright will overpass Matty Beniers.
And guys, don't play down Jared McCann.
Very possible.
Solid player.
Very possible. You guys haven't seen it, but Shane Wright is gonna be a
He-
number 1 or 2 center in the NHL, guaranteed.
He killed it in the AHL
He
playoffs this year.
Well, he started killing it later on. Yeah.
So wingers, who do they have as wingers? They have-
Jagger Furkis.
okay, yes, he's their young prospect. Eberle,
They even have Carson Rekhoff.
Edward
He was in the
Saleh.
prospect list. I'm saying
Okay.
he played with Team Canada in the World Juniors.
Yeah. Defensemen, though, they have Ty Nelson and like Riker Evans. That's it.
They need a bit of. I wonder if there's like a team behind them or two that wants to go up 2 spots, and that assures them they still get a D, but they get more assets in return.
They have to go D here. Like,
I think they have to go
I
D.
think there's too many talented defensemen left for them to go. Well, like, who's the other forward right now that's left that hasn't gone?
Berkeley Catton.
Bertley Catton,
Wow.
Cole
Yeah, but they
Eiserman.
have a lot of young, small guys already.
Oh man, we haven't even spoken about Eiserman yet. Like, how if all these defensemen are
And then it's Michael Nygaard. So we're talking about how deep this draft is, and on defense, and they're all slipping.
Well, that's because there's
There was-
a lot of defensemen. So I don't know.
no, but they were
I don't know.
saying there was at least there was,
I was going to say something smart, and then I said,
They said-
Well,
I don't know.
Yakimchuk went ahead of most people thought.
they
right?
said there could have been 6 defensemen going to the top 10 in this draft.
They did, yeah. Yeah.
Right now we have
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
the junior.
Give us all the
Today
news.
there is no bad news because Demidov is a Montreal Canadian.
Okay, I'll start with the bad news. Our mock draft sucks. But the good news is that
we prefaced the mock draft when we did it saying this is going to be wrong.
but the good news is that most mock drafts, even from the experts, suck. This is completely off the board. So
Very true. Very true. Seattle at 8.
Okay.
So I think this is Bouillon. Who's taking bets here?
I think Bouillon.
Bouillon?
I'm just gonna say
I'm going-
Bouillon till he gets picked.
I'll go Bouillon.
Wow. So we're just going to keep saying Bouillon. All right.
You know what? Give me Perek. They'll go for the flashy player.
All right. All right. I like that. I still can't believe Seneki went 3rd.
And then,
Oh, Matt! Look at these guys all
Matty
bringing their
Beniers.
young,
Matty Beniers.
bringing all their young
how
players
crazy
to
would it be
Las
if
Vegas.
how crazy would it be if Bouillon fell to Calgary? Exactly what they need.
Actually, that would
Well,
be
no,
crazy.
but
Either way, Sam
Calgary,
Dickinson,
that's Sam Dickinson. If any of those defensemen fall to Calgary, it's just
they're set.
yeah.
Or guaranteed he falls to New Jersey. Okay, another one. Another
Oh,
one.
New Jersey, I don't think New Jersey goes another D here. I
Oh,
mean,
they-
at some point they have to pay these guys, right? You imagine having like all
Berkeley
this-
Catton. Whoa!
Oh, you said too small.
I said too small, but wow.
Wow, Berkeley Catton.
moly! What is going on?
Guys, this to me, he was the after Celebrini and Demidov, the only player who I thought in this draft could be a point per game player.
Well, I
scouts
had
He's
put him-
that good.
I had put him at number 5, right? As a fantasy wise, I had put him number 5 overall.
the scouts all
Oh my
lied
god,
to
me
us.
too.
Oh yeah, that's
High
right.
five.
Yeah.
The scouts lied to us about these defensemen. What's going on?
I think
they didn't lie
people.
to
I
you.
think these teams are starting to think more like I just want offense, man. I just want offense. It's I'm shocked.
I think it's more. They're more thinking
Wow,
a
man.
defenseman is a big project. No matter how talented, it's a project.
Yeah, but I mean, a small forward too could be a project.
Yeah.
He's got crazy talent. That's
Who's
for
got
sure.
talent?
Are we in Calgary now?
Yeah. No. Yes, we're Calgary's next.
Number 9? Number 9 is Calgary.
That's got to be Ziv Bouillon.
Who has the?
I've been saying that 5
I
weeks
know,
in a row.
but like
Who's? Oh wait, who has the draft list? I just want to see something.
Our mock draft.
It's Calgary then New Jersey.
And then,
Calgary, New Jersey, Buffalo. No, San Jose.
so San Jose is gonna get Silyev, Dickinson, Perek, or Bouillon.
No, they're gonna get
Or
Eiserman.
Cole Eiserman.
My God.
Because Eiserman and Celebrini
Yeah.
are both going to be you.
Okay,
Or
so-
No, they both played together prior
together.
to college.
Okay, so
So-
so Catton. What do we think about Catton with?
I love
Seattle?
this guy. I love
This guy does everything.
So
This guy does absolutely everything.
Sorry, Nick. Just
Yeah.
can we agree that he's not going to be a centerman with Seattle,
I don't think that he will be a sentiment in the NHL.
like you were stating before? So go on.
And I mean, they have Jared McCann, they have Matty Beniers, they have Shane Wright.
I don't
Where
think
does
he
he
needs to go
fit
center.
there? I don't think he needs to play center. So
doesn't need
take
to.
that pressure off him and let him play wing.
But that's why I think they drafted him. They saw the talent, and they saw that down the middle they have already they're well established down the middle, and they said let's take the most talented forward that's left, and give it even easier and put him on the wing. So
I really like this player. I really like this pick. Honestly, I feel like they're picking fantasy style, right? Our fantasy rankings are closer than the mock draft.
Our fantasy rankings are actually closer to the real NHL
Yeah.
draft
Well, ish.
than our mock.
I mean, my mock had Perek and Buyam at 3 and 4, but neither of them have been
Wait,
picked.
I think my fantasy draft is on fire over here. Wait, let's see. Besides Damanov going first.
Oh, look, we got Celebrini right.
We got Celebrini right.
No, you see, I had Kolaiserman at 4.
We got Celebrini right.
Helenius is still there.
Yeah, but so wait, that's a great point. So for me, I think Calgary needs a defenseman. I think they need a left D no matter what. Uyghur is going to be there for a few more years. Obviously, he just signed,
Yeah.
right? Rasmus Anderson, a few more years on his contract. I think one more year at this great contract that he has right now, or 2. So, but none of those guys are really top end defensemen. Would you agree with that?
100%.
Would you agree with that?
They don't have a number 1 defenseman.
Okay.
They don't have.
So if they don't have a number 1 defenseman, this is the place that you would technically get it to start your rebuild. Because I'm sorry, they're rebuilding.
We've seen crazier things.
Well, we just saw Seneki go third.
That's what I'm saying, you know? So we've been saying Bouillon for 6 picks in a row. the guy keeps dropping. I don't understand. But I'm surprised I don't know if it's because teams are shocked that players are falling, that there's no trades. But how are not teams that need a D calling to trade up for these 3 that are lined up?
Well,
4, Parek, Bouillon, Dickinson, Siliev.
it all depends on what the asking price is, right? Do you want to, like look at the guys that they have on their team: Blake Coleman,
And there's rumor that they're actually trying to shop Nazem Kadri.
That was shot down by
Thanks, Joe.
a few reporters.
Sorry, Nick.
It's okay.
Listen, I'll repeat myself for the 4th time. I think this has to be a D-man. but honestly, I have no freaking idea what's going on.
All right, so Buim or Parek?
No, I go Bouillon.
I think, yeah.
They seem to be stripping it down, so I'm going with the more complete defenseman. It's got to be Bouillon. If there's a surprise, it's Dickinson. That's like as far as I'll go.
What about Siliev? Not ahead of Buim in your books?
I see Siliev going to New Jersey.
Yeah, he that's the type of defenseman they don't have. I would assume he goes there, but I don't know anymore. I feel like stopping this stupid thing.
You want to stop the
We
live
sound
draft?
silly here.
This is the fun part about the draft, right? I told you guys at the beginning. This draft has a different feeling from the other drafts where there was only there was rumors just to get people interested in the draft. Like here,
Yeah.
it's like it's not one shock. There's one shock after
Multiple,
another
yeah.
after like.
This is what's fun about the draft.
The experts are wrong too. You know what I mean? Nobody knows, and more GMs are keeping things to themselves. They're not.
Exactly.
They're just letting out what they want them to know.
Exactly.
You know. So
to see how active people will be.
all right. So this has to be.
Number 9.
Oh my Parek
that's what
over
Parek.
Bouillon.
Hey, I said it. Parek.
Zane
Yeah.
Parek.
So they went offensive defenseman.
Offensive defenseman. He kind of fits the mold of Uyghur.
Guys, man.
So he goes. We can all say he'll beat the number 1 defenseman in Calgary right now.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be running power play 1. Maybe not next year, but
not next
No,
year,
not
but-
next year, but he'll basically be running power play 1.
he's their project for number 1 defenseman.
yeah.
He's capable of putting up the points. It's just developing his all around game that'll make the difference. I'm astonished here, guys. My crush is
I'm
dropping.
gonna use a big word. I'm flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted. Okay.
Can you use that in a sentence?
Oh boy.
You just did. I was trying to get you to spell it.
Yeah, good luck with that. So Nick, Calgary, correct. Where does that put them?
So I had my Calgary list here. Just give me a second while I try to
All
find
right.
that again.
So is Calgary in a retool? Is Calgary in a rebuild? Is Calgary in a no man's world? Where are they? I mean, they got Huberdeau, they have Kadri, they have Coleman, they got rid of Manjapane. In nets now they're going with their young player Wolf. Like where are they? What's
they're a bottom 5 team.
Yeah, they're bottom.
Yeah?
They're bottom 5.
And I think that they made a lot of trades right now to guarantee themselves being a bottom 5 team.
The only thing that I thought
Because
that
if you guys knew that Montreal holds their pick, but it's top 10 protected.
Yeah.
So if Calgary falls to bottom 10 in the league, then we don't get their pick.
We get
we
the
get
Florida pick.
Florida's pick.
So I was thinking, you know what, they're tearing it down. They're a bottom 5 team. And then I listened to podcast, the 32 Thoughts of podcast, and they're saying how the interest from Calgary in Jake DeBrusk is real.
But
But how does that help your rebuild?
how do you rebuild with Huberto at $10 million?
Yeah, but they won't be able to get rid of him. They have no choice.
Your best prospect is Dustin Wolf.
They have Coronado, who's okay.
Coronado,
had a
Zary.
very good season this year.
Sure. Pelletier. Samuel Hanzek, who they drafted last year.
The Bruce Switz that they got in the trade.
Schwitz. Yeah. Jeremy Poirier.
That's why I feel they're in limbo. They're like we can say with a straight face, San Jose, Montreal, Chicago are all in the rebuild.
Can we say Zane Parekh tops this chart?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like just pure offensively
Yeah,
skilled.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Completely tops this chart.
He's the most dynamic prospect they have. The only prospect that could turn the game on a dime.
So to me, he's a game breaker. He's going to be more important to them than Dustin Wolf, although Dustin Wolf is a more important maybe position sometimes. But no, this is the premier position, right-handed D in the NHL. Offensive right-handed D on top of it. This is a great pick for
Are
Calgary.
we gonna have a trade in this one?
Oh,
New Jersey.
trades are so rare in the top 10.
I know, but New Jersey is
What's New Jersey?
what does New Jersey need?
Well, they need a defensive defenseman.
I have
They need to put somebody with
I
Luke
have
Hughes.
I have a proposition.
So that's Silyev.
What if they trade?
In my books,
what
I
if
would-
they trade
yeah.
this pick to Carolina
For next,
for Nekash? They complete their top 6,
it's a high price.
and Carolina gets the replacement for Pesci or
It's
Brady
Ziv
Shea
Buium.
with Ziv Buium. Not that he'll play
This
next
Buium
year.
Crush.
No, but I'm
is
just
real.
saying. I'm just trying to think like them, right?
I don't know.
New Jersey gets Buium or Dickinson or Silyev to play where? Like who's how many of them are ahead of Luke Hughes?
No, if New Jersey goes
Hamilton is still there.
if New Jersey
Nemec.
goes defenseman, they gotta go Silyev
Silyev would really complete their defensive core.
because they have too many offensive defensemen right now.
Well, I'll tell you what. If they go Silyev, we get another one right on our mock draft.
Yeah,
That's true.
thanks to Vince.
That's thanks to Junior.
Thanks to Nick for picking Buium fifth. New Jersey also has a Holtz that hasn't done very well lately. Does Holtz remind you, or some people at least are comparing Holtz to Cole Eiserman?
It's
Is
hard-
there a possibility
Has
that
he
New
been-
Jersey goes Cole Eiserman here?
Has he been given a legit opportunity?
I think he has.
on
I
the
think
top-
he's played top 6.
he
How
hasn't-
much more opportunity do you want?
He hasn't played top 6.
Sure, yes.
No, he's played with Mercer on the third line. I followed him, Nick. I have him in one of my.
The pick is in, ladies and
I have him
gentlemen.
in one of my pools.
New Jersey is not trading with us.
Mercer's not a bad player to play with, by the way.
No, I know.
He had an off year though,
but
but
the third line, you're not getting. He's not getting. He doesn't get first power play because you have Brad Hughes. Who else plays on that line?
well, they had Palat in the top 6.
Timo Meyer.
Timo Meyer,
Meyer.
Nico Hischier.
Yeah, that's.
Jesper Bratt.
I think it's defenseman here. Now, which defenseman?
The best player available is defenseman, but they have no they're young players already on the team, but they have no prospect forwards that's worth talking about.
If I'm a GM, I go Silyev.
If I'm a GM, I'd go Silyev here too.
He's your defensive defenseman to protect either Luke Hughes on a pairing.
Yeah.
It's
Hey, they're proud to select Silyev.
Yeah, we got one right, guys.
Mock
Good
draft,
job.
baby, mock draft. Yeah, good job.
This was the smartest pick. They have
This
too
is
many.
the smartest pick,
They have too many
absolutely.
forwards to pick a forward.
Yeah.
They have too many offensive defensemen to pick a offensive defenseman.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense.
You had to go with a project, which at the end of the day, he'll be ready.
Could be
for.
the best player, maybe.
This could be the steal of the draft.
This,
Could be this
yeah,
guy.
at number 10, Silyev.
As based off the selections that were made, you think Buffalo regrets that trade down with San Jose right now? San Jose is on the clock.
Well, no.
No, because what's Buffalo going to take?
They have Byram, Daleen, and Powers. You're not going to go
You're
take
not gonna go
Buium
Buium.
or Sam Dickinson.
It doesn't make sense.
San Jose is not going. I promise you, San Jose right now is
Where are
going
you gonna fit
defenseman.
them? On their bottom pairing.
San Jose just picked.
But that's what
Celebrini
San Jose
and
now
Bouillon.
has to take a
They're
defenseman,
going
considering
Bouillon.
who's available.
They have to go Bouillon.
If you're going San Jose,
Yeah.
San Jose absolutely has to go defenseman.
But supposedly, the talk was this pick was
sorry.
for Cole Eiserman.
Yeah,
So
because
you're right. I'm sorry.
Same
I
thing.
should have said it. If this was me picking, I would absolutely go defenseman because I don't know if you looked at their defensive depth chart. Nothing to
And Cagnoni and Mukmadulin. That's it.
Junior, this pick was
Mario
Eiserman.
Ferraro.
This pick was Eiserman when people said
He's a good player,
six
but-
defensemen are going in the top 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, Eiserman does not deserve to go on this pick right now.
Guys, can you imagine being in the room right now in San Jose and saying, "Wow, we just made this trade to try to get Cole Eiserman to play with
And we got
Celebrini.
Bouillon instead?
And we have Bouillon available. We have right?
They might leave the draft with the best forward and best defenseman.
They might. They might. I mean, that would help the rebuild right off the bat.
This pushes the rebuild up at least 2 years. If they can pick up a Bouillon right now and they picked up a Celebrini,
Jeez, that's a good point.
that's
a good point.
That's marvelous for a San Jose fan.
Did
Yeah.
Sam
Unless
Reinhart
there's
sign, by the
something.
way?
No, they're saying Sam Reinhart. They have a
9.5?
They have a verbal agreement, but it's not.
But it
nothing
hasn't
has been
been-
signed yet.
Okay.
But okay, so we're at commercial now. So what are your thoughts so far? The top 10. What are you guys' thoughts?
Shock.
Shock.
That's
absolute
the perfect word.
Shock. Guys, you want to take a 1 minute break? I mean, we could if you want. We throw our logo out there and
To like a
stretch our legs a bit and come back, or
All right.
sure. Yeah, you guys done?
Yeah.
We'll be right back after this short message.
We're gonna go
I've always wanted to say that.
We're gonna go celebrate Davidoff.
Oh boy, I don't know why I'm here.
It has to be
All right, we are back, and the pick is in.
Yes, it is, Nick. You gotta put the camera back.
I'm
right?
trying.
Sam Dickinson to the San Jose Sharks at 14. Okay, so
like it.
finally a defenseman goes.
Defenseman. I like
So
it.
we were kind of saying it off the air now that imagine this: they have the best forward in the draft, and they have one of the top, maybe top 3 defensemen in the draft as well. So next thing you know, your rebuild is projected ahead a few years. This is great for the rebuild.
For sure. This. I don't think they thought one of these defensemen was going to fall to them.
I don't think they thought that either. I don't think they thought that. I'm surprised it's not Bouillon.
Yeah.
that would keep talking about, but
I had Dickinson on my fantasy ranking at 14.
Does Bouillon make it to 21?
no.
Oh, I think Philadelphia could use a defenseman here.
Philadelphia
Philly
could
now?
absolutely use a Bouillon right now.
Look, so Dickinson's got strong defensive awareness, a heavy shot. He's very explosive off the rush, a good
Sorry,
skater,
guys. I didn't eat that meeting pizza.
higher compete level. Like, he's the all-around defenseman. Everyone just wishes he had like a touch more flair, to create more offense. But he's the complete package. He's a complete defenseman.
The beauty with this pick with San Jose is they have time. They don't have to hurry Dickinson into the league. They can make him develop again. If not in the OHL, at least in the AHL.
Well, he's gonna play. He's gonna play for London next year. They've already said it.
Yeah.
Right. So if he's playing for London next year, you expect big minutes. Expect him to be a little bit more offensive.
Yeah.
In London next year,
You'll be the older player.
I think this is gonna be an absolutely steal for San Jose. Them moving up was a great move.
I think the big losers in this draft right now is Philly because they were looking for a forward, and there's not many forwards left that they can take at 12.
Maybe
Do you really think they were looking for a forward?
I think so, yeah, 100%.
Well, I know that they were thinking about a center, right?
Yeah, so you
So you have Helenius,
you have Captain.
Oh my God, Constantinius still hasn't gone.
Consta Helenius.
You have on our mock draft.
Or
And
you have Bouillon.
Nygaard.
Yeah.
So to me, they're not missing anything. They're lucky that Bouillon is available right now. They're lucky that Helenius is available right now, because Helenius could end up being a 1A to a 1B, maybe a top line center. Remember how one scout had mentioned, according to Pronman that I was reading, this guy could be a Kopitar. I don't know if it was Pronman, by the way. Sorry, but I remember reading it. This guy could be Kopitar.
Listen, I think they need to go center, right? Because they have Couturier, who is on the rocks, we can say, and then they have no one else.
Well, they don't have great D either. Cam York is young.
Sanheim, who had a
Sanheim is not going to be there when they're ready to compete, I find. Although they played pretty decently this year.
Drysdale?
They have Drysdale. That's true. They did trade for Drysdale. That's not a bad. If he stays healthy,
If they take a defenseman here, assuming assuming it's Bouillon, he automatically goes top of the prospect chart
assuming it's Bouillon.
under Mishkov.
Yeah.
Because after that, it's Oliver Bonk, right hand defenseman.
that was last year.
Yeah, Oliver Bonk, actually very good player. So very good player, Bonk. They have. Sorry, you said the other defenseman, Cam York, Drysdale. So
They have Sanheim still.
if this was me, I would go Helenius. If I was Philadelphia right now, I'd go Helenius.
If I think down the middle, they need help. Like Frost, Frost.
I want to see Tortorella lose his hair. I want Eiserman to go to Philly. It won't be the pick, but I'd love for that to happen.
That's interesting. It's interesting.
On our mock draft, we had Yakimchuk going to Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's long gone. That's long gone.
Then they're gonna have Gritty come say the pick.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
He's
so.
going to get jumped.
After losing Cutter Gauthier, I wonder if the pick here has to be a center.
Trevor Connolly.
He's a flyer.
He's
You know what I mean?
he has the talent, guys. Honestly, like all jokes aside, he definitely has the talent to go here at pick number 12. So if they're comfortable with his off-field and on-ice attitude concerns that some people have said are way behind him now, then Philadelphia goes ahead and maybe grabs him. I still think you can't pass up on the talent that is either a Buyam or Helenius. Because I'm sorry, they just don't have centers.
They don't have
They
a
don't.
centerman.
Like I'm looking at their depth
Bobby
chart.
Brink, I think, but
Michkov, right?
he's not a center.
He's a winger.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
So like their top guys, Forrester,
Tyson Forster is
Michkov,
a
Bobby
winger.
Brink.
Well, guys, I think there's a trade. I think there's a
guys are-
trade, guys. I think there's a trade.
He's yet to make his way.
Something's brewing
Oh,
over there. Something's
yeah.
brewing.
Oh no, that looks like a trade. It looks like the first trade. Wow.
I told you guys they have nobody they like, so
I don't know. I know that they.
Montreal.
Guys, can I look it up or
No.
no.
Get off Twitter.
Junior.
Okay,
Seriously.
sorry.
You're gonna ruin it for everybody.
The whole point is this: is
Is the shock, the
The
actual
shock.
shock, the live reaction. At least that's what we promised
Oh,
the
yeah, he's
viewers.
on the
Okay, so
Sold.
who would
Yeah,
want
it's
to
a
move up
trade.
here? Who's in dire need of a defenseman? You think Eisenman's moving up? Not that he needs a
okay. So
defenseman.
let's use under them. Minnesota is under them.
Yeah.
Detroit, St. Louis.
but,
St.
guys,
Louis.
Minnesota needs D. If
St.
Minnesota
no,
goes up a spot,
Minnesota has Faber.
that's it.
And
Washington.
That's
St.
all they
Louis-
have.
St. Louis,
St. Louis too.
What about Washington?
Montreal.
It's going to cost us a lot to go up there.
Excuse me. What if Chicago moves up and gets Buyam, and then they have Levshunov, Buyam, Bedard?
That boosted.
Now we're talking highly of Buyam, but now he's slipped. Like, is there something we don't know? Like, what's
No, I don't think there's something we don't know. I just think that he's left-handed defenseman.
which is which side of defenseman is less common?
Right.
Right,
Right is
right.
the
So
most
you see-
valuable.
So it
Oh,
could-
that's St. Louis. That's Armstrong. I think it's St. Louis and Philadelphia.
yeah. I mean, St. Louis needs a defenseman, guys.
They need a defenseman badly, and if it's St. Louis, it's
Well, we
guaranteed
mocked
Buyam.
them a defenseman, but it was Stolberg because he was
Because
the only
it was
one
too
there.
late.
Yeah, he was the only.
Like to me, if it ends up going St. Louis, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks up, right?
oh, that's gonna cost.
4 or 5 picks. I need to.
What did Montreal pay to move up 4 spots?
Second
it was
round and
later.
the seventh, but it was
It was
26
later.
to
It's
21st.
26 to 21. It's not the same thing. St. Louis, I think, is the play here. So we're gonna see. They called a timeout in order to complete the trade.
Imagine it's Buchnevich.
So
well, he was in the talking blocks, right?
He's got
Oh,
one
man.
year left at 5 point something,
this is interesting.
or maybe a Kyrou.
No, not
Can you imagine?
Impossible. No. Kyrou, Robert Thomas. I don't think those guys are.
They're
touchable.
rebuilding around those guys, right?
Yeah.
You can't move them. And St. Louis is kind of in an interesting spot, right? Because they're a little bit like the last pick that we spoke about.
What's that prospect they have? St. Louis.
Snuggerud.
Snuggerud.
You think he might be in the?
Why? Why would they trade Snuggerud?
I think it's picks for picks. It must be.
So
It's got to be picks here.
I'm so glad we get to play this.
The St. Louis Blues were 14th on Scott Wheeler's prospect ranking.
Yeah.
They've got Snuggerud and Dalibor Dvorsky. So I think they're going D here. Their top,
No, for sure.
their top 4 prospects in his pool are all wingers or centers.
Junior, if they moved up, it's because they're going for Bouillon right now.
They have Joel Hofer at goalie. Bolduc.
Oh, Stenberg. Otto Stenberg.
Yeah. Perunovic.
Because right now,
Perunovic is kind of. What do you guys think about Perunovic? It's been a while now that he hasn't done anything, right? So I don't know.
He's an
a
NHL
bit smaller.
defenseman, but from fantasy perspective, I'm not expecting much.
Official trade.
We have a trade to announce.
Hey, you got the right soundbite.
Hey, producer Vince comes up on top. Here it is. So,
read the teleprompter.
trade alert.
We've got a trade to announce.
Philadelphia trades pick number 12 in the 2024 NHL entry draft to Minnesota.
Minnesota.
In exchange for Minnesota's own first round pick, number 13. So that's only 2 spots. 1 spot. They moved up 1 spot.
Yeah, that's what
And
I was telling you.
For a third. They added a third
In 2025.
in 2025. So they went up from 12 to 13 in order to add a third.
Which means
Interesting.
Philadelphia's not going defense.
No,
Or
Yeah, because Bouillon is the lone defenseman. What?
yeah,
Yeah, no, they're going defense. They don't have
Minnesota
much.
has to go defense.
oh, they have Brock Faber.
Oh, unless they go Cole Eiserman. We have them projected to take Cole Eiserman because
In our mock?
Yakimchuk went. Yeah, because Yakimchuk had gone right before.
So who do we pick in our mock for Minnesota?
Cole Eiserman.
Cole Eiserman. Okay. Let's see if we're right.
Hey,
here.
that's a possibility, guys.
It's a possibility. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
one spot later. Does that matter?
They went one spot down. I'm very surprised that they did that for a third.
Yeah,
Guys,
20,
but what are the
also.
probabilities of a third round
a
pick?
third round pick making the NHL is 21% that a third round pick makes the NHL, and only a 2% star probability according to Hockey Prospecting. So
I would have done that.
oh, there's a lot of discussion, by the way, on the Minnesota table, eh? There's a lot of discussion.
Oh wow.
Like they don't even know who they're picking.
Let's just go up one spot.
Let's just go up one spot. No,
We're going streaking.
I jest, Minnesota fans. I jest.
Well, you would think they had a pick in mind if they made this trade.
So who do they have? They have Brock Faber. They have Marco Rossi, who's another young guy that played in the NHL recently and who's supposedly had potentially on the block. Anyways, we'll see about that. They have Jesper Wallstedt, absolutely amazing goaltending prospect.
Yeah.
Danila Yurov and Riley Height as their top 5. So that's already a pretty good board of prospects there. The one thing I don't see, other than Faber, I don't see defensemen. So,
And who? They have Spurgeon.
They have Carson Lambos.
well, Spurgeon is going to be retired by
No,
the
no,
time.
but I'm saying on the roster right now.
on their
they have
actual
Spurgeon.
depth chart,
Yeah.
yeah, Spurgeon.
Lambos as a prospect, but they have Jonas Brodin, Jake Middleton, Zach Bogosian, John Merrill, Brock Faber. Basically, they got scrap over scrap. So they need defense.
So we
if
can-
this is not Bouillon, I'll be absolutely shocked. I'll stop talking till the Canadians pick.
Oh, please don't make it be William.
I think it's going to probably be Bouillon, but we've said that about the last 7 picks now, so it doesn't really matter what I think. That's for sure. That is for sure. So Bill Guerin is
With a huge smile on his face.
yeah, he's interesting. Bill Guerin, don't you think? His style, he's a bit of a funny guy, funny goof.
There it is. Yay!
Zeev Bouillon. We
got one
from
well, guys.
Denver.
Oh, we got one like
We got
tonight,
one,
right?
yeah,
but our draft still sucks.
Our mock draft is kind of ruined.
Oh, you know what? After 15, all the guys are still there, so we could catch up.
That's
Like, all the,
I love the positivity.
optimistic, man.
I love the
Optimistic.
15 to 32, we can get there.
Yeah,
We're completely off the board, but we could get there.
I can't believe we got Silyev right for New Jersey at 10.
So,
I'm very proud of that.
So Bouillon right here. So
We'll have to go back and check who gets credit for that.
He's an upgrade. He's their best.
Yeah.
He's our best prospect. Well,
I mean, Brock Faber.
he's right there. He's tied for number 1 with Brock Faber on the team. Right? Brock Faber came out of nowhere this year. Did amazing.
Yeah.
He did amazing.
Yeah, like that they're hoping he can continue that next year, right? It's not just a one-hit wonder.
And you know, there's a little bit of a silver lining for these prospects that drop. And the silver lining is, hey, guess what? You didn't end up going top 5 like you were hoping you were going to go, but you ended up going number 12 to a team that's already competing. Right? You're getting drafted by a team that if you enter their lineup soon, you're going to be looking at possible playoff spots, possible fighting for a playoff spot, right? Like Minnesota, their cap hell situation is going to be gone.
Yeah.
By the time Zeev Bouillon comes into the
With the Parisian suitor.
I think this is a beautiful fit. I think this is an amazing fit for Zeev Bouillon.
and they only paid a third to move up one spot.
I expect big things from Bouillon in Minnesota.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Look, if it's just him and Brock Faber, like the offense is potent. We've talked about it, right? Marco Rossi, Kirill Kaprizov, Eriksson Ek, Boldy, Yurov coming along. They've got some solid. They got a solid team, and they're missing a couple of pieces on the back end, and this is a big one.
Remember how we said all depends on what situation players fall in?
Yeah.
This is a very good situation.
This is a
for
very
Bouillon.
good situation for Bouillon.
Absolutely.
If he's actually available in our like fantasy drafts at this stage, that's steal and a half.
Okay, so
Don't forget, Brock Faber shoots right. Okay, so all of a sudden now you have Bouillon who shoots left, Brock Faber that shoots right. Your number one pairing for the next 10 years. Your number one pairing for the next 10 years. That's great for Minnesota. That's absolutely spectacular. Who's next on the board here? Philadelphia, right?
Philadelphia.
Because they just swapped the picks.
this has to be Cole Eisman then.
Has to be a forward.
I mean, unless they go like
it could be-
Nygaard. Oh no, Constellinius.
Hellenius. It could be Hellenius still.
Oh yes, it could still be Hellenius. I agree. Because if I was Philadelphia and I was comparing between Buyam and Hellenius, maybe you had them equal in your value. So if you had them equal in your value, why not take the extra third and still take a guy that you had equal anyways, right? Hellenius would be that guy.
Well, the next best 3 forwards on most lists are Hellenius, Eiserman, and Nygaard.
Yeah.
I mean, some had Nygaard a little lower, whatever. But
So this
out
is,
of those 3, I see Hellenius or Eiserman being one of the 2 picks.
we're talking about pick 13 now.
Yeah.
So this is going to be pick 13.
On our mock, we had Cole Eiserman going to Minnesota at 13.
Right. So I don't think it's Cole Eiserman, and for the reasons that you said that I don't think it's Cole Eiserman. They already have Michkov who plays pure offense.
Yeah.
Eiserman would play pure offense as well. I think they're both right wings. I don't know if you kind of want that necessarily.
They have to go center. They have to. They have
It has to be Hellenius here.
I think it has to be a centerman. I think they moved on because they were either hoping for moving up to get Lindstrom or that Catton was going to break it down to them.
You thought Canton was it?
Well, if all these defensemen were supposed to go where they were.
The
or
only
they
reason
were
I
meant to
wouldn't
go-
say Catton because Philadelphia has a lot of these smaller forwards. Like if you take a look at Frost he's below average on height. Bobby Brink is below average on height. Konechny, okay, fine, but there's rumors that he's going to be traded.
But have you seen their GM?
That the GM is short too. Yeah, you're right.
And had a hell of a career. So,
Well-
so I don't think Height has. I think Lindstrom was their go-to person, and then when Columbus refused that trade, I think their backup was Catton, and now I think they might settle for Hellenius.
Do you think that Philadelphia is almost on the same path rebuilding as Montreal?
No, I think they're behind Montreal.
They're behind.
You think they're behind Montreal? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
If they grab a
Who's their
here,
established center right now?
Hellenius right now.
No, well,
They don't have a Nick Suzuki, right? I'm
they
not saying
don't.
Nick Suzuki is a god. I'm just saying he's an
Hellenius could
established.
become a Nick Suzuki.
no,
but
right
you're
now,
saying right now, are they at the same path as the Canadians? I think the Canadians are slightly ahead
Right.
because they're young players. Most of them are already in the NHL, and now you're adding Demidov in a year from now. And Mayu's going to be joining the team. Gooley's going to, they still need some help, guaranteed. But
I think Philly was competing for a playoff spot at one point because of their coaching, not necessarily because of the talent they had.
Well, right, but you still need players to execute, regardless of coaching. I mean, coaching does help, obviously, but the coach could build the system. The players still have to play the system.
Yeah, but
So I don't know. I still think that Philadelphia isn't as far back.
you know what I
As we
find?
think?
You know what I find strange about Philadelphia is I like some of the players they have, but then you listen to reports and Konechny might be traded and Farabee might be traded. So like, if they don't like them, then who do they like? Like, why would you get rid of a Konechny for what?
if that means they're planning to stay with Torts.
That means but that means you're rebuilding, you're stripping it down.
No, that
he's
means
still young.
That means you're getting Torts players that stick with Tortorella. That's what it is.
That's not a good recipe for
Well,
success.
I mean, you don't build your team around your coach because your coach has a 5-year shelf life.
I agree 100%. But this is what is if you're trading all these players, that's what it looks like they're doing.
We have a special guest to make our selection.
Please make it be gritty.
A proud Philly native and Hall of Famer,
No, Buffer.
Michael Buffer. Oh,
Let's get ready to rumble.
all right. So as Buffer is coming up in order to make the selection, and I'm sure he's going to do it in a great voice.
Yeah, where we can't listen to it. But
Well, we can't listen to it, but at least we'll listen to the replays.
I can try. And with the 13th.
And with the 13th pick, oh, okay. Now he's talking about Game 7 Stanley Cup Finals. Like this isn't the display. It was actually a really good final, guys. Let's be honest.
It was.
It was a fun. There was so much drama. It was a great. Edmonton played their heart out. Florida in the end prevailed. Did you see that the Panthers? Oh, next pick is. Do you see the Panthers celebrating? Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Did you see how many fans there were in the streets when they went to the beach? 4.
He just did his Let's Get Ready to
Yeah.
Rumble. All right. So,
With the 13th pick in the NHL draft of the first round, the Philadelphia Flyers select from brotherly love. The Philadelphia Flyers select
Teleprompter mistake.
weighing in at 187 pounds,
Oh, boy.
standing at 5 foot
It's
11.
Hellenius.
Hellenius.
No.
No,
Guelph Storm.
Wow, we messed that up, boys.
Who is this?
Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
The teleprompter kind of.
I think it's Trevor Connolly.
It's Trevor Connolly.
Oh
No, it's Jet Luchanko.
Luchanko. Where the hell do we have him?
Wow. He didn't even make my fantasy ranking.
They could have. I think they could have traded down to 32 and gotten this guy.
Guys, how did they not get Hellenius?
But
Guys, I have Luchanko at 41 on my prospect ranking.
I have him in the first round, but late.
Nick,
Late.
they could have traded to 32. They could have done another 10 trades.
As you want to know my comments for him on my likely two-way center. That's it. That's it.
How?
Wow.
Look, if they think they could develop, I mean, I think that,
But he's a center.
yeah, but I'm not very excited. Look, we could be wrong. At the end of the day, we could be wrong. 5 years from now, this guy
Listen.
could be better than Hellenius. I don't see it right now, though.
I'll see this.
I don't see it right now.
Last
This
year,
is brutal, man. This is
Look, NHL role model, Nick Suzuki.
yeah,
There
his
you go.
role model, not as comparable.
I'm trying to make it better for Philly fans here.
last year,
Oh my God.
you suck.
last year Philly were the winners in the draft by picking Mitchkov, and this year, like,
Guys, the 5-hole fantasy podcast is going to lose their minds. I can't wait to listen to it.
Oh my
Great
God.
podcast, by the way.
But who is this guy?
Can't wait to listen to that podcast. I really want to know what they think about this pick. That's crazy. Shout out to them.
Flyers fans are gonna lose it.
Guys, where does he fit in? Well, he fits in where Hellenius was supposed to fit in.
Like, is he better than Bobby Brink? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah,
Bobby Brink is a right winger though. The next best center prospect was
Wait, hold on,
Massimo
hold on.
Rizzo.
Wait. No, there's no center prospect here. There's no center prospect.
I mean, Couturier is better.
Denver Barkey. But Denver Barkey, I think he's listed as a center, but won't play center in the NHL.
What?
Guys, I don't know what they did with this. They have Couturier as a center. They got Ryan Johansson, who's not going to play a game for them. They still have Scott Lawton. They have Noah Cates, Morgan Frost, Ryan Paley.
I don't even
Guys,
know. I don't
come
even know what
on,
to say, guys.
come
Like,
on.
even if I want to say an input, there's nothing to say. This guy was.
Weren't you better off keeping the pick and just drafting Boyum? Just take best player available at that point. Why are you trading down?
Or just trade down to 32 at that point and get 32 third rounders. I
Look,
don't
guys,
know.
sometimes teams fall in love with players, right? I'm not saying this is that we know better. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to say anything positive about this because I felt that he was a late first rounder.
No, but it's nothing. Right now, we're not being negative on the player.
No.
It's on the organization, the Philly organization, saying, like, is there something every team missed that this guy wasn't? And
Look, again, it could be at the end of the day that this was the player they fell in love with. And if it is, all the power to them. They stuck to their guns. They said, you know what? This is what I want to do. And it is what it is. Every year, there's always a surprise like this, right? Where somebody actually falls.
What's the second one? Because
So-
Seneke went really early.
Yeah, but we still expected Seneke in the top 10, 11.
we did this guy. We expected maybe what 30th.
So there was
And-
rumors that
and
Seneke
to
would have
40?
gone 5th.
Yeah.
Right? So
Okay, so let's move on to a more intriguing pick. The next pick is the Buffalo Sabres.
I thought this was very intriguing.
No, but like, it was shocking.
Intriguing, shocking, sure.
Like who do you?
But what does Buffalo do here? They have they have the best prospect pool according to Scott Wheeler in the league.
So you have your 3 defensemen, in Byram, Dahlin, and Powers.
All already in the National Hockey League.
Up front, you bought out Skinner.
And they have Samuelson, who's very young.
yeah. So you bought out Skinner. So up front, who do you have? You have Cousins.
Sorry, guys. I know we moved on, but I really had to finalize this Luchanko pick. So according to what I'm reading here from Pronman, it feels likely at this point that Luchanko is going to go in the top 20. So he was saying that Luchanko was moving up the boards. he had mocked him at 18 to Chicago. The league supposedly loves his two-way game, his skating, and his compete. He fits the type of profile that you would target if you're looking for a center.
So they went for a high floor. Basically, they went for a high floor. But from a fantasy perspective, which is what we want to give to, is there's not much value here.
Well, what do you mean? He's going to be number 1, number 2 centerman in Philly.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
going to get power play time.
They had nobody
Yeah,
else.
but he's a two-way center.
Doesn't matter. Suzuki's a two-way
Suzuki's
center.
a two-way center. Still has fantasy value.
He's right now.
Kopitar
Yeah.
is a two-way center.
Right now, he's PP1.
They don't
PP2.
talk of him like they talk of those
Bergeron
guys.
was a two-way center.
I know.
But like
You can't say they don't have fantasy
No.
value though. They play
No.
all minutes.
No, they do. They
Right.
do. We just never heard of this guy's offensive side, and
He's
now
not
all of
Austin
a
Matthews.
all of a
that's what you
sudden we're expecting him to have. I don't know.
so
Personally,
Hey, opportunity, right? He might
Yeah.
get the
So
opportunity.
who are we going with Buffalo?
So I apologize. I just had to finish the Luchanko
Yeah, go
stuff.
ahead.
so like
before
you
we
said,
moved on.
Buffalo's defensemen are already in the NHL, so there's no space, there's no room there. They have.
Who are the forwards?
Well, I mean, they've got Tage
man.
Thompson, they've got Dylan Cousins, 1 and 2 center.
Alex Tuck.
Alex Tuck on the wing. They've got Jack Quinn on the wing. They got Peterka on the wing. They've got Zach Benson on the wing. Did you say Alex Tuck?
Yeah.
They just bought out Jeff Skinner.
They just drafted Zach Benson, right? You said that already.
Right, but they have Coolidge in the prospect.
Can
pool.
we
Coolidge is
agree?
playing great.
Can we agree that Eisenman is not coming here? Is not going on this pick?
Well, who knows, man?
No,
Maybe
I think that might be the pick. Or actually, I know I would go Constellaneous here.
they have Devon Levy at goalie. Matt
Go for an
Savoie,
elite third line
Ostlund,
center.
Isaac Rosen, Jack Quinn.
I think I would go Constellaneous here. You solidify your team game, and like he could be your elite third line center once he's fully developed after Thompson and Cousins and Hellenius. That's a crazy
He
1,
would
2,
be an
3.
elite.
Buffalo Sabres pick.
He reminds
Could
me
even
like a
be
Jordan Stahl.
He might even take over for.
Cousins.
Oh, they don't
Cousins.
say the names. Oh,
Constellaneous, guys.
Constellaneous.
There we
he
go.
is.
There we go.
Hey,
All right, guys, we got that. We got one right live.
I see. This is. I like this
Yeah.
pick. I like this pick for Buffalo.
I like this pick for Buffalo also. I think it made sense. They have such a depth that best player available, right? And this is the best player available in my
Yeah.
books. Costa Helenius at 14. The draft starts dropping, in my opinion, after 16. At least that's what I mentioned in our previous.
Yeah, well, the next pick we on our mock draft to Detroit was Nygaard,
Brandon. Yeah. Yeah.
which is very possible. I don't see them. I don't see them drafting a defenseman.
Eisenman.
I don't think so, Vince. I mean, Yzerman drafting Yzerman, that'd be fun.
Actually, that would be fun. All right, now you got to do it. Now you got to do it for the sake of the podcast.
The thing is with Detroit, we have to see who are they signing. Because if you're signing Patrick Kane, then
Because they have the Brinket already, I don't know if Cole Yzerman's a fit there.
because they have down the middle they have Larkin, then they have Marco Casper,
Danielson, they drafted last year.
that they drafted last year.
They
In the
have
back, they have-
Comfer, or
yeah,
who did
yeah,
they
but
sign?
he's a third line center. So in the back they have Sider, they have what's his name,
Edvinsson?
Edvinsson, who's going to be playing this year. Who else do they have in the back?
That's it.
Lattensberger's a UFA, so he's not there anymore.
They have Ben Sherrod, Justin Hall, Oli Mata, Jeff Petrie.
Is there a defenseman right now that they can fish for or no?
Solberg, but he's like a stay-at-home
No.
defenseman. We had him going to St. Louis.
I don't even think I have Buffalo here.
Are you still going through your papers?
I can't believe they didn't throw those papers out the windows yet.
Anyways, no, you don't throw them out. And you know how much time it took to get these papers? All right, so Buffalo took Helenius. Who's next on the clock?
The Red Wings.
The Red Wings.
Oh, man, Helenius would have been the perfect pick for them.
Yeah.
I really think so.
But I think Nygaard is a perfect pick for them as well.
We had him mocked, I think.
We mocked him to
Sorry,
Detroit.
I'm catching up now after I... So Detroit has Sandin Pellica. They have Edvinsson
Oh,
on
that's the name we
defense.
forgot.
Nate Danielson. They have Marco Casper. They have Sebastian Kosa, Bergen. I mean, they have some players here, right? Wallander on defense.
I think they need to go forward. Like they're obviously they're a very young team, so most of their prospects are already in the league on the top team. But in terms of prospects not on the team, they can use some forwards. Other than Casper and Danielson, there's not much there. I think it's a perfect opportunity to go get a Nygaard, who's first of all for a team that's needs to start winning, it won't be long before he makes the NHL. He's one of the most NHL ready players of this draft.
Yeah.
And he's reliable. He's a two-way player. He hits, he grinds, he plays playoff hockey, and he could put up points. He puts up points with a country like Norway, who doesn't have much offensive skill and finds a way to be productive.
Brandstad Nygaard is definitely my pick here, but it would be really cool to see pick Yzerman. Michael Hage is still available.
Oh, yeah.
That
And
could be-
Yzerman often goes
That
off
could
the
be-
board.
and Yzerman often goes off the board. So Michael Hage makes a lot of sense for me as well. So those are the three guys that I would probably look at.
You know who, not a shot in the dark, but who I think would complement their offensive players right now? Liam Greentree, 6'2". I feel like they're
Greentree is
lacking that type of player who's like has an excellent shot, different variety, whether it's a slapper, a sniper, a wrister. He's got it in his arsenal. He's got a high hockey IQ with the puck. He's able to scan, like he's a smart player. So he would fit in perfectly with the likes of Sider, Edvinson. These are all high hockey IQ. Larkin. You add a Casper and a Danielson to that. Like, if they can add a Liam Greentree, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the pick here.
So final decision or guess, whatever.
I'll go with Liam Greentree.
You're gonna go Greentree.
Oh, Greentree.
I'm gonna go with what I mocked, which is Nygaard, Brandstad Nygaard. Although Michael Hage is really what I would do if I were them.
I'm gonna go with Trevor Connolly. Yeah.
I like it.
A little bit of grit, yeah. You know who he reminds me of?
Well, it's not only it's skill too, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
but
we're
like
talking
I'm
high-end
just saying because
skill.
I feel like Detroit is missing a bit of that, and he reminds me of Abdelkader.
Really, I would say higher ceiling.
Higher ceiling, but Abdelkader was putting up points in a different era.
See, I would have said Abdelkader is more than Nygaard.
Or
Yeah, you're right.
do you think?
Yeah, you're right.
Like that forechecking speed.
Do you think?
But
bang against the wall.
Abdelkader always like got penalties a bit like Connolly too. There,
Yeah, okay.
Do you think an Adam Yurchek can go here?
We were kind of looking over. They have Sider, they have Edvinson, they
Sandin
have
Pellikka.
Sandin Pellikka.
Who's after Detroit?
after Detroit, it's St. Louis who need a defenseman.
So that Adam Yurchek might go there.
Adam Yurchek to St. Louis.
We,
I think is that what we picked?
No, so I had put Solberg.
That's right, because you were picking. All right, the pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. Detroit.
Oh my God, it's their Stanley Cup winners: Lindstrom, Draper, Yzerman.
Oh, here comes the wife.
Oh, here comes the wife, Rooks.
The big, by the way, so for those of you that don't know, listener Rooks, who is also wifey Rooks, is a huge Detroit fan.
Huge Stevie Y fan.
Huge Stevie Y fan. Yeah. So hopefully it's another Yzerman gets picked here.
Yep, and she actually went to his the year he was getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. She went to Toronto.
Wow,
Yeah, and-
that's a fan.
She spotted him, and instead of having like a Sharpie on her, she had a yellow highlighter, purple highlighter. Sorry,
Well, we
stand
said she's a
corrected.
fan. I would absolutely.
Oh, Nicholas Lindstrom is the vice president. I did not know that.
I didn't know that. He looks good. They all look good.
Yeah, they do look good. Well, it wasn't that long ago, eh?
Who's this, boys?
Who's this blonde
Nygaard.
guy?
That's
That's
Nygaard.
Nygaard. Yeah.
Nygaard?
That's Nygaard.
Guys, we got one right on
Wait,
our
wait,
mock
hold on.
draft.
Let's make sure. Let's make
Ah,
sure.
Junior,
because-
don't get too overexcited.
Don't get too excited.
The
Don't get-
teleprompter is very slow when it comes to names.
Yeah, we are
Yeah,
presenting.
try to write Branson Nygaard without knowing.
Ah! We got one right, dude. Our mock draft isn't bad.
Yeah, no, we got 3 right.
Out of 50.
3 out of 15. We're on fire. And the one we got right was number 1. We got number 1 and number one. No, we got Siliev to New Jersey. Yeah, so we got 2. We got number 1, number 10,
Okay, once every 10 picks, it's good.
And number
And-
15.
and number 15. 3 out of 15. 1 every 5.
I was told there's
Yeah,
no
but
math on
guys,
this podcast.
St. Louis needs a goalie. Goalie needs a defenseman.
Adam Yurchek.
Yurchek or Solberg. We have a chance to go
Yeah,
for here. We
yeah,
have a chance to go
yeah.
for.
I think Juracek is the pick here if I was them. I know I had said Solberg, so in my mock, I don't know. I really like Juracek though. Or do we do a shot in the dark with Frege?
I like that guy.
Freach. Well, if you remember correctly from our episode where I
Yeah,
had
if you
him
listen.
20th, if you listen to our episode,
Sometimes you guys talk too much.
20th over, I had him 20th in my fantasy rankings. He's an offensive defenseman, and from Sweden, and he has the ability to be a very good offensive defenseman. So we'll see. We'll see.
Guys, I like this pick for Detroit a lot. I think he fits the mold. He's exactly what they need.
Yeah, it's the reason we mocked him there.
And he's the most, probably the closest to being NHL ready out of all the prospects.
He's a winger, right?
He's a winger. Yeah,
Big
6
boy?
foot
He's a
three.
winger. Yeah.
6'3". Yeah, that's what
He's a checker. He does it all. He does it all. He does it all. Actually, I'm gonna go get my notes on him right now so I can be exact. Branson Nygaard. Great shot, great vision, physical, and very defensively sound.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a Steve Yzerman player. If you were to create a player, that's exactly what
He
create.
loves Norway's. Is Norway in Scandinavia?
Yes,
It is, right?
Yes.
He likes the Scandinavians, Iceman.
I like though that you asked first. In case.
I wanted to ask.
That was a Tanya. That was a Tanya question right
no,
there.
because I was right. I just had to ask because Nick gets very offended when we don't when we don't say the right thing. So, but you see, it's all from there. I'm just saying.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Okay. St. Louis, we already spoke about them because we thought the trade was with them. We thought it was going to be. We thought they would need a defenseman. Are we still on the same wavelength or
So their top prospects are Jimmy Snuggerud,
forward?
Dalibor Dvorsky, sorry,
Forward.
center, Joel Hofer.
Goalie?
So
I like how you said that. You're off there.
Joel Hofer. I would say absolutely defenseman would be the way I go. They don't have that offensive defenseman that they need to bring them to the next level on the power play, to bring them to the next level. And they don't have anybody necessarily. I mean, yes, Perunovic, right? We've mentioned
Yeah.
that before. I just don't see a lot of offensive defensemen that really excite me for St. Louis in this depth chart. So I absolutely think they should go offensive defenseman here.
So they have two options. They have two options. They go for a more complete defenseman in Solberg and Adam Yurichek. Yurichek has a bit more offense than Solberg.
Yes.
Or, like you said, they go for that hope to be Zane Perek, Alphonse Freich, who I think has the capability of being very dynamic, especially more of an assist guy, I would say. But and then there's also Kivi Harju. Injuries are going to make him fall really down in the depth chart in the draft, but he's a one-dimensional offensive defenseman. We've seen it before where they go on a limb. I just don't know if either like
dropped a lot.
Alphonse. Yeah, I just don't know if Alphonse Freich, if it's something they could trade down for him. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a trade down here just to say like, out of all the teams coming up, no one's going to want the Solberg or the Yurichek. They're probably going to go for the Green Trees, the Connollys. Maybe they can gain some assets and get that defenseman later.
Sure. I mean, look, it all depends because if I'm a team that is currently, let's say, 21st, okay, would I move up to 16?
Good.
But is it really that much of a difference between the guy that's going 16th right now and the guy that's going to end up at 21? You have to really fall in love with the player in order to do that.
So I have a question for you. If you have Robert Thomas as your number one center, and let's say Dalibor Dvorsky coming up,
So that's your number 2 center.
maybe you go Michael Hage.
As what? Your number 3 center? No, I'd go defense here.
I think
They don't have defense.
they
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to find another alternative, right?
Yeah, like do you go best available player, you shore up your middle, and then you can worry about the rest out. If you're not convinced of what's there right now at defense,
But
why?
I think Adam Juracek and Michael Hage might be around the same level.
I
Okay.
think
Right.
St. Louis
in that case, you go need, right?
You go need at that point. If you have 2 options that are
Yeah. I think St. Louis swung for the fences with Torrey Krug and missed. And defense, and I think they
you think
need
he
to
missed?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he hasn't been exactly what they were
for
hoping
what
for.
they pay him.
Defenseman it is, my friends.
Guys, that's
Doesn't look like Juracek.
no.
Defenseman.
It is Adam Yurchek, guys. That's Adam Yurchek.
Adam Yurchek.
Yeah, Adam Yurchek. Okay, there it is. Yeah, hey, wow. That's not bad.
Guys, he was projected to go higher, but injuries slowed him down and scared a lot of scared a lot of teams, like his brother.
He's in a better situation than his brother.
Guys, that's a great pick.
Yeah.
He's in a better situation.
Well,
than his
with
brother.
new management, we'll see how it plays out.
That's a great pick, though.
100%.
He's small, guys. He needs to bulk up. This guy
He's
looks
skinny.
like
He's very thin. He's very
the wolf of the Three Little Pigs could blow him away. This guy's made of hay. Look at that.
Guys, don't forget. he was
He's gonna
injured.
eat some broccoli over here.
He was injured.
Let's introduce him to Popeye or something. I don't know.
Popeye
We
with
got
spinach.
spinach, whatever.
Look at that. His mom's crying.
Oh my
His
god,
dad is happy.
guys, this guy's a toothpick. I can't believe this guy made the NHL. He's a toothpick.
Yeah, okay, because he was injured and he probably wasn't able to work
Okay.
out.
Okay, come on.
So
Come on.
Can we talk about what's very serious right now?
Oh God.
Oh crap.
What,
Okay,
what
so-
are you gonna say now?
If Washington, it's Washington.
Next is Washington.
Okay.
Okay.
Did we say it's Washington? I
And
think
I
it's
It's
Washington.
I think it's Washington.
And after Washington is Chicago.
Okay.
Does Eisman fall to Chicago?
Wow,
That would be interesting.
that would be interesting.
I know it'd be interesting.
And
for
they'd
you.
be like Team USA, Moore, Nazar,
yeah,
Iserman.
yeah. That's a good connection. Actually, you just made there.
Obviously, the best player is Canadian, but we won't go there.
But that's another small guy. Nazar small, Bedard small.
Eisman's
Iserman,
small. Eisman is not small.
he's like 6 feet.
He's average.
The 6 feet
yeah,
is
he's
good.
average. I know, but if the other guys are small, he doesn't look.
Okay, but what's left that you would go out of your way to grab here?
Let me tell you. I tell it to you.
Solberg,
Oh, you got Igor Chernyshov is 6'2".
Solberg would be interesting. Actually,
Yeah,
Solberg would be interesting
that
for
would be
Chicago
interesting.
here.
But they go defenseman.
I wouldn't. I don't think they're going to go two defensemen in the
Green
same
Tree
draft.
is
I think
6'2".
Yzerman's the pick here.
Connolly
I
is
like
6
your, I like your thinking. You put an Yzerman with a Connor.
Guys, they like
Oof.
Sasha Boisvert. They really like Sasha Boisvert.
Who?
Chicago.
Yeah.
From what I read, they
Do you
really
think-
like Sasha Boisvert.
Do you think Trevor Connolly goes to Washington right now?
Well, I mean, problem child. He's not really a problem child. It's just the stuff that they're talking about, right?
Well,
It fits. It fits.
We fit. We fit. In our mock draft, we give them Chernyshov. The
Another
Russian,
very
the Russian
good player.
connection.
Another very good player there. And you're right. I had picked him in the mock because of the fact that I felt that Russian connection and
The
Washington
Russian
is
factor.
not. Washington is not the type of team to shy away from the Russian.
Or
Right.
Washington could also go with Eisman. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing stopping them now. They have Pierre Dubois in first center, Dylan Strome second center.
I don't think Dubois is a first center right now, but
Well,
maybe.
on that team, yeah.
Why?
Strome.
Strom played well.
Yeah, Dylan Strom played really well. Actually.
Why? When was the last time that PLD played well?
Well, the year before LA, he had a good season with Winnipeg.
He had one good season.
No, he had a few good seasons with Columbus.
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna look it up now though, because now you got me curious actually.
He had better seasons than Strome, that's for sure.
So their prospect list here is Miro Shishenko, left winger, Connor McMichael, center wing, Hendrix Lapierre, center, and then Ryan Chesley, right-handed D, Alex Protest, who's already in the league at center. I think they could use a defenseman.
to take over the reins.
I think they could use a lot of things, but maybe having acquired Manjapane, maybe
Oh, they even have Manjapane.
Yeah.
I forgot about Manjapane.
So, in his Winnipeg good season, 73 games, 63 points, Pierre-Luc Dubois, which is very good,
Yeah.
right? In the season before that, he had 81 games played, 60 points. That's it. Like if you want to go back, you have to go back
Columbus
to
Blue
2018.
Jackets. Yeah. But if you look
And
at
again, 61 points.
yeah, but if you look at Dylan Strome never hit 60 points. I doubt Strome hit 60 points.
Well, now you're making me look. But
Yeah,
I thought this year he had a very good
I
year.
got it. It's right here. Dylan Strome hit 67 points in 82 games this year. Last year, 65 points in 81 games.
He's already blown
The year
Kevin Dubois out of the
before,
water.
48 and 69. I don't know if that's prorated to 60 or more, but that's
prorated
when
to
he
more than
broke.
60.
That's when he broke. And then he had 1 year in Chicago, 51 points in 58 games.
So points wise,
No,
he is
well, yeah.
putting up more.
Not more.
Pierre-Luc Dubois is the second line center on that team right now.
Well, yeah, he's new, but I think they're going to play him in the first.
I think that's hopes and dreams for owners of Pierre-Luc Dubois. And maybe you're right, but I don't think there's any basis for it.
Washington, Vince.
They also have Ryan Leonard coming up.
Oh yeah,
They have Cristal.
They have Andrew
Andrew
Cristal coming
Cristal.
up.
I think it's got to go D here.
But who? Who are you picking in D here?
Well, I mean, there's still Solberg.
Or Frage, but
I think that's Age.
So the Washington picks Mr.
Parashak,
Parashak,
I
one
like
of
that guy.
the smartest players, if not the smartest player in this entire draft, goes
Wow.
at 17 to Washington.
he's an offensive wonder. He's an offensive wizard. He's got great hands, hard shot. Really, so his biggest default is his skating. Like he's a really bad skater, he's not so good in his own end. But offensively, he's a bit one-dimensional, but I think it's something you could work with. He's a project. And if he pans out, he could be a great all-around player. But
Do you think that he could replace a TJ Oshie? Because that's what I look at him, and personally, I know it's a little bit different because TJ Oshie had a lot of hand skills, right? A lot of skill with the puck. Parashak is more of a thinker. During the game, he's always in the right position. He's always doing something
he finds the time and
to
space.
create time and space. But I feel like he could replace an Oshie on this team.
Anybody with great hands,
Top 6 player.
put him close to the net and can make things happen, right?
I like it, actually. I like it for Washington. You put a player like this with an Andrew Cristal,
Yeah,
two very high-thinking
Yeah.
offensive
Don't
players.
put a coach
He's-
with hair, though, on that team
Well,
with that line.
how?
I'm sure we could find a
what's-
Julien to make
how
everybody
big?
defensive.
How big is he?
He's like 6 foot. He's 5'11".
Okay, he's not.
Now 5'11". This was before the combine. So by the combine, most of these kids went up an inch or
An
so.
inch.
So Chicago
Size
is
matters,
5'11" and
apparently.
3/4, according to
Okay.
Sorry, how much was that?
5'11" and 3/4.
So he'll be close to 6 feet by the time he gets the
So
NHL.
Washington's building their young core with
Offensively.
offensively with their forwards.
So do you think it's like, are they thinking Sandin is their
Yeah, for sure.
offensive defenseman of the future?
Yeah,
We had Parashak at 29 going to Dallas.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
But look, the
for
bottom half of this draft was always going to be all over the place.
Yeah, it's a coin toss, right? But this is what Eisman's really
I like
dropping.
this player, though, a lot. I really like this player.
Yeah, but Eisman's really dropping. Like,
No, because you're one-dimensional. You do nothing but one thing.
I wonder if maybe Montreal knew that, and that's why they went up to 21.
Oh, well, there's 3 more picks before 21. It's 18 right now in Chicago. So
I don't see him going to Chicago.
I don't see him going to Montreal. Not with Montreal.
if I'm
Drafting
Chicago,
them
I'd
enough.
pick Eiserman here.
Yeah, 100%.
If I'm Chicago, go with offense to play with Bedard.
You pick Leshnubov second. You go with Eisman here.
Yeah, I think forward is the way to go here. I think Cole Eiserman is the way to go.
Oh, he was shocked.
Oh, he was shocked. Yeah, he was happy.
Parashak.
man.
We're talking about Parashak, right?
Yeah, sorry, on the TV, Parashak, they were showing his reaction when he found out. Yeah, I really like Eiserman here to Chicago.
Yeah, listen.
What other options do we have?
Well,
Who
you
do
know
we
what?
mock?
If he doesn't go to Chicago, you think Vegas takes him or Islanders? They could use some offense.
But you could go with
The Islanders could really use
you
him.
could use Mike.
But knowing the Islanders,
Bellows.
are they scarred?
Wallstrom.
Are they scarred for life or what?
But we have family actually from my wife's side that's in Long Island, and I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for them to take somebody that actually pans
But
out.
can Chicago go to Michael Hage?
I mean, it depends if you think Nazar is going to be a center. Oliver Moore was a center, right? So both of those guys were centers in the NCAA. You know, do they continue being centers in the NHL? It's a big question mark. We don't know yet, but they're fast. That's one thing that Chicago is building is speed. So, going, I don't know. I still think Eiserman just very, very tempting at this spot for them at 18.
Or do they go with a big body like a Boisvert or a...
Wasn't it you that was saying they love Sasha Boisvert?
Yeah, from
As
what
a-
I
as
was
like a
reading,
third-line center
they
type?
really love Sasha Boisvert. And I'm just trying to find my notes on Boisvert here, who's a 6'2" center.
Boisvert, if you
Hockey
draft Boisvert,
IQ, puck handling.
you're picking your third line center right off the bat.
Or there's even a bigger Liam Greentree still hasn't gone either.
Yeah.
Liam Greentree could be interesting here.
What they say mostly about Boisvert, what they really like is he's quote unquote dedicated to his craft. So he's the type of person who just always wants to be the best he can be. And that goes well in the NHL, especially in the later picks of the first round. You want someone who has a high floor, and I think Sacha Boisvert could bring that.
High floor for sure. I think he's going to be a great third line center in the league. So
And Chicago's looking at this from a different perspective. They're thinking like 5 years down the line, I'm trying to shape my team. Can Boisvert be my third line center? If so, then that's the guy I want, right? Bedard's number one. Do we have a number 2 center in Chicago? Not yet.
we just mentioned Oliver Moore and Nazar were both playing center in the NCAA. So it's possible that one of those guys turns into a center. So Chicago Blackhawks here are proud to select
To protect.
Sasha
Boisvert.
There you go.
Wow, you said it. You
said it,
Junior.
man.
They were-
You
Yeah,
said
high on
but
them.
I mean, I can't take credit for that because it's just based off what everyone else was saying.
Okay, so there's about 3 teams left, I should say,
Before Montreal.
before Montreal.
Sasha Boisvert, we had him going 24th to Colorado.
Okay, so it's close enough.
Just a bit outside.
So we have in front of us? Who is it? We have Vegas, Islanders,
Vegas, Islanders, LA, then it's us.
and us.
So, look, let's not preview Montreal now. Let's preview.
Okay, so where does Sasha Boisvert fall in the center depth chart of the Chicago Blackhawks?
Third line center.
You think right now?
No, like that's where we see
Well,
him
not right
being in
now,
the
that's
future. But
where
right
it's-
now,
yeah.
he's the number.
You don't see him as a number 2? A possible number 2?
I just think that one of either Nazar or Oliver Moore will end
go?
up being that number 2
Oh,
guy.
okay, so okay,
That's why I think that Boisvert is going to be the number 3 guy.
He's a big boy. So,
Big boy. yeah.
not a bad draft for Chicago. Not a bad first round for Chicago.
so they have Levshunov and Boisvert. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not.
They got things that help them win.
Yeah. But now,
Okay, so moving on to Las Vegas.
I think this is the place for Eisman.
Eiserman's the new Booyam, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. So let's look at. We said Vegas and then Islanders. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That is correct.
So Vegas, what do they have as prospects?
They trade.
Brisson?
They barely pick in the first round.
They trade them all away.
Yeah.
Didn't they draft some Swede at the end of the first round there? Well, let me tell you something.
Tell me.
Something. He Vegas is 23 in Scott Wheeler's prospect rankings.
Gene, if you ain't first, you're last.
So their rankings right now have, according to Wheeler, I think he was the last pick of the first round. David Edstrom,
Yes.
center, Swedish center, 18 years old from
They really
Frölunda.
don't have much, guys.
And then it's Lucas Cormier, defenseman, Brendan Brisson, and people I've never heard of in my life from 4 to 10. Cataford, Lindborn.
You've never heard of Bjornfoot? I have actually.
I have, but I think that's another Bjornfoot that played with LA in previous years.
Yes, because he's 22 years old. Yes.
So do you think?
They have nothing on.
But they don't
anywhere.
care, right? They don't
exactly.
care. They just they
don't care.
They manage to
So
try to
BPA?
find a way to win every year. Right?
BPA?
So at this point, do we go with, like Nick said, best available player for trade in the future?
Michael Hage, possibly here. Cole Iserman, possibly.
I feel like they're the type of team that would go after a Cole Eiserman. They don't care about defensive liability. They just want someone to score. I think if Eiserman doesn't go here and the Islanders, then there's something really wrong with Cole Eiserman.
Well, no, but there's
Trevor
not,
Conley.
it's not something that's really
Ooh,
wrong.
I like that.
It's not something that's really wrong. It's just
Yeah, there is something really.
No, like, but like a
but-
trait that none of the GMs like.
Yes, he's a one-dimensional player who doesn't like to play defense.
But we've seen that before and not have them slip this far. Like,
No, but I think people are starting to get apprehensive about
Yeah.
that, right? Like we said, we spoke about Kiefer Bellows. Okay, he wasn't a first rounder, I don't think. I think he was a second rounder. But Wallstrom was a first rounder. What happened to him? Zadina,
exactly, yeah.
Zadina
Zadina.
was a top 5.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
Guys who can only score.
He's a UFA right now. Nobody wants him.
Ovechkins are one in a lifetime in draft. Ovechkin came in saying he could score.
Yeah, but Ovechkin
But he
came
was
in,
also a big
could
body.
score,
Right.
could hit, and he was a big body.
that's it. You couldn't even take him down. Okay,
no.
he's 6 feet, Cole Eiserman, but
No, Ovechkin is a totally like when they were picking Slavkovsky, they're like, I hope he becomes half of what Ovechkin is, right?
Yeah.
Because he had the size, he had some skill, right?
I think people who were saying Eisenman can score 50 goals in the NHL, I think this proves that NHL teams do not have him there.
I wonder if they take a look at an offensive defenseman like Alphonse Fraiche. A little bit off the board because they've got nothing in the pipeline. I mean, look, they signed Hannafin long term. They have Pietrangelo for 3 more years. Shea Theodore has 1 year left, likely not staying.
Okay, so we'll put it this way also. If they're going for a Mitch Marner, which rumors out there that they're trying to get Mitch Marner, then yeah, I think they're going to go defense because they're going to be losing Shea Theodore.
Unless they trade the pick.
Look, if Cole Eiserman is here, it's very tempting for Vegas to grab a Cole Eiserman here.
You think a Marner trade over here?
If you think
Man,
the
that would flip the whole city upside down, man.
nobody trades Marner for the 19th pick, right? You
No,
trade Marner
but
for-
it was rumored
19
to be a package
Theodore,
for Theodore, Thompson.
19.
yeah.
But I'm saying
But I think that would have only happened if the player Toronto wanted was available.
Also, guys, one thing you
Right?
guys aren't remembering is that Vegas is picking in their own city.
yeah,
They have to pick.
Well, the pick is in.
Yeah.
The pick is in.
Like, they have to pick somebody here to get the fans excited about their own city. So, although a Marner trade, I think, would kind of
Would have
get
been-
people excited, right? Watch he unveils like Marner. That'd be fun. Cole Eiserman? I'm going Cole Eiserman.
yeah, I'm going Cole Eisman because I think they're trading for trade bait.
Just pick up the player.
I want to be different, so I'll say.
You
Of
are
course you wanna be
different.
Well, no, well, just for argument's sake.
He always wants to be different, this guy.
Okay, I'll go Cole Eisman.
No, just pick
Nah, too late. You wanted me
that
to be
was boring.
different? Whatever, man. Okay, I'll go to Liam Greentree, who
Actually,
we
that's not a bad
projected
pick.
who we projected to go to them in our mock draft.
At 19?
Who's this?
Looks like
Looks like
From the
Greentree.
Tri-Cities
it's not Cole Eisman. You know,
of the
Trevor
USHL.
Connolly.
Trevor Connolly. I like that pick.
Hey, we said it. You said it. That would be an interesting pick for them here. Technically, he is talent-wise a top 5 maybe player in this draft.
Well, look, we had Greentree going to Vegas at 19 and Connolly going to Islanders at 20.
So there you go.
Maybe they're just swapping.
I like that.
I like it a lot.
I like that. Do you think Greentree now? So let's talk about the Islanders. They have
Nothing. 0-0-0. Honestly, I do think they're scarred. And Lula Morello making the pick, he's not taking Eiserman. So for me, Eiserman, not
yeah,
happening.
This is a big forward. This is Greentree, or it's a big forward.
Because Brock Nelson's getting up there in age. Anders
Lee.
Lee's up there in age. And
Barzal's not.
Liam Greentree,
Barzal.
6'2". I think he could fit perfectly over there.
Defensively, they have Dobson, they have
Adelius.
Romanov, they
That's
have.
yeah.
I think they're
Pollock, not super young, but
I'm looking at Dauber's average score list for their prospects, and like the most excited Dauber is about any one of their prospects is William Dufour,
Oh my God.
and he's like below average.
Yeah.
Wheeler has Kale Odelius, left-handed D,
Yeah,
as their number 1 prospect.
yeah.
Who? I have no idea.
Odelius, I liked him, but he's not necessarily going to be an offensive dynamo on defense, right? Fantasy wise.
Yeah, no, Islanders need a lot of help. That's why I don't think they're going to go to one-dimensional Eiserman.
No, I don't see Islanders going with Eisman.
No,
We haven't
it's-
spoken much about it, but there's no goalies going in the first round here, right? No one stood out enough to say someone's
No,
going to take
I
a goalie in
think
the first
that-
round.
I think the first goalie
third
goes in
round,
the
I
third
think,
round
yeah.
in some mocks, and maybe if a team is desperate, they might go late second. But I don't see much. So, who do you have?
I'm gonna go with. I'm just trying to see who they have at center. So they have Bo Horvat, Pajot, Casey Cizikas.
I like where your mind is going, though. I like where your mind is going.
Like, because center is a very important position, like defense is. But I think there's probably more centers available that can have a higher floor than defensemen right now. And if I go look at the centers that are available, if you give me a couple of...
Well, Michael Hage, I can tell you right
yeah,
off the
I
bat.
wanted to say him, but I wanted to give you a list. But that's the first name that came to my mind.
There's still Solberg that's available on defense. But
There's Luke Misa. That's a center.
Igor Surin is a center. High compete level.
A lot of people... no, Luchenko went already, right?
Yeah, Luchenko went.
Oh, yeah, that was the surprise pick from Philly.
Green Tree is a winger. Sacha Boisvert.
He went
Just
to
went.
Chicago.
There's Cole Baudouin.
I think it's got to be Hage, or if they go wing, then they go Green Tree.
I would absolutely go Michael Hage here.
But seeing how they're built, I like them having Green Tree.
I'm guessing Dean Letourneau.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah. I think a Dean Letourneau.
Is it just a like a gut feeling, or is it
Gut
a
feeling.
need, or
Oh, it's a need.
Well, everything's
He's
need.
everything's a need.
He's a 6'7" centerman. I feel Roy as a coach likes big boys who could move. He shut up in the rankings, Letourneau. So I feel this could be Dean Letourneau's chance to go to the Islanders.
I really like.
Where
Cole
did he
Baudouin
play,
as well.
Letourneau? Where does he play?
In this mock that I have here, by the way, one of Pronman's like 17 mock drafts that he did, he picks Cole Baudouin for the Islanders here.
Huh.
Oh, even him, Cole Baldwin too. Not a bad pick.
Yeah, kind of
Right.
like I don't know what you would call it, a young center talent for sure.
St. Andrews, is that the U.S.?
Sorry,
I'm trying to see where Letourneau's playing, because I was wondering if he played in the Q and Roy had a bit of a history with him, but he doesn't.
No, I don't think it's the Q.
Dean Latourneau, St. Andrews College, from high
Ontario.
school Ontario.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not OHL.
look, with Brock Nelson 1 year left on his deal, Anders Lee getting up there in age. If I had to guess here, I would go with Liam Greentree.
Okay, that's fair.
I'd stick with Dean Letourneau.
Dean Latourneau. I'm gonna go Michael Hage.
Okay.
I think he's the best player available. So, well, I mean Cole Eiserman, but like we said before, they've been burned too many times.
Like, you know how sometimes you say, like, oh, that pick is like the perfect fit?
Yeah,
Eiserman to the Islanders with Lou Lamoriello, and it's the worst pick. It's the worst fit.
but it is what they need, right? They need that offensive scoring, and they have to hit on one of these guys eventually.
Different managements too, right? But, I mean, I could see a Cole Eiserman with a Matthew Barzal. It's not a bad combination.
Barzal played a lot of wing this year with Horvat as his center.
Oh, wow.
And that's how he,
Yeah, because
that's how
that's
he
the
had
only-
a great year.
That's the only way they produced offense. Because
That's his great year, right?
oh, here's Lou with Anders Lee there.
Is that Anders Lee?
Yeah,
It looks like Anders Lee.
GQ.
He's huge.
maybe he's gonna select his replacement in Liam.
Green Tree? I like it. So you had Green Tree. I had Michael Hage.
Dean Letourneau.
Dean Letourneau. Let's go. Let's see what this is. And to announce our captain, Anders Lee, who looks like he could be on GQ magazine. Oh, it's
a guy.
It's a guy. He's a big boy.
He's wearing a blue Cole
Yeah.
Eiserman. Ladies
Cole
and gentlemen, they
Eiserman.
did
Oh,
it.
wow. They did it.
Big Cole
They
Eiserman.
did it.
Wow. Guys, that's great.
That's good for them. Good
Look.
for them.
Yeah, we said it. The guy's a top. You had him where on your fantasy rankings?
4.
You had him at 4 on your fantasy rankings. Where did you have him?
Yeah, but now with the Islanders, I'll have him a little lower.
Cole Eiserman.
Well, I mean,
I had him at
they
6.
need him bad, right?
I had
So-
him at 6.
He's gonna get his
And I had him
opportunity.
outside of my top 10 because I dropped him to 12, I think, or 13.
He's gonna get his opportunities with the Islanders.
He's going to get his opportunity with the Islanders. I completely agree.
There's
with that.
nobody like him on the Islanders, so
No.
it's I mean, from a fantasy perspective, I'm compared like opposite to what you said. I'm excited to select Eiserman now because there's nobody like him, and if they play defensively sound, then they can afford to have one guy. But
Yeah.
the problem with the Islanders last year was that they weren't defensively sound.
Yeah.
That's why Roy came in and he tried to restructure that.
Yeah, but now
Yeah, that had a lot to do with their coaching as well, right?
Yeah.
Their system was a little bit. It was very offensive, but to the detriment of defense. So, like they let Sorokin out to dry. He didn't have a good year at all. Varlamov came in at the end. He was doing okay. Not a great year either. I mean, Cole Eiserman going here, I think is a win. I think this is a win for the Islanders.
I think this could be a steal for the Islanders if he pans
be.
out to be a 40-goal scorer or whatever they're saying he will be. The only thing is for him to drop this low, he needs to fix some of the things that.
Well, I mean, hopefully he's not a Jeff Skinner, right? A type. So
Oh, next on the board.
It's the Montreal Canadiens.
okay, so I'm gonna wait until this one, and then I'm gonna take a break.
So it's Michael. Well, here we can all agree it's Michael Hage. Let's go in here. I mean,
I like it. I kind of like it, but I think it's Dean Letourneau.
yeah.
I think I would go personally. I would go probably Cole Baudouin, but you had Dean going the previous pick. You don't think he's a pick here?
No, because I've read a lot that the Habs were really high on Hage.
Michael Hage, yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Hage is a great pick. Personally, I would love that pick. Where do you think, Junior? What did we have for this pick? I know it wasn't Montreal.
It was LA. We had Emil Hemming.
Emil Hemming is another not bad pick here. Right, left winger.
Let me just throw something out there. What if they go with Brother Cole?
So anyways, we were discussing.
Never in a lifetime.
Cole Hudson. Can you
Yeah.
imagine?
Never.
No,
No.
Maybe
I
they just
could not
say, you know
imagine.
what? The Lane went to him, went to Kent Hughes, and he said, "Listen, draft my brother. I'm not going to sign an extension."
Yeah. So don't sign an
Then,
extension.
you know what? Don't sign it. I don't want you on my team if you're going to be talking to me like that.
The door is there. Go home.
Well, they're sitting tight there. I don't know if
Yeah,
they're waiting
no,
for a
they're
call.
hoping that somebody's going to call and say, "Hey guys, I'll give you Rutger McGordy for this 21st overall, or Askarov for this 21st." Nobody's going to want it.
Brutal. That's brutal, eh? And none of those guys got traded. We kind of said that coming in. But,
I was really hoping. I was really hoping for a trade. No joke. Canadians are going to take their time here and make their pick. What do you think they need, though?
I think they need to solidify their offense here.
Well, I mean, they have so many defensemen, and any defenseman you're grabbing at this point is not going to be better than the ones that you already have in your prospect
I
pool,
believe
right?
if you pick a forward, you have a better chance of them being better than some of the prospects.
They
who are.
just let go of Ilonen.
Yeah, for sure.
They're not re-signing him. He was a second rounder, but as our listener Umbi said, bust. So
Yolonen. I like
Yolonen.
I
That's-
know.
oh yeah,
I like to say
Ylonen.
Yolonen.
Well, look, on defense, they got Michael Matheson with 2 years left. David Savard, 1 year left. Jordan Harris, 1 year before RFA with arbitration. Lane Hudson still got 2 years. Caden Gooley's on his last rookie last year of his rookie deal. Kovacevic is on his last year before UFA. Arbor Jackeye. Logan Mayu is still David Reinbacher, Engstrom. So like Jaden Struble, who we haven't spoken about, Justin Barron, like they've got lists and lists of defense. It doesn't mean they're all prolific defensemen,
Norlander.
but they're all projected to be mostly NHL defensemen, whether it's anywhere from 4 to 6 or 3 to 6. That's where they fall.
And they went Demidov with their first pick,
I
right?
don't think they need
So-
another 3 to 6 defensemen in the NHL.
I really believe it's going to be Michael Hage unless they get someone calling to trade, but I think it's...
I had mocked Cole Baudouin here, and I like this player a lot, and he's a guy from Chez Nous. But
yeah, it could, you know what? It could be someone...
but Michael Hage and him, in my opinion, are maybe a little bit similar. So I wouldn't mind going with that either.
I know they also liked Andrew Basha. They spoke highly of him at some point, so I wouldn't be surprised if a winger at 5'11", Andrew Basha's the guy.
Emil Hemming was mocked to them at this area.
honestly, I wouldn't mind Emil Hemmings right now.
I wouldn't mind.
But seeing as they went Demidov, I don't know if they would do Hemming right now. Maybe they'll go for more a higher floor.
Nick, it's your favorite person.
Bobrov.
Hey, listen, he got it right. I got it wrong. It's starting to look like Slavkovsky could be a real player in the NHL. So
Oh, who was that?
from Chicago
Hage.
Steel, Michael Hage.
Michael Hage. I like it.
I like that pick. That's a good pick,
good
guys. That's a very good pick.
They were high on him, so you saw that one coming.
Yeah, well, I think we were all higher on him actually.
6 foot center, probably 6 foot and 1 inch or something by now. Power and agile skating, great puck handler, and has composure. Something that translates very well in the National Hockey League.
He had a great second half in the USHL. Very good chance to be picked. People were saying in the top 20. He went 21.
And hockey prospecting had him at a 31% star percentage, which is not that
That's
bad.
actually pretty good.
That's actually pretty good.
pretty good. Yeah.
I like
really
this pick a lot. Yeah, I like it a lot.
And like, if I don't know if he'll be able to push Dak out of the second center spot, but if he does, and pushes Dak on the wing.
Well,
Right?
I'll tell you what. To me, Michael Hage is. We won't see him in the NHL for at least 3 years.
No, they're gonna make him develop properly.
He's still like, even him, he looks like a toothpick. Like he's still not mature
these are
physically
young
yet.
kids.
That's
Talking
what I'm
about
saying.
17
But like,
kids,
because
right?
you're saying he's going to
17.
play with Doc. Like by the time he makes the NHL, we don't even know if Doc is going to be with the Canadians.
You're saying, okay, potential trade, but he's
Yeah.
still young enough, Doc, that he's part of the plans going forward.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Doc is young enough for him to still be part of the plans. But what I'm saying is like Hage is like a future asset that may or may not be part of this team when they're ready to win. But I do see him maybe taking on a Jake Evans role with the Montreal Canadiens
I think
with
he,
a higher offensive ceiling.
Yeah, I think he would be. No offense to Jake Evans. Jake Evans. I like this player a lot, and I think this player could do very well.
So they ended up making a pick. So like no trades here. This
Davidoff
is
Hage, not a bad first round.
Actually, a very good first.
very
round.
good first round. I'll
Very
take
good
it.
first round.
If they would have landed Iserman there,
That's
would have been like top, but 1 pick short. I wonder if maybe, whatever.
Do you guys want to take a break here at pick 21? There's only 11 picks left.
Are they going commercial?
I don't know if they're going commercial, but I'm going on commercial.
Okay, you can go.
We had Michael Hage at 23. He went 21.
Okay.
Next pick, Nashville. We had Cole Hudson. We'll see if
Yes, you did.
if it works out that way.
If you guys didn't know, Cole Hudson was Junior's pick.
All right, break or no break?
Yeah, let's take a little break.
Okay.
All right, Nick, we're going to talk about this pick from Nashville.
Yes, let's put the camera back on, which takes a little bit of time to heat up, by the way.
No worries. I know they didn't. They drafted Serene.
Oh, Edgar Serene. So actually, that's who Kronman had mocked to us later on. So this is exactly skill center from Russian Junior League.
Okay.
So
He's a forward?
center.
A center, okay.
Yeah. Good pick for Nashville here, especially the fact that, I mean, by the time this guy comes over, might be around the time that O'Reilly is gone. Who knows? I don't think he's a number one center necessarily, but he could turn into a middle six center.
But they have Kemmel
Well, Kemmel's a winger.
as their prospects.
As a high scoring winger, they have Kemmel, yes.
It's going to be... your Cole Hudson might go next with Toronto.
Can you imagine Hudson in Toronto? I
Well,
think
like-
Cole looks like he's going to go in the second round.
Well, a lot of people are saying that because Lane went in the second round, that Cole, like teams are going to learn from that, and maybe Cole's going to come late first round.
That's what I thought too. But if you go look at the
It's
team,
still time.
Toronto needs a defenseman.
yeah,
Oh my God, what kind of storyline is that, eh? If you go Cole Hudson in Toronto, Lane Hudson in Montreal, I think that'd be great for storylines. NHL is all about storylines, so this is great.
Yeah, but I think there's some forwards up there that Toronto can also use.
Sorry, I was going to say that I wanted to finish up on Surin here, and unfortunately, I lost all my stats for all these players for some reason.
well, I had Surin on my. He was 24th on my fantasy prospect rankings. Puck possession, high motor, strong skater, and he's like an excellent power play player.
Okay,
Those were
So
my
offense.
notes on offense, and I think Nashville can use a bit of that.
I agree.
Oh,
But
Toronto's
they
on the
have
clock. The
Kemmel,
Maple Leafs, guys.
But with Nashville, something else has to be brewing. I don't see them going in with Askarov and Saros as.
Why Askarov is in the AHL right now?
I don't see him agreeing to stay there after that. How many? I think he has one more year left.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he could be the 1B for now, and go, well, not 1B, but the backup to Saros if they want, or if they want him to play more, they could still play in the AHL. Don't forget, he missed a lot of development time.
Well,
So-
because he was playing with the KHL.
Yeah, the KHL didn't play him. When they
The
found out
last
that he
year,
was in the last year that they found out that Askarov wanted to leave and come to North America, they didn't play him. So at that point in time, he lost an entire year of development. It's not bad for Askarov to take his time to come up.
No, but I think he did. He
They're not
paid,
forced to trade him now.
no, but I think he paid his dues in the AHL.
Why?
If
When
you-
he had one good year?
No, it's the second good year he had this year. A 913% save percentage. He had
He's definitely their best prospect. Joachim Kemmel is the next best prospect that they have. Lucas Evangelista, Matthew Wood. I like Matthew Wood as well.
Who does Toronto have?
Lheureux,
What are we looking for
Moldendick.
at Toronto? As
Surin
prospects?
comes in here and provides. They had no real center depth in Nashville, so Surin comes in and provides that right away. For Toronto, Toronto, we mentioned it in the mock draft that Easton Cowan,
Oh, he's on the Tree Living's on the
Trey Lewis
phone.
on the phone. Yeah, looks like they might be trading something or at least discussing something.
Oh my God! For 1 year, they have a first round pick. Just pick it.
Why? Easton Cowan was their first round pick last year.
Oh, okay.
And then, sorry, was that last year? Or was that 2 years ago?
I can check on my.
Matthew Nyes.
Toronto,
Nick
Easton
Robertson,
Cowan,
Easton
2023.
Okay, so Easton Cowan was last year. What about Fraser Minton? I think it was the year before that.
Oh, there is a trade. Toronto is trading this pick.
Fraser Minton was a second round pick in 2022.
We have a trade to announce.
Wait, let's.
Oh, you wanna wait?
We
Okay.
wait for Bettman to get there. Let's not.
So, I mean, they're good at finding value late, right? Cowan, Minton, Nyes, these are all players I feel that
We have a trade to announce.
they got late. Hildeby in goalie, I actually like Hildeby a lot. And they have another goalie, Akhtiamov, who Byron Batter came out and said that he's going to be a real thing. So Toronto actually has some goaltending depth. And it looks like they traded away this pick. So let's see who they traded them to. Trade alert. Trade alert. We have a horn. We have a horn. All right. So trades pick number 23 in this year's draft to Anaheim. In exchange for picks 31 and 58, both in this year's draft. So they moved down.
They moved down a couple of spots and
7
gained a
spots.
second round pick, a late second.
Is it a couple of spots?
8 spots.
8 spots they moved down. That's
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
To gain
move down.
a late second.
To gain a late second.
So who's
So what does Anaheim want here?
They went with a freaking surprise over there for sure.
So maybe they get that Solberg, that
Solberg would
rugged
be a
defenseman
nice-
to complete their core there.
That would be a nice pick here.
Emil Hemmings.
Oh man, if they go offense
Another
again,
offenseman. They have so much, but I love it. But I love the thinking, like offense. They have a new logo, by the way.
Yeah.
Orange
It's the
took over with
the Doug mask.
the mask from
we had Michael Hage going to Toronto. Actually,
We had Michael Hage going to Toronto. Yeah. Which, again, I love that pick from Montreal. Love that pick from Montreal.
well, which players are still available here? Teddy Stiga, Cole Baudouin, EJ Emery too wouldn't be a bad defensive pick for Anaheim.
E.J. Emery, yep.
I kind of like Solberg better, but yeah, I guess they're in the same boat.
Greentree as a big winger.
Green Tree wouldn't be a bad pick here, but again,
Le
like
Tourneau, third light setter.
Le Tourneau is interesting.
But I think Solberg would be the pick for me here. If I'm Anaheim, I think.
I agree with you. They have a lot of offensive defensemen.
If they didn't go,
They need
if-
defensive
If they
defensemen.
didn't go offensive defenseman as number 3, that means they're comfortable with their Zellweger and Michkov being the offensive defenseman. So I think if they go defenseman, it should be Solberg.
Well, they picked Seneke with the 3rd overall pick, like you just said, right? So with the 3rd overall pick, Seneke, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised defense.
I agree. I think we're all on the same page.
Their defensive depth is great offensively. It's not great defensively. Minchukov looks great, by the way, as a two-way defenseman.
Yeah.
He looks absolutely
He
great.
got injured in the season, and you saw he hit that rookie wall with the 82 games. But him and Zellweger are going to be very good.
And don't forget
defense.
Luneau.
Yeah.
You don't forget Luneau. I think as an offensive defenseman, Luneau is going to be a guy as well.
You know what hurt him, Luno?
Right-handed too.
Not being able to play in the juniors. So a lot of people
Yeah.
forget about him
Yeah,
because he got hurt.
I like Luneau a lot here. To make our selection is the goaltending coach that got that's a nice touch.
Oh. Who got picked?
From Norway.
Norway.
Solberg.
Guys, we got one right, guys.
Yeah. We saw that coming.
Yeah. We
Well,
saw that
talk
coming.
about the perfect fit. That's exactly where he had to go.
Perfect fit.
That's what actually I should say that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, exactly. They drafted team need.
Yeah.
Stian Solberg, drafted 23rd overall by the Anaheim Ducks. Nick, do you have a tidbit on Solberg?
I'm just surprised Toronto moved back. They
8
could have used a
spots.
Solberg, I don't know.
Maybe they feel like,
Too far away.
they have so many of them. Like they always go acquire this type of defenseman. So maybe if they couldn't get their offensive defenseman, they said, let's just move back.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't see the value in that 58th pick. Right? To go down 8 spots to gain that 58th pick.
You never know who you're going to get in those picks, too.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Zetterberg was what, 7th round pick?
Oh,
yeah, I know. But you
need a lot of kicks in the can.
I'm just saying, like, if you want to go back to the percentages of the first round and whatever, like Toronto doesn't have a deep prospect pool. If you have a deep prospects pool and you know you
I
or a
understand,
high end prospect
But
pool,
they also said in this draft, after the high ends are gone, it's like throwing a dart, right? So now, like, all the players that are getting picked here, it's from there to 32. I feel it's the same. You're looking at the same talent.
Well, next on the clock is Colorado, and Colorado has Kalen Ritchie, who's listed as a center here. They have Guliev, who they drafted last year, offensive defenseman.
That was a good pick.
A very good pick. Behrens and Kovalenko and Anunin. So hard to say what they really need, although I'm kind of the opinion that a Cole Baudouin would be not a bad pick for them here.
I'm going to go Ryder Richie just because they got the other Richie.
Oh, Richie. They're going to have a Richie Rich.
Richie Rich. The Richie Rich line.
Yeah.
I think they could use a center.
Well, they just
I know they have Ross Colton and they have McKinnon.
they just signed Middlestad.
Yeah, for now. Whoever you're picking now is not.
I mean, Colton too has 3 years left on his deal, but
Yeah, and when his 3 years are left, maybe a Cole Baudouin could take over. Or a Le Tourneau.
Ooh.
Oh, another trade. Nobody wants to keep these picks at this level.
We have a trade to announce.
And the Montreal... No, I'm kidding. Colorado moves out of this pick.
okay. So who's still available?
Utah.
Utah gets the
Notable players available here. We
Picks.
said Emil Hemming.
number 38 and 71.
From our mock draft, we have
And
still
the Rangers' second rounder in 2025. Wow. So 3 draft picks,
Yeah.
2 seconds,
2 seconds and I think
and a third.
to go up. How many spots?
Well, 2 seconds and a third for a first.
Oh,
They weren't in the first.
they weren't in the first.
Yeah.
Oh, there's someone they really like.
Well, yeah, they should have their pick. So they went with their first pick. They went forward, didn't they? Or did they go defenseman?
No, they went Berkeley Catton.
Berkeley Cattons. Yeah. No S. Berkeley Catton.
So who are they going here, man?
Well, they picked a 5'10", highly skilled player. I think this time they're going to go with a 6'7" center. I don't know. It's tough. E.J. Emery is available. Cole Baudouin is still the center that I think is the most talented left. Like if you're making this pick, what's the reason you're making this pick? What are you reaching for? Why did you move up?
I mean,
Well,
their wingers are pretty old, right? The Eberleys, the Schwartzes.
So Emil Hemming?
I think I would go more with someone with
Greentree?
size. Yeah, more of a Greentree
Greentree is not a
type.
bad player. For pick number 24, Greentree is actually very good.
I think that's where I'm leaning. Is Ryder Ritchie a winger or a center?
I think I had him
Over here.
as a right winger.
have him as a right winger.
Ryder Ritchie, right winger, 6 feet. Something like that, like
There's one guy you guys had high that didn't get picked, huh?
Chernishev.
Yeah. Igor Chernisev.
Yes, very true. Very true. Highly talented player.
So like the notes I have on Ryder Ritchie is that he lacks consistency, which is what makes him drop. But if he could put it all together, he could be one of the steals of the first round. If he's drafted in the first round. Maybe that's what Utah sees.
Maybe.
If I had to guess, it's between Ryder Ritchie and Liam Greentree. Either way, I like both fits in Utah. Both of them fit nicely.
But it has to be a winger. Can't be a center.
No, centers, I think they're pretty down packed.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Especially that Catton 2 can play center if they really wanted to, if they had something else up their sleeve. Jared McCann, Beniers, Shane Wright. Yeah, I know. I think they're pretty stacked at center.
You're not moving Berniers or
Guys,
right.
are we confusing Utah and Seattle?
Oh,
Yes,
I am
sorry.
confusing Utah and Seattle.
Yeah,
I
what are you
am.
saying? Utah is Clayton Keller,
Clayton Keller. It's Arizona.
Arizona.
Oh, wow. It's their colors.
The
You know what I wanted to say last You know what I wanted to say last week is that am I the only one who confuses these two teams? And I forgot to say it, and now here I am confusing both freaking teams.
Oh man, whoever is actually watching this podcast,
That you saw it, didn't think I'd turn around.
actually, you know what? As bloopers, we're posting this.
They got Nick Schmaltz and Yeah, Nick Schmaltz at center, Nick Bustad, McBain. They could Logan. Yeah, they could
This is
definitely
the
use a
group
center.
in last year's.
They could use a center.
They could definitely use a
This is
center.
the group in last year's draft that all wore
Yes.
burgundy suits.
Yes.
And now they all were.
Yes.
Barry of the Ontario Hockey League.
Oh, who's there? Who we got?
Cole Baudouin, I think. Yes,
Cole
sir.
Baudouin,
Cole
good
Baudouin.
pick.
Well done,
Good
Nick.
freaking pick.
Thank you. Thank
Cole
you.
Baudouin goes to the Utah Hockey Club.
Yeah.
Yeah. They needed
Utah, formerly
Utah, not
known as
Seattle.
Arizona Coyotes, not Seattle Kraken.
it. It's okay. No, you know what? I do that a lot in football.
It has been 3 hours we've been live, so it happens.
Yeah, 3 hours.
3 hours live, guys. Wow.
Hey guys, this has been fun.
Yeah,
It's not over yet, but it's been fun.
it's gonna be over soon. So here we go. Cole Baudouin, Nick, you spoke about him. What's the story on him?
Well, let me tell you, Vince.
Once I go back to my notes.
Let me explain what. Yeah. So I actually like this guy. He's a hard worker. I'm trying to find. I don't know how I lost all my stuff here.
He's a potential middle six, hard worker, always max effort, and he excels on the power play.
Yeah.
Okay, so
He's one of those players that has a high NHL floor.
listen, he's got the suit to play in Utah.
Oh, he already has the suit. There,
There
you
we
go.
go.
The suit.
Utah or Seattle?
Junior.
Junior, stop.
Oh yeah, they need to change their colors. It's way too close to Seattle's colors.
Yeah, well, whatever.
So who's up next after this?
After Utah, we have the Ottawa Senators, who traded it to the Boston Bruins. So we got the Boston Bruins up next.
Ah, Boston. Literal.
We mocked a player that hasn't been drafted yet, so we might get one right. Teddy Stiga. One of my favorites, actually. I really like this kid. Small kid,
Stiga.
high potential, high motor. Boston loves those types of players. Marchand's, Bergeron was small. I don't know. I find he fits their mold.
You think that they go for a Badinka, right-handed defenseman?
I don't think so. I think they're pretty steady at the. I think they lack a bit of offense. I think that draft
Freeze?
where they missed out on when they had the 3 consecutive picks.
Yeah.
I think that set them back quite a bit. Their prospect pool.
We said it at the beginning of this whole day, right? Where we mentioned that if you miss, you could set yourself back.
I mean,
They got lucky in the sense that they had talent elsewhere. But
yeah, they had NHL ready talent.
yeah, imagine if you're Chicago and you miss on all 3 of your picks,
No. that's-
right? You set yourself
Yeah.
back in the dark
Yeah.
ages for years.
But you guys don't think Green Tree would be a pick for that?
Green Tree actually
For Boston?
fits.
Fits the mold of Boston.
Fits the
6'3",
mold. Yeah.
hard worker. So we can see it there.
I just felt like Frege would be a better pick in the sense of offensive defenseman, right? They don't have anybody necessarily in Boston that's an offensive defenseman, and if you take a look at their player pool, I mean, we're talking what Lizelle is the guy that they've had forever.
that hasn't even. And no, and they had the kid who played this year, Nick, in center junior. You have him in
Poitras.
Portres
Poitras.
and Lohre.
Yeah, no, their prospect pool is not very deep.
No.
They've been competitive for so long that it makes sense that their prospect pool is not
Scott
very-
Wheeler has them ranked 30th in his prospect
Yeah.
rankings.
Well, yeah, they.
Like now they're gonna lose Jake DeBrusque. Brad Marchand's on the final year of his contract.
Yeah, but Brad Marchand is going to be signed. That's not a problem.
I know, but he's 36 years old. You know,
he's at the
Pavel
end.
Zacha, they have Pavel Zacha at center.
Cooley, not Cooley, Coyle.
Charlie Coyle, 2 years left. I mean, I think they need a lot of help. Like Brandon
Nick, you're really
Carlo.
going after those papers, huh, Nick?
Yeah,
No, I-
I wish I would have put them alphabetically.
Would you have guessed that Brandon Carlo is already 27 years old? Not that it's old, but
It's not old. He's in his prime right now.
I just don't know how they stay competitive. These guys every year.
beyond me.
It's
Goaltending
Well,
is a big.
goaltending,
deal.
defense, coaching, which is surprising actually this year because they did change a coach, right?
next year's gonna be interesting for them with just Swayman as a goalie.
Yeah,
I think they go forward here, guys. I don't see them going defense.
Is that
That's Tidge.
Tidge is that?
Tidge and Jerome.
I like that pick for you, too.
Tidge and Gilda.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting their. I was gonna say Seattle again. They're players, but
Okay, so now that we're waiting for the pick, so first round so far, biggest, I mean biggest surprise. We're all gonna say Seneki going third. So what's your guys' best matchup best player that got drafted in the best situation in the first round?
Best matchup or best fit? You mean
Best fit for the situation,
best fit?
fantasy wise.
It's hard, and it's not because it's Montreal, but it's hard not to say Demidov.
That's where I was going for sure.
And you know what? Seneki though is a close second, maybe, because you're talking about a highly skilled player that's about to go play with Leo Carlson, about to go play with McTavish. Like you're highly skilled players going to a highly skilled line.
Even captain.
Celebrini in San Jose is a fit.
obviously, but I like captain.
I don't want to say. I mean, I'm debating between Tidge Gilna and Ziv Boyum, just because the fit for Boyum is great in Minnesota.
Oh my
Other than
God.
Faber, like it's the perfect fit.
Well, him and Leshvinov, technically, right?
Yeah.
Korchinski, Leshvinov, Boyum, Faber, right?
I just think Tidge Gilna, with what they're building there, with Dylan Gunther, right? I have the right team. Logan Cooley.
Yes, you have the right
like
team.
I think they're building something really, really nice there. Gilna could put up some solid points without having to worry about the pressure of the media and all that stuff that comes along with being Jerome's son. The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen, for the Boston Bruins. So I'll go with Tidge Gilna as my best fit.
All right. It's hard to predict right now. I'm still going to go with Frege here for a right-handed D that could
Right-handed D.
that could go for Boston. Who do you have? Pick is in.
Green Tree.
Green Tree? Green
Yeah.
Tree's a great fit.
I think they need to replace.
I'm
the
going to
Brust.
go a bit off the board from what I was saying. I'm going to go with EJ Emery.
EJ Emery, nice player. Nice pick. All right. The director of amateur scouting are proud to select from St. Andrews. We said it.
Dean Letourneau.
That was my first pick.
So we didn't say it now,
No.
but we initially said that he would fit very
if we
well.
Go rewind. I said it.
Yeah, we should rewind this whole podcast and just say the names, but like cut and paste, right? So, oh yeah, we had that one.
Like our last podcast, when halfway through it just stopped.
Yeah, it just
Are we
stopped
still
recording.
going here?
Yeah, we're still
Yeah,
going. We're
3
still
hours, 11 minutes. It's a really long episode.
going. Yeah.
I wonder if maybe we don't. Oh, it's going to be published anyway. But maybe we don't publish it. We just put clips all week.
Well, the goal is that we are gonna cut it before
We're not
putting it as a podcast
There's no point of putting this as a podcast.
because, well, no, we cut,
Yeah.
we edit, right? Because we took some breaks. You're not gonna have a podcast listener where they're sitting there listening to nothing for for like a 5-minute break that we took.
It's going to take them a month to finish the episode.
Exactly.
No one has a 3-hour car drive.
Wow, Dean Letourneau to the Boston Bruins. Very, very good pick.
6'7". If
They swung for so they swung for the fences. If they can develop him how they think he can pan out,
Yeah.
then that'll be a very good pick for them.
If he turns into a Scott Thornton.
makes Cam Neely look small.
That's it. Just the Scott Thornton.
Sorry, not Scott.
Jumbo Joe. Okay, I was like, is he for real? I was like, you joking or
This
what?
is where I'm getting. We're 3 hours into the podcast. I'm getting a little bit tired here. But yeah, sure. I mean, look, this guy could grow a beard, right? Not yet.
Man, he towers
Oh
over Cam
man,
Neely.
he is huge. He is huge. Good for him.
So
Good for him.
who's
Boston's a great pick here.
Who's next on the clock after this?
Next on the clock
6'6.5" technically.
is LA Kings. the swap that they did with the Canadians. So we had Emil Hemming going to the Canadian,
the
going to
Kings.
LA at 21.
I think Emil Hemming
Who's
is a
still available?
great pick here. Great pick for them. They have Clark as a defensive prospect,
yeah.
right? And he's going to be in the NHL this
They've
year.
had the. I mean, Turcotte has been there forever. It's either this year or no year that
He signed a
He
3-year
just signed
extension.
a
Yeah.
3-year extension. Yeah.
So they have Turcotte, then Kaliev, but I'm not sure Kaliev is there to stay.
The problem with Kaliev is a little bit
Cole
in the
Eiserman.
same Cole Eiserman mold, right? So
If he doesn't score on the power play, he doesn't score.
yeah, so they have Jordan Spence on defense. He looks like he's going to be a player. Alex Laferriere, Fajemo,
Oh, they have Akil.
Akil Thomas.
Zemer is a fun one.
Akil
Thomas. But all these guys, like none of these guys are really. Oh, by the way, they have Samuel Helenius. Anyways, none of these guys are projected to be top sixers necessarily. Maybe Zemer could turn into one. Brant Clark is their number one guy that they have. Jordan Spence as well. I think they need a forward.
Jordan Spence, RFA.
Listen, here you need someone that you think has a high ceiling
Yeah,
and that you can bring him to the high ceiling.
yeah. You're swinging now. You're
Yeah.
swinging.
Well, guys, they have a lot of work to do, eh?
Ryder Ritchie.
Quentin Byfield, RFA, needs to sign. Arthur Kaliev needs to sign. Lizette needs to sign. Those are 3 RFAs. Arvidsson is likely not coming back from everything we've heard. Jordan Spence is an RFA. They're losing Matt Roy to free agency, who's testing the market. I mean, this team still needs quite a bit of help. They still have the Fiala, Kopitar,
What about Chernyshov?
Dano, Kempe.
Greentree, Chernyshov.
I would go offensive here. Hemming,
Yeah, for sure.
Chernyshov. Yeah, that's where I'm leaning for sure.
I don't know. It's gonna be. They have to go forward for sure, but I think they're gonna go with a project player and hope that they can develop him into. Like I said, I think they're gonna go with someone who has a very high ceiling. Like Emil Hemmings has a very high ceiling.
Yeah, I like Hemmings. I still think Greentree was projected to go much higher. So he could be a guy that they grab there in LA.
Yeah, right now, listen, these last few picks, it's
It's anybody's game.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
There's 5-6 picks left.
7, 8, 9, 10,
6.
11, 12, 7 with this one.
All right.
Hopefully they do it faster than these guys. Jesus. They're all taking their sweet ass time.
We knew it was going to get rough around this time, right?
And the pick is in.
Are we going to see Mark Bergevin?
Is he even still a consultant there?
Wow, look at that white hair.
Wow.
I don't think he is.
Luke Robitaille got some white.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's right there.
man.
Look, with that blue suit.
Shaved beard, cut his hair. Doesn't look like a homeless.
I think Montreal ruined him.
It would take years off my life if I was GM, that's for sure.
I think he ruined Montreal.
Yeah, that's
let's
too.
not
I mean,
get into that
those third
conversation.
overall picks
Vince, a known hater.
twice busted on them.
Because they reached. With KK, they reached.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely not a reach this year.
No.
No reach this year.
Nope,
for
this
the
year
Habs.
I can go to bed happy after the draft. Not drink.
Yeah, you're not driving, eh?
No, all right. Let's see. Who's this? Who's the pick for the LA?
In the 26th pick, the Los Angeles Kings select from the Windsor Spin
Greentree.
Triangle.
Liam
Greentree.
Greentree. About damn time,
About time.
son.
It's about time.
You know
I like
who's,
this pick.
Yeah,
They need something like this.
It
Big
just makes so
boy.
much sense, right?
Yeah.
big boy can play the body, knows how to play the cycle. Yeah, it's a good pick for LA. And they traded down also, so it's not so bad, right?
Yeah, you're right.
They did trade down. You're right.
Hage
And
and
they still got,
Greentree were
Greentree.
pretty even in value, I would say.
Yeah.
And where am I here? So what did we say about okay? He's a right winger, 6'2". Hockey prospecting has him at a 25% chance of being a star. Excellent shot variety, high IQ with the puck, scans and registers information.
36 goals, 90 points in the OHL this year.
90 points in the OHL.
Yeah.
It's not too shabby. Definitely not too shabby.
The O has become a very much a goal scoring league, right?
The OHL, yeah.
But the Western is like the most
Most offensive.
offensive, yeah. Like they put up the biggest numbers.
Oh, yeah?
But doesn't all it's also one of the leagues that doesn't always translate as nicely to the
Yeah,
NHL
exactly.
compared to the OHL.
But usually they say defensemen that come out of the WHL are the ones who are the most ready to play in the NHL.
Yes.
Rob, like-
Finally, I have it.
What are you looking for?
I had like my favorite author's commentary on all these picks that I wanted to like kind of give a snippet of, and for some reason I couldn't find
Really?
it.
27 picks in?
27 picks in, we figured it out, ladies and gentlemen.
Figure it out. Go, Nick.
All
It's
right.
yours.
So Green Tree was a top scoring winger in the OHL. We already spoke about that. Although his play for Team Canada at 2 tournaments wasn't that impressive. The appeal in his game is his large winger with legit offensive skills, makes difficult plays often, and he makes those plays as a handler and passer and possesses high-end creativity. It's a pretty good. Pretty good. His skating is below average, so he needs some work on his skating. And his player comp, according to Pronman, was Dominic Kubalik, so
Who survived in the league?
who's still playing in the league.
Who had good moments?
Is he still with Detroit, Kubalik?
No.
No, Chicago?
No.
Eh?
Pretty sure he's
Where did he
Detroit.
go? No, he went to another team. He was with Ottawa, and then he went to somewhere else.
I'll figure it out.
Dominic Kubalik, Czechia player, Ottawa Senators.
No, I'll get
Ottawa
you.
Senators.
Oh, man. So,
I think it was part of the DeBrincat deal, guys.
Maybe, yeah.
So, since we're on break now,
We are?
We are.
While on break, meaning they're on commercial over here,
Take a nap?
who do you guys think Marner or Askarov get traded during the year?
It's so tough. I mean, Rutger McGordy is another one in that category
Yes.
of...
Ehlers? The Ehlers didn't get traded.
no, Ehlers didn't get traded.
Ehlers. Do you think any of these big names are getting traded before the start of the season, before free agency, after free agency?
I think Netcash is a guarantee to be gone, especially now that the rumor is Gensel is signing an extension there. They don't have the money for Netcash. How do you guys pronounce his name? Netcash?
Yeah. But
Natchez.
so Natchez, who would you see as a fit?
For Natchez?
Yeah.
Columbus.
If they trade Liney?
I doubt they'll trade Liney for. I think you got to get more than Liney for Natchez.
No, I don't mean one for one. I mean, if they trade away Liney, they replace him with Nate Cash
Yeah,
and another
I think
trade.
so. Gives Lindstrom a bit more time to develop. They're missing a centerman.
I see him more as a winger, though. No,
Natchez?
Natchez is a winger, yeah.
I just don't know
But
how much can Carolina expect back. He's an RFA, and
the problem is their system doesn't allow him to be as good as he can be.
He's a 70-point player in their system.
So they
Exactly.
they don't want to just give him away because they know how good he can be on somebody else's team. But at some point, you can't just hold him back just because you don't want to lose out on the trade.
No, exactly. Oh, there's the GM that has all kinds of patents, PhDs.
You know, he came out and said, oh, he traded it.
I think New Jersey would be a good landing spot for Natchez too.
We have a trade to announce.
All right, trade to announce here. It looks like Carolina has moved away from pick number 27. They have... Oh, they had a sellout at the... So Boomy.
So Boomy, but give yourselves a round of applause.
Carolina has traded away pick number 27 in this year's NHL draft
To Chicago.
to Chicago, who now has 3 first-round picks in the first round of
For the
20
34th and the 50th picks.
Wow, good for Chicago, man. I love the way that they did this rebuild. I know that I was talking to one of my friends who's a huge Chicago fan, and he hated the way that they did this burn to the ground thing. They got rid of Taves, they got rid of Kane, they got rid of Keith, they got rid of Steve. Like everybody was gone. And he goes, "What about the ticket holders that are going in to go watch a nothing team now?" But all he needed was a little bit of patience. And I'm talking to you, listener Peter, a little bit of patience and see how good this team is going to be.
What about the ticket holders that were watching Chicago be competitive for 15 years?
Well, exactly. I mean, you need to go through a rebuild at some point.
Exactly. You can't stay steady Eddie all the way. At one point,
Not in the salary cap era.
No.
Are they going D here or forward?
Oh no, forward.
Well, they went D with their second overall, Leshunov. They went forward
Yep.
with the, what was it, 13th? Why do I not remember these things anymore? Because it's late.
Who did they pick on the 13?
Sacha Bovet.
Yeah,
Sacha
Boivard.
Boivard. That's it. So they got their third line center. So now they have their
Do they
defenseman.
swing for the fences with like a Hemming?
Well,
Or
I really
Hemming
like,
would be really nice here.
I really
eh?
like Hemmings, but I feel he might be a bigger project than I think he is.
Really? Wallinius? EJ Emery?
yeah, it depends.
I don't know if defense is the way to
Oh,
go.
they're not getting up. So what does this mean?
Nothing.
Okay.
They had 3 minutes to waste everybody's time.
Yeah, just to make us
Make the podcast even longer.
and make us go sleep.
So players from our mock draft who haven't gone yet are Chernyshov, who we had at 17.
He'd be a nice pick here.
Hemming, who we had at 21. Cole Hudson at 22. Teddy Stiga, 25. Emery, we had at 27. Kivi Harju. Ryder Ritchie. Andrew Basha.
Basha maybe. No, but they already picked up a center, no?
I think Basha's a winger. I think.
want me to tell
Andrew Basha is our winger, 5'11" winger.
Yeah, left wing. From Medicine Hat, Alberta. All right, here you go. They're making the pick. So
For the third time in this year's first round, the Chicago Blackhawks will select a player.
all right. So the first time I think they had Connor Bedard announce the second overall pick. This time they just went right for
From
it.
Brantford Bulldogs, Mark
Vancouver.
Vaneker.
Oh, where is he from? He wasn't on our list.
He was not on our draft. I have him 39th on my prospect rankings.
I have him. I have him around there as well. I think Pronman had him at 52, but Vaneker's a strong OHL season, over a point per game clip in Brantford. He wasn't great with Team Canada in the spring. Very strong skater, good hands, can beat defenders off the rush. Isn't going to run players over, but decent sized forward who works hard and wins a lot of the 50-50 battles.
Okay.
Yeah, big body, lethal shot. What I read is that
But he is a true offensive threat.
he's 6 foot. He just needs to learn to grow into his body.
Yeah. So, I mean, for fantasy purposes, he is somebody that's on my list.
Okay.
I don't think I had him in my top 20. I don't have my list in front of me, but I don't think I had him in my top 20, but in the next tier. That's a really nice jacket, by the way, he had.
They all have all these kids came out with class with those jackets.
I had him one slot ahead of Cole Baudouin.
How many of these teams are like, is this draft over so we can go gamble?
Go party.
Go party.
All right. So, I mean, it's hard to decipher these picks at this point because, especially Chicago, who has like.
Listen, Chicago right now, they picked 3 times in the first round. I mean,
Yeah, and like, look, he's a winger. I don't put him ahead of Nazar, Oliver
No.
Moore, Bedard. Like,
This is a project. All the next few players are all going to be projects, right?
I actually had Sasha Bovard above him too in fantasy purposes.
So we'll see who's after Chicago.
So after Chicago, we have
How cool is
they
the-
traded with Calgary, Carolina.
Yeah.
So it's Calgary next.
Okay.
Now I had Calgary taking Kivi Harju, an offensive defenseman, but seeing as they already have Zane Perek, that's not going to happen
Yeah, it's true.
because Zane Perek was selected in the first round for the Flames.
Oh man, what happens if Emil Hennings goes to Dallas? Another diamond in the rough that they can get.
Calgary here would be interesting. I mean, that would be a place that you get a Hemming.
Yeah, listen. This is where I feel you're going for.
You're going for upside, right?
Yeah, exactly. High potential, right?
Yeah. Ryder Ritchie from the WHL would be interesting.
I'm surprised he hasn't gone yet.
Well, I mean, they said that like the first 16, 17 picks are really the picks that are guaranteed to go around that area. After that, some of these guys are falling into the second round. You know, EJ Emery, Kleber.
Yeah, EJ Emery was one guy I thought could have pushed up
Yeah.
in the Vikings.
Because he had a
Eriksson.
great combine. Yeah. Look, the Russians too, eh? They didn't get drafted. Chernishev and
Chernishev, that's an interesting one. that didn't get
Artemanov
drafted.
too.
Artemanov, yeah.
There's still a Basha hasn't been
there's space
selected.
for Hudson over here in the last few picks.
I know. I mean, not. I don't think with Calgary, seeing as they have Perek, mind you, you can never have too many good defensemen, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they go two offensive defensemen in the same draft.
Dallas, New York, and then did Anaheim trade their 31st pick to advance in the draft?
Yes.
To who? Utah,
Yeah, I think it was Utah.
and then Philadelphia had the last pick. They still have it.
Yes, they do have it.
I see maybe Cole Hudson going at 30, 32.
To Philly.
Philly.
Too many short defensemen there. Cam York, that's the only thing I'm scared of. Like Philly is, but how cool would be EJ Emery to Philly?
Yeah, that would fit nicely, actually.
A hard hitting Philadelphia Flyer through and through.
But Philly doesn't have another pick in the first round.
Yeah, the last pick of the draft. I like that you did that. I couldn't feel my ears anymore.
Yeah, it's
Those long gaming sessions that I used to do when I was younger. Can't do them anymore. We're falling apart here, boys. We're falling apart. Come on.
The struggle is real, guys.
we're dying over here.
So the last two picks are Toronto and Philadelphia.
Toronto and Philadelphia.
So Toronto has the Anaheim pick.
We should.
Okay, so look, they put it right there. So the best available right now are Andrew Basha, Igor,
All our guys.
Chernyshov, Hemming,
O'Reilly, Howe, Cole Hudson, and Leo Salas.
I forgot about Tanner Howe, actually. Tanner Howe is an interesting one. Cole Hudson, I mean...
That's Sam Constantino's best
Yeah, that's
available.
Sam Constantino's. Hey, the pick is in.
Andrew Basha, maybe.
Let's see.
Let's see how fast they give it.
By the way, I don't think anybody congratulated the Florida Panthers for winning the cup.
We're
From the Lumberjacks.
Lumberjacks.
David Winger out of
Gridden.
Gridin.
Matvey Gridin.
Gridin.
Russia.
Yeah, Russian.
Yeah, actually, he's rated 34 by Corey Pronman, top scorer in the USHL. So, might have a Russian name, but is not a Russian.
No.
High-end shot. Talent is obvious in his game. Strong skater. Excellent offensive skills. Routinely beats USHL defenders. with his one-on-one play and can improvise well with the puck. He's a strong playmaker and finisher who can generate a lot of offense. His effort level, though, is just okay, and he could be a little bit of a perimeter player. He did kill penalties at times in the USHL, and I think his compete and consistency are good enough to be a solid pro. He compares him to Yegor Chinakov.
Okay, from Columbus.
Yeah,
From
my
Columbus.
notes are very similar, and he's going. Did you mention he's going to University of Michigan next year?
No, I didn't mention it.
So he's going to University of
6'1".
Michigan. I think that could do him some good playing in the U.S. college ranks.
6'1.5".
Perimeter player. Sometimes it looks like he just goes through the motions, but the talent is there. So I think this is a nice dart throw for Calgary. That's a freaking big body, guys.
Yeah, he's 182, 182 pounds.
6'2", 182.
6'2", almost 182. Yeah, yeah. Well, type
Oh,
of player that.
I have 6'1" here, but they must have grown a bit from.
Well, they say 6'1.5". So
Yeah.
It's a good pick. Let's see what Dallas does here. Let's see who the future superstar of the Dallas Stars
Who
is.
the diamond in the rough is going to be.
right.
That they're going to pick up.
How often does Dallas just hit on these?
They hit with Y. Johnson. Where did they draft Maverick Borg?
30th overall, first round.
Yeah. They must have something, a good
But
development.
Hintz was like a later round pick, I think.
Hintz
No?
was
No.
a second rounder, I think, if I'm not
That's
mistaken.
it.
I
He
could be
wasn't. He
mistaken.
wasn't a first round pick. Hintz.
Let me see.
Rupe Hintz was drafted second round, 49th overall, so mid-second round, in the 2015 entry draft. The guy puts up point per game numbers almost in the NHL.
Just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, health is an issue.
Y. Johnson, 23rd overall. Stankoven, 47th overall.
But that's what I'm saying. They pick late almost every year,
Maverick,
and they
Maverick
hit.
Borg, 30th overall.
Jamie Benn, 5th round.
Yeah, that's back in the days.
But I'm just saying they still.
yeah, they still hit. Yeah.
they still hit.
Jason Robertson, second round, 39th.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about Robinson.
I
Very
think
good point.
I think Thomas Harley was a first round pick.
Thomas Harley was a first round pick, but it was a mid first.
Yeah, I have him here. 18th.
18th, yeah. Yeah.
There was Delandria, who was 13th overall.
So in fantasy, sometimes you got to look at these players that Dallas picks and say, hey, they seem to always hit.
So how about we just pick one up just to make sure?
Right?
When in doubt,
When in doubt, pick whoever Dallas picks. Eventually, they're going to turn into something.
so their prospects are Logan Stankoven, Maverick Bork, Leon Bichelle, Christian Cairo. Kind of like goes down from there.
Still pretty decent
Minishin.
for a team that's always in the playoffs.
Yeah, with already young guys already in the lineup. It's but their high end talent is all on forward. I wonder if they try to go defenseman maybe with Alphonse Frage. They go for that elite skill.
Hey, if they pick Frage here, it just confirms to me that this guy is
You could be the
Getting
GM of the Dallas
good
Stars.
player. Good player that I pick in fantasy. Actually, we have our Llama draft coming up, eh?
Yeah, I just need this to be over so I could focus on that a little bit. We have 2 first round picks in there. I got 2 first round picks, guys.
You bastard. Give me one of them.
I got the first overall.
Savat Kute Shai.
Okay, what is it going to cost?
I don't know. Let me go see what picks I have.
Go see my team.
I think I have 7 and 11. Are we going to make another on air trade?
we should make an on-air trade. Absolutely.
Stop bullying me into a.
Oh, the pick is
Oh, Nick, I have your pick.
Give me my pick back. What is that? 11, I think. Right?
Where did you finish?
Second or third.
Anyhow,
Give me my pick back.
moving on. The Dallas Stars select at number 29. Guys, 4 picks left. Are we going to make it?
Wow, the owner and governor.
Tom Gagliardi.
Who did they pick?
That guy.
Yeah, we're waiting for the teleprompter to tell us the name.
He doesn't look like Alphonse Frage. Not that I know what he looks like, but he doesn't look like an Alphonse to me.
Might look like an Emil Hemmings.
Oh. I think he might be onto something there.
Let's see.
Yeah, Emil Hemmings.
Oh,
Jeff.
boy.
Oh,
Nice.
brother.
Oh boy, Dallas has got another one.
If you guys have a draft, pick him now.
So basically, what they said about Hemming is on talent alone, he's a top 10 pick in the draft. But he doesn't care enough and doesn't have the right mindset to be a professional. Basically, his attitude is the biggest problem.
Yeah.
High end shot.
But the skill level is elite.
Yeah, he played in Liga and the World Junior team in limited roles, however. Lots of offensive talent, highly skilled winger, skates well, dangerous in transition, creates a lot of controlled entries, and breaks open shifts with his skill level. He can make plays, he could see openings develop, but his shot is his best weapon. I mean, that's like fantasy gold.
Yeah.
Right? What have we just said? Again, credit to Pronman for all these.
And when you get
tidbits.
drafted by a team like Dallas,
Absolutely. I mean, see, so we were talking about the fact that depending on which team drafts you, your value could go up or down,
yeah, exactly.
right? So I feel like this is one of those situations where Emil Hemming, his value goes up because he's drafted by Dallas. Like they know how to develop these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
He's still a project, though.
All these guys, I feel like
anything after 17, I think, is a project.
Who's next? The Rangers. Oh, guys, we could get another one right.
Hey,
On our mock draft, we had Ryder Ritchie going to the Rangers at 30.
Ooh, that's
I was waiting, like, when
That's
is someone
still a
else going to yawn? I've been
possibility.
yawning for like, what'd you say, Vince?
that's still a possibility.
Our next, the next pick too is still a possibility. Andrew Basha going to 31. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad pick for Toronto. Andrew Basha. But anyways, let's focus on the New York Rangers,
yeah, okay.
who supposedly have Trouba on the block.
Really? The
Yeah.
captain? Since when?
Because as of July 1st, his no trade clause becomes a modified no trade clause. So supposedly they asked him for a 15-team list.
Which is the right. I don't know if they're going
Right.
to trade him. But yeah, there is rumors. You're
There is
absolutely right.
rumors, right? That's all
But
it
the
is.
Rangers need to do something with that team because they saw that in the playoffs they were missing something.
And Panarin is not a young buck anymore either, eh? So at some point,
Panarin, Kreider, that group is starting to get older, and the young guys are not starting to.
other
take
than
over.
Lafreniere, Trocheck's not a young buck either. It's because the Kakos haven't come to, haven't developed yet. The Heatles haven't developed yet. Vince is taking a break.
Yeah, I think Vince is done for the night.
Too much
Yeah.
pizza. Too much pizza.
I just got a text. You guys' energy levels are going down. Yeah, our energy level when we started is 10 on 10. We're at now at 1 on 10. You're absolutely right, listener Merms. You're absolutely
it's
right.
The struggle is absolutely real.
I expected 3 hours, but we're hitting on 3:41 now. So it's tough. A 4-hour podcast is very, very tough to do.
Honestly, it's harder than I thought.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be this at this point. But like the picks are taking forever too, which doesn't help. There's been a few trades.
Look, these kids, I would say, deserve their time. But yeah, the picks are taking long.
You know what it is too, though. The shock of the first 10 picks or so, like it wore us out.
That was the energy. That
It
was
wore
where
us out.
everything happened.
We were like so like over the top, and then now it's like, yeah, okay, this guy got picked.
One thing for sure is that for the podcast itself, we're gonna cut a lot of the dead air, right?
Yeah,
Like we're live
fine
now,
time.
but when we actually publish, I think that we need to cut.
Yeah, I like I was telling you
Like we
before.
can't give a 4-hour episode.
No. Plus, we would get charged more for that.
Do we make it a
but-
two-parter?
I would just maybe
Or just
do
cut
clips.
it at some point.
or just do clips.
We still need to publish the podcast for this week.
Yeah, maybe do a 2-parter.
Maybe something we'll talk about off the air.
Maybe do the first.
Not that anybody's watching except Merms. Hey, Merms.
Right now. What's up, Jamie? Thanks for hanging in there. Hey, we got 3 viewers right now. Everyone else is sleeping.
I don't blame them. I would too. No, I'm kidding. So New York is pick is
the
in.
pick is in. The pick is in. The pick is in. Come on, give us one more solid pick in the mock draft. Let this be Ryder Richie.
Ryder Richie would be very interesting here. Very, very interesting. Michael Batista.
Bats is still up there?
Yeah,
still
he's
watching?
like 4 hours is Joe Rogan every day. Let's go.
Who's this? It's Emery.
EJ Emery.
EJ Emery drafted
by New
30th
York.
overall.
30th
The
overall.
Combine Beast.
Yeah, actually, very true. Physical specimen, this guy. I like EJ.
I think it's something they. It's funny. Speaking that Truba would be guy. Is that what you're gonna say?
I was gonna say, well, I wasn't gonna say Truba necessarily, but you're right. He kind of reminds me of a Truba-ish.
Like
Right.
considering the rumors now, like this makes sense.
So the other part is that I don't remember if you do. You remember the mock draft where I was talking about Toronto, and we were saying that in the mock draft, Michael Hage had dropped.
Yeah,
right. So
we had Michael Hage to Toronto.
So we had Michael Hage to Toronto, but Vince was telling me, why, like, you don't think Toronto's going to pick a defenseman? EJ Emery would be the perfect pick for Toronto. Well, Toronto, unfortunately, he is next, and now there's no more EJ Emery.
We actually had EJ
Or
Emery
Michael Hage.
going to Carolina at 27, but they traded the pick. So
Right.
it's a solid pick. I don't see much fantasy value in EJ Emery.
Maybe a Bangers and Mash League.
Yes, Bangers and Mash League, definitely.
Bangers and I'm getting hungry, yeah? I thought you were going to make
After banger.
banger after banger.
Hey, I'm missing SmackDown tonight for this.
Really?
Sorry.
Okay. Let me talk to you.
Let me talk to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The blue suit with the pink shirt and the pink tie.
I like it.
I dig it.
He's dressed well.
I dig it.
He's dressed very well.
EJ Emery to the Rangers.
EJ Emery
wins.
to the Rangers to replace potentially Truba.
Dream teammate William O'Ree. Solid answer.
Solid. Solid. Okay, guys, Toronto's next. Let's talk about it. Where are they going right now?
Okay, guys, this is Toronto, so let's
Ryder
bring up
Richie?
the energy level. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You're gonna wake up your daughters.
You have 2 daughters upstairs.
One of them is at her grandparents' house
you know.
sleeping.
Oh, there you go.
And okay, so Toronto Maple Leafs, guys, come on.
But listen, Toronto, I would have said EJ Emery because he's, I think, the next best.
That we just said that.
He's the next best defenseman.
We said that's who you would have picked.
Yeah. So, I mean, right now you're going forward just to get some depth. A forward who has high ceiling. Is there any left?
Can I throw? What if? Okay, realistically speaking, who's running their back end?
Running their back end and as in offensive defenseman.
Nick, this is a Cole Hudson, guaranteed. Go.
No, but
I'd
it
go
would make
Friedge.
sense for Toronto, guys. Okay, but
Friedge.
sure, but an offensive type of defenseman. They have Lygren. That's it.
If you're Liljegren, you mean
Yeah, well, I said Lygren. I don't know how to pronounce it there, but
Liljegren? Yeah, I don't know if he's a really power play guy, Liljegren.
Mike Riley, like, yeah, they want to maybe go get Theodore or whatever, but
Yeah, exactly. Look,
I see
anybody that you're
offensive
picking now
defensemen,
is
Cole
not this year.
Hudson and Alphonse Frage. I see
What
that.
about defensive defensemen like Adam Kleber,
I don't think
6'5" defenseman?
I don't think they need like
Yeah, that's
you have the opportunity to go get that offensive defenseman to help to alleviate from your Matthews and your Marner, who are always like it's so predictable at this point.
Well,
It's always through them, right?
Yeah, but you're guessing that this guy won't play next year. Marner is not going to be with Toronto next year.
I know, but if it's not Marner, it's going to be somebody
So-
else. Nylander, like it's their offense ends up being so predictable because it goes through the same people.
Yeah, so shouldn't they be taking a forward that has a bit of an upside instead
Well,
of
they
defenseman?
picked Minton. They picked Cowan.
Yeah.
Right? So they're picking guys that have upside.
If this guy trades the pick again, I'm going to lose it.
I think the Leaf fans are going to lose it.
No, so the reason I'm thinking offensive defenseman is because it could give you a different variety of what you could do on offense in terms of carrying the puck and bringing the puck to your offensive zone. Is it always through your forwards, or can you maybe have a defenseman transition it?
Topi Nimela.
Yeah,
He's not really like.
I mean that'd be nice because I have him in Lama.
Let me see which forward.
I think.
Yeah, I don't know if really
You guys don't think Igor Chernisov?
Chernikov would be very good here.
I mean, he was rated
Guys, they're trading this pick
higher
so
than
bad.
21.
Dallas Stars are next. What?
The teleprompter is going nuts.
No, it's
No, it's-
as
it's
of right
Toronto's
now, the
pick.
Leafs still have the pick.
There's no trade to announce yet.
No.
Okay, let's. So they have Matthew Nyes, they have Nick Robertson, they have Easton Cowan, they have Fraser Minton.
Those are
Those are all
forwards.
offense. Those are all offense guys. So
No, they're
for me,
picking.
Fridge would be really cool here. If they want to go defensive defenseman, Kleber would be really cool here.
Yeah, it depends what they want to do. Do they want to go like
Wallander, Swedish defenseman. Not Wallander, sorry.
No.
Willenius. Jesus.
It's getting
and-
late.
and,
Hallelujah.
I don't know if you were here, but we got 2 messages from Batista, listener Bats and listener Jamie. Listener Bats, by the way,
Yeah.
shout out to your birthday, my friend.
happy birthday
Look
to
at you. We got you
you.
Demidov for your birthday.
What if they go like with
Did they say the energy
Bertuzzi?
was going low?
Yeah, he said your energy in the top 10 picks was 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Your energy in the last 10 was like 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
So
This
before they
thing
make
long.
the pick, seeing as
Sorry, Batista said Joe Rogan does 4-hour episodes every day.
Yeah, he also gets paid to do those 4-hour episodes.
Oh, so if there's money on the line, you'd be better at this.
100%.
say something.
Nobody cares what you want to say.
Go, Junior, say it.
Okay, go say it.
Bertuzzi
Oh, wow, they already picked
I was
their
going to say Andrew
That's
Basha. I was going to say maybe Bertuzzi and Domi not coming back. Andrew Basha is the same style of type of player. I don't know
Let's
if
see
that
who
was
they picked.
that's what
Our closed captioning fell asleep.
Ben Danford.
Ben Danford.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Go look for him because he ain't on my list.
He's rated 44th. Actually, he's a defenseman.
Okay.
6'1", rated 44th by Pronman.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Okay. Strong two-way defenseman for Oshawa this season, who played a lot of minutes. Danford skates well. He's able to escape pressure with a puck and skate pucks up the ice like a pro. Defensively, he closes in on pucks quickly and competes well enough to win a lot of those close races. Offensively, he's not dynamic, but he's smart with a puck, so he's basically a puck-moving defenseman. He makes a lot of difficult passes, often while skating with pace. I don't think he stands out at either end of the ice, but he could be a useful defenseman for an organization. No player comparison, but he was ranked 44th on Pronman's list.
Listen, this is where Toronto has to go. I mean, they have to improve.
We
that
said
back
defenseman,
line.
right?
Yeah, exactly. They have to improve. And like you were naming me their prospects. There's not one defenseman you named. So
No, Topi Nimela is the closest thing
yeah.
to a.
So listen, this is a win for Toronto if they can develop this kid and maybe find something that the scouts haven't found in him yet, offensively.
So how do you like Ruby there?
Who?
This is a Berube pick.
The scary guy on the right side.
Scary guy on the right side. He looks like he's about to swear at
I
everybody.
totally forgot he was the head coach.
Yeah.
You know that?
I
Yeah.
feel like he's gonna put some players in line on that Toronto roster this year. So he's gonna bring in a phenomenal. He's gonna bring in a system that protects is defensive, protects the goalies. But yeah, it's
Just to go back to Danford, he's got great gap control and he's got a good defensive IQ. So he's definitely a stay-at-home defenseman with like a good first pass,
Yeah,
good
but
transition,
how many?
which is perfect for the NHL.
If we look at Toronto's team right now, how many of their defensemen can we say can make that first pass? No, but like honestly, you
Yeah,
have Joe
I guess.
Edmondson. The answer is no. Morgan Riley, yes. Who are the other
Lilgren
defensemen?
could, I guess.
Yeah, but
McKay.
This guy reminds me a little bit of Liljegren, by the way, in the sense that he's a two-way defenseman. He could move the puck.
He's bigger though.
Yeah.
no?
He's 6'1". I don't know how.
I
big
think they were
Liljegren is.
expecting more offense from Lindgren that they haven't gotten.
Oh, they chose to keep him over Sandin. Not that Sandin has been producing much.
You know what the
elsewhere.
problem with Sandin was? The problem with Sandin is that he hasn't panned out and doesn't play defense very well. So there's a certain point in time where an organization could
Yeah.
turn around and say, "Yeah, sorry, it's not happening." Right?
Especially they have Morgan Riley over there to be their number one. So if he couldn't play defense, which at some point you saw he was getting pushed off the boards, especially when a team that played that played the cycle really well, he had trouble handling that. So listen, it's
So Timothy Liljegren, just to
Yeah,
give
go.
you some stats here, was selected 17th overall in the 2017 draft. He is 6 foot on the dot. Shoots right, and he's now 25 years old. So
Imagine.
he's no
Wow.
longer really a prospect,
No.
but he's kind of entering his prime still, right?
23 points. in
23
55
points
games.
in 55 games this year.
It's-
Puck moving defenseman. I kind of feel like this is the same style.
But honestly, I don't think Toronto needs any. They have Morgan Riley, but with the players they have up front, I think they just need that defenseman that can make that pass to them to break.
I
to
feel
break it
like
off.
Morgan Riley does that pretty well already.
Yeah, but he's the only one.
That's why Theodore would be interesting.
Oh, yeah, for Toronto for sure.
If Theodore does come in on a trade,
But is he worth a Marner loss? Who you put?
well,
in to
you're giving
replace
more than
Marner?
just Marner, right?
No,
Sorry,
they-
you're
more
giving
than
more
just
than just
Theodore.
Theodore for Marner.
Well, from what the trade was, it was Thompson,
A
the
first?
goalie, and a first.
A first is not nothing. It's
No,
huge.
I know, but Toronto is here to win now, right? They're not here to win tomorrow in 10 years.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to get a first if you're trading away Marner, because you're not going to get a 100-point player.
Oh, you have to.
So
Well, you're getting the 30th pick of the draft
With Vegas.
from Vegas.
If they
I
get
mean,
Marner,
yeah.
you're getting a bottom 10 pick.
yeah. The first is not as a premium first. Let's say
That's
right?
why the Theodore comes in play, because he makes up that difference, I guess. But again, he's on the last year of his contract.
You're gonna have to pay him. You're getting rid of one contract of 10 million. What are you bringing in? So it's I think they're on the right track where they need to surround Morgan Riley better than he is surrounded now in defense.
I'm sad that Frege didn't go there. I like Frege.
Hey, he could still go in the second round.
It's true.
Are we doing another live draft tomorrow?
No,
or-
Yeah,
no.
you can do it by yourself in front of the computer if you want.
Yeah, if you want to do a little thingy.
We'll do it just for
Not
the,
OnlyFans.
the picks that the picks that didn't come through.
Oh, there's a trade.
No,
course.
come on, don't trade
There's
this.
a trade.
Come on,
Come on,
We have a trade to announce.
just end it.
Jesus!
What is the Habs?
Philadelphia Flyers trade the 32 pick to probably
Dallas. What do you think?
Edmonton.
And
They didn't have a first round pick. Maybe they move into the first round to do something.
Yeah, for
Without a
Draisaitl.
GM? They don't have a GM anymore.
No, he's there. Did Holland step down?
Yeah, he's not renewing
well,
his
he's not
contract.
renewing his contract. He said bye to all the players yesterday. It's done.
They're doing their
I forgot to
VP.
toss the podcast.
So I thought he had
mentioned it.
another year left.
No,
no, he was done.
McDavid's old agent, who's the president, is interim GM.
Oh, okay.
They knew this was coming, but they didn't want to announce it during the playoffs because they didn't want to distract the team. The Dallas
Trade
Stars
or-
are next. No, is that still from before?
Yeah, the teleprompter on our screen is finished.
It's completely done.
I think 4 hours of this, the person quit on the spot.
Imagine it's like the 32nd pick for like a player like Nick Ash.
No.
Natchez, whatever the hell you guys say.
Okay, who's that?
Oh, Oilers!
Oilers acquired the
hey!
32nd overall pick from the Flyers for Edmonton's first round pick in 2025 or 2026.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting condition. That's going to
Yeah.
be attached to that.
Oh, wow.
So Edmonton
So
trades
where are they
into
going
the first
here?
round. Why? Why are you trading into the first round for next year's pick? Because you think that there's a defenseman maybe that could help you? Do you think that there's a
What defenseman are you
forward?
looking for?
I don't know. I'm starting to doubt myself right now because it's so difficult
Let me see.
to find players. It could be anybody, right? What about a Sam O'Reilly? Sam O'Reilly, right winger out of London, Ontario.
Chernyshov, he still didn't get picked.
Chernyshov. That's a very good pick.
I don't know if they're gonna.
Did Adam Jekko get picked?
No. Artamonov. Badinka. There's a few players.
Basha, Stiga, Misa,
Charlie Ellick.
Ryder Ritchie.
Charlie Ellick is a very good defensive prospect, Braden Schneider style. That could really help them. 6'3" frame.
Cole Hudson Jr. Cole Hudson.
Oh, Cole Hudson.
No, guys, they already have Bouchard.
Yeah, they don't. They need more than
The
one.
dream for
offensive
Cole
guy.
Hudson's over.
Yeah, yeah.
It was over from when the beginning of the draft started, like we told you. Well,
I really like Ellick here.
I'm gonna go with Chernyshov. I mean, he's got to get picked at some point.
I'll go
not
with
wrong.
Basha.
All right,
Whatever.
all right. Let's see what this is all about, and then get the
Final thoughts in.
final thoughts in for the draft.
The good nights in. I mean, final thoughts.
Guys, we survived 4 hours of this.
Oh man, we're gonna have to do a lot of editing.
Yeah, it's a good thing I have a week off.
Oh, and they picked this guy in the navy blue suit hugging his dad.
Dun, dun,
Yeah, our
dun.
teleprompter is still on Dallas Stars, by the way.
Let's see if I can get an answer here. And the Oilers select Sam O'Reilly.
Nick, you hit it
Wow.
on the nose. Nick, you hit it on the nose.
Well, Tamerms knows Sam or has met Sam in person. And just the fact that he went as the final pick here is huge for this kid. I'm happy for Tamerms. He was cheering for this guy. So very happy that this is how we end the night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Goes
yeah.
to play with McDavid. Possibly.
Well, yeah. Yeah. London, Ontario.
OHL.
Forward? So I don't know much about him, so you fill me
He's
in.
a forward. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Let me grab.
So second
Sam
most
O'Reilly.
points for a rookie in the OHL.
Right winger, 6'1", very good rookie in the OHL. Played a major role in the top London team, playing in all situations. Two-way center, competes hard and has physicality.
Oh, London Knights player, huh?
He can escape pressure. Good enough quickness in the NHL level. He has the quality, skill, and vision to create chances. Decent shot, but more playmaking. He has the potential to be a bottom six center in the NHL.
Wow, boys, that is it.
4 hours, boys, on the dot.
That
by the
is
way.
it for the draft. What final thoughts?
Final thoughts.
This was unexpected draft. A lot of
A lot of things went in the way that we were not sure, right?
what?
I wouldn't say unexpected, but yeah, great draft. We got a little bit tired, so we apologize for the energy level. We did work a full day before doing this, so
And we're sorry for the homerism on the Demidov selection.
there was no homerism.
There is no homerism.
It was a great.
Arms up.
We are fans, my friends. We are fans.
Yeah.
Okay, so quick thing before we sign out.
Okay. Biggest surprise of the draft.
Seneki.
Seneki
Third
going
overall?
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer.
I'll go with TJ Gilman going to Utah at
Sure.
6.
Biggest value in the draft.
William at Minnesota.
William Minnesota is an easy pick.
Demidov.
Demidov at 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pick too. We said biggest surprise. We said biggest reach.
Biggest reach. Lochako, or the player the Flyers took.
Yes, I agree.
And
Seneki could technically have been a bit of a reach too, but
Sure.
the biggest surprise for me also is how defensemen didn't go as high as people thought they were going to go.
Yeah.
So as we go for that, boys, what's our handles so people could follow us, like us, comment?
At Partial Break Pod for Instagram and X. At Partial Breakaway Fantasy Hockey on YouTube. At Partial Break on TikTok.
We're on Spotify. We're on Apple Podcasts.
And we'll be sending out some shorts of this live streaming and to our reactions. So to everyone,
we should send
Whenever
out
we wake up tomorrow.
we should send out the shorts of us falling asleep.
all right, guys, have a good night. Thank you for watching.
Thanks
If
for
you
hanging
did,
in there, everybody. Thank
have
you.
a good night.